This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Buonasera, io sono Bill Rico di Toronto, Canada. Come stai, Alberto? Come
Oh
stai?
my God, Rico, Bill, Rico, yo te amo. I'm so happy because this space is only for dogs and people.
That's
Name your
right.
last
What do you got
name.
to hide? What do you got
Yeah,
to hide? What are you running from? Eh?
I'm running for
What are your
president.
crimes? That's what we got to tell these idiots. What are your crimes?
My crimes is that of be, being curious, being the wanting the best for others. Yeah, caring about others. That's my crime. Yeah, trying to fight against those corrupted structures, governments that are, yeah, that are stealing from people, lying to
It's too
people.
many secrets. Yeah, like you end up with too many secrets. Everybody's got something to hide. It's just it feels like shit
Yeah, I
after.
mean,
It's like, oh,
yeah, but
these people have a secret group over here, and these people have a secret group over there. It just turns
yeah,
into a pile of shit.
yeah, but I have a secret group of people as well working for me. Just kidding. Yeah, yeah. Amy, how are you? No, yes, Bill. How are you, amigo? Welcome.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Uh, do I know you, Amy? What are you?
Stop, bien. I'm okay. I'm
Yeah,
doing
no,
okay.
Amy. Have we talked before? This,
Yeah. Oh, sure.
oh, okay. It sounds familiar about, but anyway, I'm very bad at identifying people's voice and profile names and all that. I'm terrible. Anyway, but you are not doxed. I mean, this space is only for doxed people, not anonymous people. Oh, but you're Emmy, and that picture, I assume, is a real picture of
I'm
yourself.
Emmy.
Yep, okay, Emmy, and you have a blue check, so okay, yeah, okay, completely perfect.
Oh yeah,
You,
she's verified. Yeah, she passes. She could join the club.
of course, yeah.
Thanks. Hey.
Yeah. Okay, what's up, Amy? What are you up to?
Oh, just gardening.
Gardening. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I don't like gardening. I don't like that. But I mean, I love people that love gardening because there are people that can do the things that I don't like. And yeah, that's beautiful. Uh, Hold on. I will invite some people that are doctors to come here to speak, like you, Amy. I want people like you here. I don't want handles and people hiding behind anonymity. And I respect that. I mean, I completely respect that. But this should be a space where everybody say something, okay, and they're responsible because they're a name and they're a human being associated to that.
That's right. My profile picture. It's just a promise I made to a buddy.
Yeah,
He
but
released an
Bill,
NFT
Bill,
project.
I endorse you. I mean, I endorse your that you are Bill Johnson. That I mean, I know your name and I know where you're from, and it means so.
Damn,
You
I
have
love you.
my yeah. I endorse that you being legit. You are not hiding behind an account to
Or a
say,
persona,
yep,
or
yep.
have some secret agenda.
Well,
Honestly,
yeah, yeah, and you're a good guy. You have a good heart. No, Emmy, please don't go. Emmy, stay. I want you to stay, please. You're part of the group. Don't leave, Emmy. I mean, I know gardening is important, but please, I will invite you to. Oh my God, I don't want to lose Emmy because this group is very hard to find people as legit as Emmy, who's transparent. I mean, with her name, without blue check mark, with a real picture. So hold on, I'm
no
inviting.
worries. How's everything going with you? How's everything with you?
Everything's fine. It's cool. Dealing with yeah. I mean problems like everybody has problems, but not a big deal. I mean, and about you coming to that, Amy, come please. I invite you to co-host because I really think you're important here.
Maybe she's having technical problems. Maybe
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, but right. This is Twitter. Fuck, of course. It's a feature, the technical problem. Yeah, that's right. That's an easy explanation. Bill, talking about problems, your health, your
Uh-huh.
how is that going?
It's still here, amigo, but
Hmm.
I'm living with it, and just live. You gotta live hopeful every day. You gotta just
Hmm.
keep the head up and keep going.
Hmm. Yeah, that
Hopefully soon something can happen, but it's.
something can happen,
I'm
or
not
are
gonna.
you
I'm
working
not.
on
I'm not
something?
gonna lie. It's pretty bad. It's.
Yeah, the
It's.
Tijuana option is discarded. That's curious.
No. There's other options. It's just it comes down to money.
Mhm.
It
Yeah,
just
of
comes
course.
down to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ultimate dollar.
that's it.
So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
only
that's it.
way I could see my way out of this is a bull run.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to have a. Uh,
And I really hate when you
anyways,
say that those promises somebody made you, and you were taken to be treated in a certain country where they have this system that everybody has access to, that they are proud of. They, that yeah, and you actually at the end being accused and treated like shit by a person who actually told you about that that system in that country, and yeah, you know what happened.
yeah, it was thousands of dollars for nothing.
Hmm.
I'd say just a little bit over 10,000 Canadian for that
Hmm.
one trip. And it's probably, oh, okay, go to this clinic. But I phone them. It's like, oh, we accept you Canadians all the time. Don't you worry. Just bring your requisition. I show up there. They ask for cash for the appointment. I give them cash for the appointment. I sit down. I give them everything they asked for, like a Bible size of paper. Okay, like $250 worth of facts,
Hmm.
right? And just
Yeah,
to be told, here's another requisition for CT scan, MRI, which they already had in front of their face. And then I'm told, quiet, I'm the doctor. I decide what happens. Sorry, we're not going to give you what you came here for. Like, are you kidding me? And yeah, it was horrific what I experienced there. Just for a simple procedure, you swallow a pill
yeah, Bill, yeah,
with a camera inside, and it just
yeah,
documents all of your inside. And
yeah.
I'm like, even refuse that to have that in front of my face.
Hmm. Oh my god, that's so fucking crazy. I mean, that's
Yeah,
really uh, upsetting,
I
disgusting.
got to look forward here.
Yeah,
You hear advertisements here in Toronto. Come get your private MRI where we're going to tell you really what's wrong with you. Wait a second. Don't we have hospitals and doctors supposed to do that? But no. Okay. When you hear these commercials on the radio, and I'm experiencing it myself, like how I feel and how I'm being mistreated, it's disgusting. I've been in nothing but suffering since 2021. I still am. I got thoughts of death. If I'm gonna die tomorrow, die feeling the pain and pressure that I feel. It's not right. And it's purposely, making me, incoherent, just making me lose my life. And it's not right. And then what, I gotta look forward to paying thousands of dollars for another private MRI because this clinic says they're gonna tell you everything that's what's wrong with you. And then what? So when I get told, here, this is what's wrong with you, what's going to happen next? How long am I going to wait to get treated? Am I even going to get treatment? Is the doctor even going to acknowledge me, or are they going to go right to mental health like what they do with everybody else? The doctor's
yeah,
quick scapegoat with anybody. Oh, it's anxiety, depression. Here, take this. I've seen enough. How many times I've been in and out of emergency just witnessing other people's experiences. All is similar. It's disgusting.
yeah.
Yeah,
It,
and those with, a little scratch or whatever, yeah, there's something to say, or, somebody who really needed it, they got the help they needed, and they come out, praising what it is. But ultimately, it's not right. What's going on is not right. It's not right.
no,
How people are treated, it's observed,
it's not about treating a human that needs help. It's about money. It's about getting as much money. It's like I don't know. It's like a scam.
like,
It's
I
similar.
keep getting told my hernia doesn't meet the acuity level, but the middle of my tongue has been firing and burning numb since 2021, since I popped my stomach. I've got nerve pain that shoots down my leg, my arm. That just ruins my life, takes me away from a normal life. But yet, they want to tell me I don't need an acuity level for an operation that will change my life and bring me back to normalcy or help me get an attempt instead of poisoning myself with drugs and all this nonsense.
Mm, absolutely.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, I
No, no, it's
just
okay. I mean, things should.
it's
I mean, it's the attitude is okay. That's the way it is, and you, yeah. I mean, you will find a way. I mean, you will. It's
I
yeah,
have to. I'm not like that's who I am.
yeah.
It's just I hope sooner than later because the longer you wait with stuff like this, the more damage comes in the future.
Of course, absolutely. I mean,
And especially
you have.
like me, this is upper gastro. This is not a joke.
Yeah, no. But
And
for example, the
everybody
analogy
wants
for
to
me.
play a joke with my life.
Yeah, for example, an analogy for me is like, okay, last year I have certain events that trigger in me a in my treatment with all the consequences of what I've been through, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, or that. Okay, trigger in me something that an event that really destroy me psychologically because I am big, weak, vulnerable because of the all these issues that I'm dealing with. And okay, I really, really, really needed to be treated as soon as possible regarding that. Otherwise, the more it took, the worse it would get. So, yeah, okay, and I really seek to be treated and get support as soon as possible. And okay, and I was frustrated because was not getting that, and then things got worse, and it was like a snowball. I was being deteriorated psychologically, my mental health was being affected and getting worse big time. And yeah,
Oh,
and passed some months, and at the end, when I was actually able to access to that support. Okay, I was just a pile of. You have to pick me up from the floor in pieces. So yeah, I mean, you have to do the things as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. Yeah, time in this situation that okay that
yeah.
difference
Like
makes a huge
Alberto,
difference.
what I can tell you what it's done to me. Like my attention, it's hard for me to pay attention. I have so much pain and pressure in my abdomen, like just below my chest, that I forget what people say. I'm talking to somebody in front of their face, and it's like they're talking to me, but I can't even retain it. I can't even register what they're saying.
Hmm.
And it's such a shame.
It's a stress. It's
And
a
I tell
stress. It's all
everybody
the
it's because
pressure.
of all this pressure and the hernia that I have that's in my abdomen. But nobody wants to live. They just want to hear take antidepressants or here take some opium. And it's like I need corrective surgery. This is not a joke. But everyone has played it like a joke, and it ruined my life along the way. I've lost everything. I lost everything.
Yeah,
All I have is true friends. All I have is that's my family. Like everyone who stayed true to me along the way. You
yeah.
know, you couple. You know, I could count everybody on my hand. You know,
Yeah, and some people during the trip, they stab you from behind. I mean,
I
you,
could say I'd known you for years. You
yeah,
never once showed me a sign of disrespect or any sign of darkness, any ill intent. That's what
yeah,
I can tell. That's what I can say about you
and
for
I
since
can,
day one.
and well, I can say exactly the same about you. I mean, honestly, I mean, otherwise, I mean, I wouldn't be speaking with a person that I consider legit, honest, and I mean, and a person doesn't have certain minimum attributes that are the ones that I want to be and talk with somebody in a way that okay, I'm not going to be talking with a scammer or a piece of shit of the person. No, uh, I mean, and well, it's not that I met you a week ago. We've been knowing each other for a couple of years at least, and yeah, and you you were somebody that I have nothing bad to say about. Actually, I have seen you how you have been nice and tried to help a person in particular, and then it all turned you becoming a bad guy, trying to.
See, every time,
Yeah,
every time, some
I
piece of
have.
shit tries to label me as the villain.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know what? To it all, like I said earlier, you keep your head high and you don't back down because literally they run out of things to fucking talk about,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And people who know who you are and how you are, okay, can listen other people saying shit about you or the stories that have nothing to do with the reality. But okay, if they know you, they wouldn't pay any attention to anybody posting anything that is not describing who you are. And I mean, it's pretty simple here. And in this case in particular, you are really who you are. I mean, your name. I mean, it's you are actually, yeah, you are Bill Johnson, and yeah, they're attacking somebody with with a name, like first name, last name. Everybody can know where you live because you say it without any problem. Uh, so if they're posting shit about you, they're posting shit about a person that
A
can
hundred
be.
percent, and I've experienced that here on X multiple times.
Mhm.
In the Luna Classic community, when I first started off with crypto years ago with Luna Classic, had a bunch of evil people there just like illegally dox me, like bring material from Facebook, take material from text messages that never even made it to a social media platform, like a video that I'd send the next friend, and somebody got a hold of it, and then they chopped up that video and tried to paint me as a villain, saying that I yelled too much, that I was yelling. That a guy hit my car and took off, and I chased after him and I pulled him over. But people took that event and tried to label me as some fucking crazy maniac yelling all the time or whatever. Meanwhile, it was to chase somebody from a hit and run that hit my car and then threaten me with a weapon after. And then there was like a good group of 10 people plus, trying to turn that around and all orchestrating together. And it got so deep with an X that I filed the report with an X and all their accounts got suspended. Like what
Oh,
happened to me was in
wow.
total, yeah, like it went to the top of at X.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody is able to actually having that content published and reaching out for the platform to request, yeah, actions and
So
wow.
now what's happened to me currently now, there's a group of individuals that are targeting me. I reached out to a doctor on Facebook, right, to inquire about my health, and now they're using that against me and trying to paint me as some, crazy, weird guy because I asked the doctor a question on Facebook, and they use this post from Facebook, and they have a poster here on X, and they keep talking about it, all this fucking bullshit,
Hmm.
and I'm currently going through it right now,
Oh my God. Yeah,
right?
well, in those situations, I mean, doesn't happen, have happened a few occasions with me, really, 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 I cannot complain much about that. But okay, I'm just I don't enter into that game because the only way of winning that game when it comes to that is not enter into the game. So, okay, in the case of the video of the car and hit and run, okay, well done. I mean, reporting and having that removed and having those people suspended, some 100% well done. That's a victory. But in other cases, people doing that, okay, just if you are in the conversation, remove from conversation, mute everybody, not even, I don't even block, and okay, keep talking because it doesn't matter if I enter into there, if it don't matter what I say, they will start attacking you, destroying you, insulting you, saying shit about you. So the worst thing you can do is do something with the actions that they take. Don't, but because what they want is your reaction. Want you to,
Oh, 100%.
yeah. So
100%. I already know what's
yeah,
up.
yeah,
It's
that's
disgusting. Even the same individual tried to he actually he tried to hack. He was sending me links
Mm,
through my phone, trying to get me to click on links.
mhm.
It was ridiculous. I couldn't believe it. Very, yeah, it was filthy, disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, it can get pretty ugly here, but that's the way the rules. I mean, if you are here, you have to know that it can happen to you anytime. It's part of it, and this freedom of speech actually, yeah, I mean, it's so bizarre, so selective freedom of speech, or yeah, I don't know, allows. Yeah, I mean, they can claim that I don't know those false accusations or those defamations about yourself, and yeah, can be considered the expressions that everybody is free to do, but yeah, are obviously things that are uh, defamating yourself, accusing of you of, yeah, they are probably phrased in a way that okay, they are not considered defamations, but opinions or something like that. So yeah, you should know you are here. If you don't want that, don't be here. Don't enter in. Don't be part of Twitter or social networks because yeah, it happens. I mean, and if you become famous, and if you have success, okay, nobody wants everybody other people to be I don't know to be successful to yeah to I mean to be recognized for having done something good for having I don't know achieved certain goal. No, people don't like other people to be successful, and they the more you are uh, mm, succeeding or different from the average, the more you will be targeted by other group of people to attack you, destroy you, talk shit about you, try to okay you are successful now we don't want you to be successful you don't want people to be happy yeah but how's with the spaces with like the rocket going and the Formula One
You still there? Hello?
yeah can you hear me
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought I lost you.
yeah no yeah. How are the spaces with like the rocket going Bill?
Say that again.
How are the spaces with Lady Rocket about Formula One going?
Oh, I stepped away from that, Alberto. It was,
Oh, I didn't know.
yeah, it was occupying too much of my time. I had,
Hmm.
I had to focus more on work and making real
Yeah,
money. I
yeah.
wasn't getting paid by any of that. It was taking up too much of
Hmm.
my time,
Okay.
and I
Yeah.
just, I just couldn't devote myself.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
currently
I
like,
understand.
what, back in February, I met the love of my life. We've been, I've been starting a, I started a serious relationship back in February. That's occupied a lot of my time, and I felt like it wasn't going anywhere, and a lot more could have been done, and wasn't being done. Um, yeah, like I don't know. I felt like I was wasting my time, Alberto. To be honest,
Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand completely. There are situations where, okay, you are involved into a project that sounds fascinating, that is wonderful, and it is maybe, but when it comes for you to be part of that, yeah, you realize that,
like let's be honest
yeah,
here. Like we all have a life, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll have a life, but we can always also do things that are we are passionate for. But okay, we have to find okay, are we able to actually do that thing that is amazing? Okay, I am here in spaces and I'm talking to you, and we are not getting paid by Twitter. Actually, Twitter is using our information that we're talking to collecting that and stuff like that. uh, for to make money, and yeah, and but okay, uh,
Hmm.
but, hey, sample, but there is rocket Formula One. Okay, requires commitment, requires okay. Certain thing that okay you are not getting paid and you need to pay your business to work. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
there and
Yeah.
what there needed to be more done. Because if you looked at it, all the shows was like me talking Formula One for about 1 or 2 seconds, and then the rest was,
Mm.
"Hey, come give me your money." And and
Oh,
I,
okay, okay,
yeah, and I
yeah,
had a lot
okay,
of
yeah, you
friends. I
can.
was getting a lot of feedback from a lot of friends and family, and everyone was like, "Bill, what are you doing?" Like, if it's Formula One, like there should be, sit down and good conversation about it. It's like, oh, we hear you talk for 2 seconds, and then we hear somebody saying, "Hey, I'm this big philanthropist, but give me your money." And
Okay, okay, no, okay. You don't need to say more. Now I get exactly. Of course, you. I mean, if you're not getting paid for it, I mean, you're just putting time of yours that you can be used to work to make
yeah, and,
money to
and you
pay
know
your
what?
bills. Yeah,
We were together for so long. I let her know my health, my current situation, whatever. And I'm sorry, but I gotta say, I was never offered once any compensation or whatever. I just felt like I was wasting my time.
yeah, yeah. I completely understand picture. Samper, welcome. How are you, my friend? First of all, only those good people here. Okay, you are Samper. That's your first name. Hold on. Your
Hmm.
name is Samper.
Yep.
That's your first name.
And
That's
that's
your
what
real.
people have been calling me since I was 14. So yeah.
Okay, okay. Sam, and your last name is 118, right?
No.
Confirm. Oh, okay. Then we have a problem
In
because
Spanish,
I.
it would be Raymond
Oh, brain. Okay, okay.
but
But
in Spanish.
okay, hold on. Let's slowly because first of all, I need your ID. Okay, then you have to ask me. I am under arrest.
Okay.
If not, okay,
But
yeah,
first, you got to give me your credit card number.
yeah, of course, but
Mhm.
okay. Second, I am. Do you have any kind of indications that I mean I'm committing a crime? Have committed a crime, or I'm about to commit a crime, or any cause for asking me my ID? If not, then I'm not showing you my ID, right? Oh
Yeah.
no, I want to know what the hell am I saying? I'm not
I
the
know.
police. No, Tamper. What's your name? First name, my last name, please.
Thumper.
Tamper, the first name, last name.
Thumper.
Tamper, Samper. Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. Tamper, Samper. I see you have a blue check mark.
Mhm.
That's a plus. Not to
Thank you,
qualify.
mega people. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then I see a picture of a person here, a face in your profile picture. Is
Mhm.
that your real picture? Is that a
Yeah,
picture of
that's
you? That
actually my
is
real
your face?
picture. That's actually how I go
Okay,
outside too a lot.
okay, perfect. Then you qualify. You are a perfectly doxed person with a first name, last name, a picture of a face, a, a blue check mark. That's a plus. Okay, you are perfectly qualified to be part of this conversation. Thank you, Samper. Because sorry for the process,
Mhm.
but I have to make sure that nobody here enters and it's somebody hiding behind a username and blah blah, and they can say anything, and then yeah, who is that person? Well, I'm Samper Samper. So what? Yeah, whatever. Oh my God. Yeah. Thank you, Samper, for some. Thank you for your time to give me those details to just to confirm that you are who you say you are. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out something. Hmm.
Yeah. Can you please bring women to this space?
Oh yeah, sure. Hold on, 1 second.
Thank you. Thank you. That you're very good at. I can endorse you when it comes to okay skills, bringing women into spaces. Okay, I endorse you. That guy is very good at that. Bill, I'm very happy that you are living into this relationship with somebody in love of your life. I'm very happy you have really deserve love. I have seen here in Twitter have you looking for love you ended up perhaps with big time and accused of all kind of things of shit. I'm very happy that you are in a relationship with somebody that you love and it's been so far beautiful. You deserve that.
Thanks, brother.
Oh, we have somebody here, Erika. Erika, okay, Erika.
Hey, what y'all doing?
Hey, how are you, Erika? Last time we interacted was in the space where Chen was about to come to do something crazy because I want Mike, I want Mike, I want Mike. Yes, I'm so happy to have you here. Any news about Erika? Is that it like Mike unblocked her? Do you know? I have no idea because she blocked me.
Who blocked you?
Oh, Jim blocked
Uh,
you?
Jen
yeah,
Raven,
yeah, yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, Jen Beard. I mean, what?
no, Chen. I mean, some. I don't know who's that.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know who's her. Chen, in Jennifer,
Mhm.
not Shane like in plain Shane. Yeah, yeah, but I was just trying to support her in a space where she was, I don't know, feeling depressed or something like that, and I you surely say something that she didn't like, and it wasn't my intention to be like, hey, Shank, hold on. This is a.
But
Oh,
pardon
hold on.
me. Oh,
Bef- Before
what
we
did you
speak,
say, boy?
this is only adopted people
I
space.
vouch for
I have
Hank.
to confess. Okay,
What was that?
please, I
I
want.
got. Well, you talking about being doxxed? I got doxxed a couple times. Eh?
Okay, perfect.
I
You have
thought we
been
were
doc-
at the
this is-
topic here, and instead of little Thumble
Yeah,
boy here babbling me away, and he
yeah.
booted
Okay,
me out
I
the
need to
last
know. I
fight.
need to. Sorry, sorry, sorry,
I
sorry.
don't. I
I need
thought
to
you
know.
were somebody, and
Process.
I don't know
It's
why
very
you
short
like
process.
that, little
Very short
fella.
process. I need to
Did
verify
you get
something.
spanked too much when you were a kid? You want to control the whole
No,
world now. You got control of your whole bloody life. Your little parents
Down,
helicopter
Hank.
pilot,
Down.
didn't they?
Hank. What's
I
going on?
I need
Hold
to
on.
know
Hold on.
some
Hold
part. Can you
I'm
can
sorry,
you can
Tumble
you please
Boy.
verify
on.
that
You're okay. It's fine.
the
Thank you.
identity? Some part verify his identity for me, please.
Well, he's calling me Tumble Boy, not you, so don't worry.
Okay, so okay, Hank, is your first name Hank?
Hank's been doxxed too many times, and people have actually gone after him, so I don't play around with like that.
Okay, okay. So you have been doxed. Okay, you qualify for being here. It's a pleasure. Sorry, I had to just make sure of that because this is the space is all about people doxed. So yeah, I'm sorry. Welcome, Hank. It's a
Well,
pleasure to have you here.
stick your thumb up your bum, pull the plum, and eat it, little whore boy.
As we've been saying, Hank has been drinking now, and
Hey,
Well, so many
crazy.
people. Yeah, well, alcohol does that. I mean, that's why I don't drink. I just smoke. And not weed, just cigarettes. But yeah, that's stupid. The most stupid thing I can do. The most stupid addiction. Yeah, but anyway. So, um, Erika, uh, how are you? How have you been? And what are you up to?
Shoot, I ain't up to too much right now, let me tell you, but yesterday was my birthday, and so that was
Mhm.
festive. That's about it.
Oh, happy birthday, Erika.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not going to ask you how old or anything, but happy birthday. Well,
43.
actually, oh, wow. Okay, I am about to reach another number that is ends with a zero. That is freaking me out, but I'm okay. I will survive. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. I will
It's
reach
okay to
that.
be 70. Don't worry.
Well, I'm so happy. Not. I mean, I would be committing suicide right now if that was the case. But yeah, it's okay. Well, we have Beth here. She should come as a speaker because I assume she's also been doxed, as everybody here.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know. I
mean,
tell everyone to DM her every time she's in a space, so probably
DM her. Why? I mean,
because you'll
don't
get a
send
prank.
people. What?
You got to read her bio.
Okay, I'm reading her bio. Hold on.
Hmm.
Astro and herbal healing, a student for the life, love learning to seeking, investigating, Mercury roulette, rooster ear. There you okay. Why would I DM her? I mean, I don't understand. I don't.
Did you see where she's from? Look where she's from.
She's from. Okay, hold on. Let me see where she's from. She's from. No DMs unless you like Frank. Yes, I don't know that place in particular. Yeah, my geography is really bad. I really don't know the location. No DMs unless you like Frank. And yeah, yes, I so. Yeah, I don't know whether it's that located, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so
If
I
you would like
DM'd
to
her
know,
on an alt account instead, so that's how it worked out.
oh, okay, okay. Yeah, well, anyway, Beth, if you would like to enter into as a speaker, you're more than welcome. I never heard you speaking. I have seen you in a couple of spaces, I think, but anyway, oh, the other
She is
person
quite
left.
funny. I rarely do hear her speak, though.
Oh, well, I don't know, but this is not about being funny. I mean, here we are very serious. We're
Mm.
not, come on, Samper, Samper.
Mhm.
I love it. Now that I know your first name and real name, I will call you Samper, Samper. And
Oh,
if people tell me, Alberto, why do you repeat Samper?
Mhm.
Because, man, didn't you know that his first name is Samper and last name
What do you
Samper?
think my middle name is, though?
Samper.
Now, Humper.
Oh, Samper, Hamper,
Mhm.
Samper.
Yep, yep.
Oh, I like that. Okay, okay. Wow. You gave me too much information
See,
about
Humper,
yourself.
Humper,
I'm
Humper.
basically-
oh, his name is my
Oh,
name
wow.
too.
See, there you go.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So I am Alberto Daniel Hill, I think. Your Samper,
Oh, there's
Samper,
enough books
Samper.
about you. Yes, yes, you are.
Yeah, okay. We have it here
And
Erica
Humper's not
Rene.
in the book at all. That's fucked up.
Sorry, Samper, Samper, Happy Samper. Sorry.
Hey, Bill. How you been, Bill? Oh, Bill died.
Oh no.
No, he's probably busy doing something else.
Oh
So
no,
yeah, no, Erica Rene. I mean, first name Erica, second name Rene. Yeah, okay, she's completely identified in that
what was
sense.
that fucking shit?
And Beth, the light healing, first name Beth,
I just call her
mid
Beth.
name Light, and last name Healing.
I
And
call her
so,
Bethlehem, Beth. I don't know. But she's gone.
she was offended by what I said, or she
Sometimes they run
actually ran away
away.
because, yeah, I scared her. So I will mute myself because everything I said, I destroy everything. I'm a
It
disaster.
was
I'm a
great. We
loser.
loved it. Now all the clinger-ons are gone. They fell off the plane. We're taking off.
Okay. Anyway,
Every once in a while, you
uh,
remind me of that guy from Hank Hill, Erica.
Mm, okay.
What was his name?
I mean,
Goddamn.
most of them
boom.
say that I sound like Boomhauer sometimes, so I guess that probably the one.
That one. That one. Boom.
Mm.
She gonna kill me.
I mean, I don't blame. I mean, many people want to kill you.
I know. I get it.
I don't want to
I
kill
know that.
Thumper.
So,
Thumper's good.
but come on. So what's new? I mean, I don't know why you're saying something that everybody knows. I mean, come on, say something that is useful and productive. No, everyone wants to kill me.
I
Yeah,
haven't
so
gotten a
what?
death threat in a month at least, all right?
Only that? Oh, now, oh, come on, drama queen. Only that? Oh my God, you guys love to have the attention. Everybody wants to kill me.
I have been
Oh my
called
God.
a simp ass bitch. A few other things this week. It's
Oh,
kind of fun. I like it.
oh, I will invite Plain Shane to this space. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
I don't know. That Alan O guy just really doesn't like me anymore. So sad. So sad.
Sorry. A guy that doesn't like you anymore.
No,
That
kinda. They
happens.
like me still. No, Alan O. He's this guy with a faggot ass wig, and he came into my spaces and kept talking about politics, and then he tried to make fun of my mask when he was wearing a gay wig. So I told him he was wearing a gay wig, and he ran out of my space.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, who you're talking about.
Yeah. And so I had a bunch of people block him that were bigger accounts than mine. And then I kick him out of every space I'm in because I'm always co-host for some fucking reason.
No, you're fucking yourself and you don't allow certain behaviors.
You are
And
fucking
yeah,
yourself and not allowing others to fuck you.
I wouldn't fuck him. I mean,
Oh,
he's very
well,
attractive and
that
all
makes
that,
one
but
of us.
I'm not into men. I'm not into men, but it's okay.
I heard that slip.
Yeah.
Wait, Did Anisha get her?
I don't know, man.
What?
Somebody Uber me some smokes.
I wonder why nobody that has a mask and no anonymous people, they're respecting that, because normally open space and all anonymous people start entering, and right now they are really respecting that. It's like, okay, no anonymous people and no anonymous people here. Wow, I should change that because I want those people here, because yeah, those are really funny. Yeah, I mean, I want anonymous people here, but I don't want to express that explicitly. I don't want to, I mean, no anonymous people here. How do I express that? Okay, anonymous people,
But
please
there
come
is an
here.
anonymous person listening right now. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, but I want a user here that can have a mask of
I mean, they think they can
people.
hide, but I can see them.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, can you say that you can see? No, but
Oh,
I know that you know. Sorry, what?
I learned how to see the anonymous.
Well, yeah, well, and I like to see that they hear that you can see them, because they
Mhm.
can feel you. Yeah,
But since
anonymous
there's
people.
3 people here, and it says there's Alberto plus 4, there's an anonymous listener right now.
Mm-hmm. And why would a person be an anonymous listener? Somebody large? I mean, okay, we have another person here that just come into the space. One woman, only one woman. Okay, both.
Mhm. She's
Enrique
nice, but she's
Mobile.
only gonna listen.
Okay, okay, okay. So she's about basically,
She's
or
supporting
well,
us.
anyway.
No,
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I know that you're going to do a lot to boost this space, so I appreciate that in advance.
she's a very good
And
poet
okay, perfect.
and
I
painter.
assume your first name. Okay, I assume your first name is one, last name woman.
Hmm.
Blue check mark, perfect. Image of the result.
She actually got like
Okay.
5 first names. To be honest, I forget. Like,
Wow, wow. I have never. This is something unique.
mhm.
Wow. Many people have five first names. I mean, normally you have one first name because it's your first name.
Mhm.
It's like how many the names you have. Well, yeah.
You
And
can date her people that came on, I think, the Mayflower or the Plymouth or whatever the fuck they call them. See?
wow.
First one's to
The
hit the rock.
raspberry thing.
Hey, bro, listen, I got to go though. There's another group hailing
Where
me.
you going?
Huh?
Oh,
I'll be back
she's
if you're
leaving us.
still here. You know, assuming.
Are you leaving, Erica?
Yes, but maybe
Please don't
only
leave me.
temporarily. But maybe longer
Oh, please,
than that.
please. Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay. Thank you.
I'll be back.
Yeah, please. I would love to have you back, please.
Back
Yeah,
again.
thank you.
Guess who's back? Erica needs a friend. Uh, guess who's
Erica
back?
needs a friend.
Ah,
Erica needs a friend. What do you mean? I don't understand. Can you be more clear?
Bill Johnson here.
Yeah, Bill Johnson is here. We were talking for like 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
And now he doesn't
There was
talk.
no. Sorry?
Why isn't he talking?
I have no idea. Maybe he doesn't want to do it to you because you offended him
I
for
know
some
Bill.
reason. Because I know you know Bill, but you know a lot of people don't like you, hate
I
you,
know they
want to
don't.
kill you.
Like that too.
Yeah. Oh, Bill
Hey
is back.
guys,
Bill is
yeah,
back.
no,
Bill
I'm
is,
here. I was just at the coffee shop over here. I was talking to some
Ooh.
friends.
Did
Yeah,
they
no,
hear
I
us?
heard what's going on. No,
yeah. That.
I got my earpiece on.
Damn you. You didn't let us out in public again, Bill. God damn it. He didn't like us, Alberto. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know you guys. I mean, what you're talking about. I
Oh,
don't
I love when
understand.
like people go to like the store when they're on Spaces, and when they don't have headphones in, because you can just yell "cunt" or some shit like that, and right when they're
Well,
at the cashier.
every time I go to the store to buy cigarettes, I
Mm-hmm.
go to the store and I speak in Spanish, and yeah, and I say, oh, fucking, and,
And then you hear
yeah,
like, chupa mi culo, puto.
yeah, man. Órale, oh, más cigarrillos, más cigarros, más droga. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Que rico.
Do you want? Yeah. Do you want a special cigarette?
Cigarro.
Cigarrillos especiales. No, 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 no,
Especiales.
no. Okay, ¿quieres azúcar blanca? No, 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 no.
Azúcar
Okay,
blanco?
¿qué más quieres? Azúcar blanca, azúcar,
No, no.
white sugar. Yeah,
And know what's funny though?
special
Suka in Russian means bitch.
azúcar,
I
azúcar,
know, but
azúcar.
it sounded like you said Suka Blanco, which would
Oh,
mean white
because I
bitch.
want to speak like slang, like a nigga in the USA that speaks
Mm.
like that. Anyway, the fact is that azúcar blanca. I can speak like a woman seducing you. Samper,
I had a
¿quieres?
question.
¿Quieres? Yeah.
In Uruguay, is people named Jesus also nicknamed Chewy?
Okay,
Or is that
Jesus.
just a Mexican thing?
Okay, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Jesus is a name here. It's not very common, but in prison, for example, was a guy who was Jesus. Yeah, it's a name. But
Mhm.
then the other part,
But they're every Jesus and Mexican Jesuses I've known, they're all nicknamed Chewy. That's like the nickname for Jesus is Chewy.
okay, I don't here no, I don't know
Mm.
anybody who goes by the twin. It's
I
something
think it's
new.
just a
How
Mexican
do you,
thing.
and do you know and how do you know how? Okay, let me ask
Mhm.
another. Let me look up. I'm curious. But it's something that is related to the Mexican culture and slang.
And El Salvadorians. Oh, who the fuck is calling?
Okay, what Salvador has to do with Mexico? You know what? I was with this girl, I mean, with a person from this anonymous, in terms not anonymous, but anonymous, he left. You're a listener, Samper? Hold on. Is this a space crashing? No. Fuck. Samper? Everybody's a listener? Space about to crash? No, 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 no. Samper, Samper, please don't do. Oh, thank God. Can you? Oh, okay. Because Bill left, and then you become a listener.
Yep.
No, okay.
It says
Okay,
co-host, but
yeah,
I'm not
that's a
co-host.
that's a coincidence. Okay. No, yeah, I mean, I was with a guy from Anonymous. No, sorry, an anonymous guy. That doesn't mean a guy from Anonymous that was hacking certain place, and I don't know, and in certain country, and they say it was like, for example, Guatemala, and she says, "Anybody here speak Guatemalan?" Or because he wanted to know about the database names of the site he was preaching in. And anybody here speak Guatemalan? No.
My Guatemalan friend, I always call him Mexican, just to piss him off.
Yeah, but it's so funny. I mean, it's a person who is extremely skilled, intelligent, and all that. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, yeah, they don't have to know everything. Okay, Guatemalan. Yeah.
Well, if
Anyway,
it's the same person we're talking about, I found out that guy's full name.
no, that's impossible. No,
Ah.
if you're talking about the spider bite, no, no,
Hmm? I mean, no one's really
no.
anonymous, are they?
Well, I mean, that guy, if you found his real name, okay, that guy, I mean, the FBI couldn't do it for,
But I'm
I
Thumper.
don't know,
Fuck that.
yeah, Samper, Samper, Samper.
Hmm.
Yeah, anyway, one woman started following me. Thank you, one woman. I really appreciate one.
He's a good
And I
person.
really, no, and I really like when women start following me because I really support women. I welcome. Is a possible
Dexter.
here. Yeah, hold on. You're alcohol, you can accept that.
Oh, yeah, I can't let anyone up. Hey, there's Sarah.
Well,
Sarah.
O-
I'm not
Okay,
co-host
hold on.
anymore. Remember that.
Okay, hold on. I am accepting. Her name is Sarah. Well, I accepted that. I will make you go again.
Mhm.
Despite the fact I see you as a co-host. Okay. Hi, Sarah.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I have to
Okay.
remove you from the host sample and then add you again. I will do that. Let's see what happens.
What are you
What
guys
are
up
you
to
up to?
today?
Well, actually, we're in a space where only those people can are part of this space. So let me just to verify. Your first name is A and last name Figment, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that is your real picture in the profile picture. That is you.
unfortunately, it is.
Okay, perfect. You are quite introvert, probably not important. You are invisible. Okay, that is something that I want to clarify. What do you mean invisible? I can see you.
Um, One time in the seventh grade, I was marked absent while I sat right in front of my teacher when she called my name.
Um,
I said here. So I kind of lived off that, and I just would rather be.
okay. Now it's an explanation that is completely valid and logical.
It's just
Okay, yeah. So okay, sorry for those questions, but I just wanted to make sure that you were doxed, that you're a person with a first name, last name, a picture, and yeah,
yeah,
you are
I
not
know.
somebody. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you very much. Yes, okay, hold on. What was I going to do? And Dex, thank you for being here. Uh, and I was going to invite you. Hold on.
Where's T? I need T.
Yeah, no, he was a host of a space with crazy people from Anonymous and romance scams the other day. I don't know if you were there for a second or not. And he was silent all the time. There were so many Kimburitos here. That's a good one. Okay, and this is a complete dogs person. Hold on, let me invite Kimburitos.
Right.
Hold
Let
on,
me.
hold on. Invite to co-host. You are becoming co-host again. Is it a Clara a good co-host, Damper?
I don't think I've ever been a
You,
host, actually.
okay, you know what? You are invited to co-host, Sarah, because
Thanks.
you're a completely trustable person, dog said, and etc. 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 In Burrito, I'll send you a microphone to become a speaker. Um, in Burrito, I can endorse. I know that her first name is Kim, her last name Burrito. That picture is a real photograph of herself. So yeah, another completely absent person here. I'm so happy to be surrounded by people that I know, yeah, where they're from, their first name, last name, how they live life. So, Kimborito, welcome to this space. How are you? Okay, I would love to hear your voice instead of being getting answers using emojis.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, that I was saying hi, Kimborito. Hope you're doing
Oh,
fine.
you wanted
And you,
to hear my voice and answer
yeah,
using emotion.
yeah,
What
yeah,
are
yeah.
required today?
Yeah, that I'm sorry I didn't put that into the requirements and specifications and terms and conditions of the space, only about being doctored as a requirement. But yeah, I didn't mention that communication should be verb with voice. It's not officially recognized as any kind of communication using emojis, for example. Yeah, only voice, and yeah, it's officially accepted here right now. Yeah. So, how are you, Kimburito? How many 420s have you had today?
Not enough. I
No,
ran
I know
out.
for you. Yeah. You run out?
Basically, well, yes, if you don't count whatever it is, I lost practically straight away. I think I must have gone to sleep, and when I woke up, it was no longer there. No one else has been here, so it
That's
can't have gone
that,
far. But it'll be
that
a nice
happens to you,
surprise
sir.
when I find it, and by
I
then I've
know, I know.
probably forgotten that I lost it in the first place. So
Yeah, and
it's
you know
just
what
gonna
the
be a
good
win.
news is that it was something that I told you a long time ago is that it's not lost because you know it's in your house. You just have to find it, but it's not lost. You know, that's the best part of all that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you haven't
though
lost it.
I have looked for it, but clearly
Good.
not to the extent where I've actually found it. And
Mhm.
also, I've lost a bag of uh, candy, I suppose you
Oh,
might call
A
that's
it.
bag of
And
weed.
no, it's like what I'd call, well, I wouldn't even call it chocolate because it's, oh, Bramble would call it chocolate.
Rambo Sticks. Oh, that's something new. I didn't know that you had some Rambo. Yeah.
But everything's
Anyway,
better with a bag of weed.
Yeah.
well, I have no comments. I have no. Well, I have no. Yeah, I cannot talk about weed. I'm not competent in that area.
That's okay
But
too.
yeah,
Don't worry, I
sorry,
got you
sorry,
covered.
Sarah. I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry. Did you say something, Sarah?
I said that's okay too.
Yeah, of course, that's okay too. Yeah, I mean, I'm not ashamed of saying that. Yeah, I'm not competent to talk about weed, even though I live in a country where weed is completely legal. Yeah, I'm a person
It's
who.
legal there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, okay, per every person can buy per month 35 grams of marijuana in a pharmacy every month for the price of $1 per gram. Yeah, and that's the limit. And then, of course, you can grow your plants to certain limits. You have clubs of marijuana, and yeah, industry. But yeah, I mean, I know, when it comes to possession, well, yeah, I mean, y- for personal consumption, unless they arrest you with 10 kilograms of marijuana, if it's for personal consumption, they don't give a fuck. I mean, yeah, I mean, marijuana, cocaine, heroin. I mean, whatever. I mean, yeah, if it's for your consumption, yeah, well, yeah, that's not something that concerns the police. Why would
Gay puzzle.
¿Qué pasó? Yeah, oh, Hector is here. Hector
Mm-hmm.
talking about cartels. I'm talking about drugs. Hector is here. You know what? In Mexico, I think something that is called an structure called cartels or something like that. It's basically a structure that is kind of controlling a country like Mexico, I think, because they move a certain amount of money that is, I don't know, some kind of thousands of dollars a year to an
Millions.
industry that wants some money, and yeah, they can control a country in different ways, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's very interesting. Hector, welcome. Okay, I set the space to let people
They don't want to come up,
follow.
apparently.
Now hold on, I'm checking the settings to see if
Oh,
okay
they probably
people you
changed.
follow. Okay, no, I didn't set people you follow. Okay, now everybody I follow can become a speaker. They don't have to have a microphone. Yeah. So going back, Kimburito, tell me what's your main monthly budget on 420? If you don't mind me asking, sorry for that question. If you don't feel comfortable answer.
I would say, do you count a month as being 4 weeks?
Yes, yes. The exactly 4 weeks or the equivalent in days would be 30 days. Yeah, oh yeah, that's
Um, £120, which would
which would be
probably
around
be
$150,
about
right?
just a bit over 150, I reckon. But I'm not a high class bureau de change, so I wouldn't listen to my estimations.
Well, I would listen to your estimation because you, okay, who is kept count? That doesn't
I don't
sound
know.
very good.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You have not been accepted into this basically did not pre-qualify. Sorry. Anyway, $150. Let's say, okay,
Mm.
it's enough. Oh, Erika is back. She didn't broke
Yeah,
the
she
promise
got
she made.
tired of VG space apparently.
Okay, thank you for exposing her and saying
Hmm.
that she's going to another place and be back. Erika, I want you to come back here because I really, really appreciate that your loyalty and coming back and keeping your promises. It will be temporary because some people say I'll be back and they are back after 4 months. Yeah, America, no, you're back. Thank you very much, Erika. Makes me so happy that people are so loyal like you. Thank you.
Yeah, man, I'm back. What's up?
Not much. We were talking about marijuana, how much Kim Burrito spends every month in marijuana. I mean, in terms of how much money is her budget of marijuana. She was telling me 120 pounds approximately, which is $160 more or less. I have no idea if that is a
120
lot of.
pounds.
I don't know how much that it is in terms of amount, in terms of car car dogs is toxic. So car dogs. Okay, car dogs is toxic. Uh, okay, now people should enter as a speakers. I am following Hector. I'm following Dexter. I'm following Carl, and they didn't come as a speaker. It's just strange.
Hey, Carl.
And, hey, Carl, how are you? Welcome.
Alive.
Alive. Okay, Carl, let's go back to yesterday. We were talking about that event of you using the internet for the first time, okay? And you were saying that you used Mozilla as your first browser. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Are you sure of that? Because I have a lot of people um, that have told me that that is not right, that you were using Netscape. So please, can you come? I give you another
Yeah. What?
another option to. I mean, you have another opportunity to answer the question. I mean, I know everything, Carl. I have a lot of evidence, and I just want you to give you a chance to solve this in a good way, and yeah, and make things clear, and what happened, and yeah, and it's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Was it Netscape or was Mozilla the first browser that you used?
Well, it was whatever. What wasn't Netscape before Mozilla?
No, actually, it was after Mozilla, and it was also Mozilla. So yeah, it was a tricky question. So yeah.
Netscape was first, then it open sourced,
No,
then it,
no, 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 no. It was after. It was after. Yeah, that's as far as I know.
Netscape was founded in 1994. Mozilla was founded in 1998. There you go.
there. Thank you. Whatever it
Oh,
was.
no. Okay, then I'm sorry. As a cop, I can lie into our interrogation, so I use that privilege in order to trick people. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Um, so why is it that yesterday you were saying that you were using a operating system called Unix, and your username in Twitter, your handle includes the word Unix. Are you related to that operating system, Carl?
it, it's also a
Well,
nice pun. because my last name is
I mean,
Goss, right?
this is not funny. I mean, I'm being very serious, so I don't see any kind of yeah why it's funny. But anyway, Carl, um, okay. Oh my God, can you please help me, Samper, because
Hmm.
uh, we know everything. I mean, we
About
have
Carl?
been in this
Fuck
room
no.
for a
Carl's
long
a better
time.
hacker than all of us put together.
I
No, I'm
mean, no, come
not.
on.
No, I'm not.
We have on another space. We are having another interrogation. We are interrogating actually Adam. Yeah, and Adam said that it was all your idea, Carl. He confessed the crime, and he said it was Carl actually the one who was the ideological creator of this crime. You were the mastermind. Carl, I mean, Adam has just admitted that, and yeah, so now, basically, we have Paul Sisla also in another room who is about to uh, tell us everything. And yeah, he's going to get, yeah, we're offering him immunity, not being charged of everything. Carl, if you tell us everything about Adam and Paul Sisla and Asia and Jocelyn,
I'm
you
the Azuri.
sorry,
Remember that Azur or Zuri, whatever we called it.
Azure. I have no idea. I have only seen posts of Azure from time to time. I have liked some of them, but in spaces I have not seen her for ages, maybe more than a year or more. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Uh, Kim Burrito, what? Oh no, she left because Kim Burrito might have known about Azure. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I was tired of looking these videos on YouTube about the policeman in the interrogation having to deal with somebody that makes them look completely ridiculous. Yeah, they exactly know how to handle an interrogation, and the policeman actually using all the dirty techniques. It's like a poker game, and those guys are terrible. There was a guy who was arrested using heroin. He was actually entering into the withdrawal symptoms of that, but despite of that, he was saying, "I'm not answering that questions. Am I being arrested? What are the charges?" And blah blah blah. I'm not answering that. And okay, at the end, yeah, he was okay. You can go, and he said, I am here just for the Coca-Cola, guys." Yeah, he was drinking Coca-Cola like crazy to try to deal with the symptoms of the abstinence of that, and asking for with methadone to try to go with what it takes when you're not having your dose of heroin.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not answering any questions. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's me who's asking questions. I don't answer any questions. Yeah, I mean, am I being under arrest? Am I being charged of anything, Tamper?
Yes, you are.
Okay, what are the charges?
Um, hold on.
Being cute.
Sorry, sorry, Erica. What are my
That
charges?
was Sarah.
I said being cute.
She
That
said
was
being
not
cute.
Erica. That was the other one.
That was me,
Oh, okay, okay. So, Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm very bad with names and with people doctors repeatedly. So I am guilty. I am sorry. I am accused of what did you say, Samper?
Being
being
cute.
cute.
What is that crime? Basically,
Just disregard it.
oh, I am disregard. I mean, no crime. I'm not okay. Then I am going to leave because there's no reason for you to have me here. I'm not going to answer any question. And Spider, okay, that is the guy. I mean, that guy being interrogated. I mean, okay, that is would be a great example. Spider, this is an interrogation room. This is a police station. I mean, we know everything. I mean, we have collected evidence for a long time, for many years. and we know everything about you. So all we want you is to tell us all the things that you have done, and yeah, I mean, everybody makes mistakes, and it was just a matter of time. And now we have you here in this interrogation room. All we want is you to tell us all the details of all those things that we know. And okay, let's move on. Uh, it, it was going to have an ending, and well, you were very good, but we have you. So please, Spider, can you please start from the beginning and tell us everything you have done? Spider, welcome. I am Agent Alberto Hill from the police department of LA, and yes, and yeah, we know everything about you. We have a lot of evidence collected over the years, so yeah, that's not part of this because it's not asking about that. It's you telling us all the things you have done. So can you please tell us from the beginning about your crimes, Spider? Oh, pardon, I'm sorry. Spider, you are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Everything you say can and will use against you.
No, don't
You
arrest
have,
me. Don't arrest me. Don't arrest me. Don't do it.
okay, you have to say please, and I might consider.
Okay, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I am policeman. I'm an asshole, and
Okay.
you're under arrest.
Lock
Can
him
I
up.
ask you? Can I ask you a question?
No, it's me who asks
No,
questions, but yeah,
I need to ask you a question.
okay.
Would you like a cookie?
No.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, if you're offering
Alberto,
me
no.
a session cookie, I will grab your cookie because you have your cookie. I have your session. I have it. Yeah, give me your cookie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alberto,
Okay.
you weren't supposed to take that cookie.
Yes, he was. Don't tell
No.
him that.
Yeah, I want his session cookie. Of course, who wouldn't like a session cookie of another
Be
person?
careful. He'll arrest you too.
I'm already arrested.
All right.
I'm
Good shit.
telepathically
No,
talking.
no, you are not arrested. You are just being
Detained.
interrogated. Yeah,
Being
you're.
detained. That's what it's called.
So, Alberto, what did you want me to talk about?
I want you to talk about all the things that now this is an interrogation simulacro in case something happens and to know. I mean, okay, how to handle this. Okay, you are under arrest, and yeah, just tell us about your crimes from the beginning, Spider, please.
Tell us what you did.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Oh,
Okay, we don't want this
let them go.
here.
We gotta get her. Just kidding.
Okay, electric. Here, the Spider. Did you bring her to distract us? That won't work.
No, I brought it.
Don't bring
I don't
your women to
I don't
distract. I mean,
condone
don't use
any illegal activities.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Condone.
So okay.
I think Coco's corrupt.
Right.
Okay. But we have evidence that says that you have committed
Allegedly.
a lot of crimes. Yeah. So why are you denying?
Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, why are you denying that? I mean, come on, man. How can you deny all the crimes you committed?
Mm.
So you're wondering what I've done,
Okay.
correct?
Yeah.
You first, Spider.
All right.
Okay.
So we're gonna start off with 2011, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, no. According to my sources, it all began much more earlier than that. But it's okay. Let's start.
Can I go first though? Because I gotta go
yeah, go ahead.
soon.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
go first.
sure.
You go
You can
first.
go
Okay,
first. Yeah. Do you
so
want to interrogate me or interrogate you?
sorry, sir.
No, sorry, sir. Sorry, madam. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so this is what I did. So one of my Twitter friends, who shall remain anonymous, sent me all kinds of disturbing videos. Anonymous for now, and sent my friend and I all kinds of crazy videos. So I called the Plain Township, Pennsylvania Police Department last night and discovered that there are 20 officers that work there They beat the crap out of him. There's video footage of it. Still don't quite understand what occurred. And I know my friend is a jerk, but there's a lawsuit there. So, yep, that's what I did.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. And Officer Oak Ridge of the township, Pennsylvania, it's called the Plainship Towns or whatever, the way their police department works. So it's Officer Oak Ridge and Officer Asbury. And I called several times. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
So why don't you look that
Spider,
up, see what those people are about.
Spider, what would now
The guy
get
was
out of
laughing. Officer Asbury was
as,
Asbury. He was laughing.
Oh my god.
Spider? You're being released, no charges. You have to cooperate. What would you do in this case, Spider?
Well, there's nothing I can do, but they're
What
on
did I write
notice
in what
now.
case? Wait, what?
No, what Electric was describing this situation.
Well, the situation she just explained.
Okay, now you are in. Okay,
Is
yeah. Well,
that what you're
then what's the
asking?
situation, Electric? I don't see the problem.
It's not my situation, and it's over. Like, I did what I did, but
Mm.
I was trying
Did
to
you
help my
receive a
friend out.
gift right after?
Fortunately, not. It's a different state, so. But it's not okay to like beat people and laugh about it, and then tell random strangers about the situation.
Most
I thought that
definitely.
was creepy too. Yeah,
Most
that's all.
definitely. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. What else?
Yeah. What else? I cannot believe that was the only thing Electric. Give me more.
No, it's your
Okay.
turn.
What's next?
My turn.
Oh,
Okay.
that's kind of
No, no,
funny
hold
though.
on.
Since
Yeah.
she's only known one person that's been beaten by the cops, you can tell she's white.
Sorry, not
Oh,
sorry. Quadroon, actually.
Oh shit.
Quarter black.
All right. Who's next? I got a whole story.
Okay. Go ahead, Fire.
All right. We're gonna start out with 2011, right? We're gonna talk about
Yeah.
Operation Tunisia, like the first ever operation that I was ever involved with the Tunisian government, right? Censoring media and cracking down on protesters, et cetera, like any other operation. Obviously, we talked about all of the operations on Anon Ops IRC at the time. Um, but yeah, that was my first ever operation. I was targeting government websites. I was really big into DDoSing at that time. So we're DDoSing every single government website that you can think of. If anybody knows about Loic variants, and it also included like dynamic IP spoofing, injections, like script injections, a lot of proxies being used. But the main target that I was really going for was the stock exchange, Tunisian stock exchange.com and the ministers.tn. Those were the two big websites that I was taking down for a long time. Um, but yeah, so it started with Operation Tunisia. Then it went to Operation Egypt in 2011 as well. Same difference, same thing, protesting. Um, that time we was doing shutting down like the Egypt's internet. Um, that was probably one of my biggest achievements that I've ever done with the movement. I never claim anything myself because it's always with the movement. Um, so yeah, so shutting down Egypt's internet, that was a pretty big one. Um, what else y'all want to talk about? We can talk about Operation Darknet, Operation NSA, Operation Ferguson, Operation KKK, Operation Russia, Operation GOP. We can literally talk about any operation that's out
Operation
there.
Russia.
yeah,
Yo,
let's talk about it.
respect, man. Damn.
Well,
Um,
and you
Did
know
you help with the SATA?
that that was probably 1% of what is. For example.
Well, they took down SATA over in Russia.
we've taken down a lot, and this is where it gets me. With the community, people are calling other people skids of DDoSing and all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, it's actually making a statement. I mean, depending on how long the attack is, like all the attacks that I'm seeing nowadays, like 5 second attack to 30-second attack just on a website just to keep it down for like a couple seconds, that's not even worth it. I would rather keep a website down for hours, if not days, if we can, depending on how well their protection is. And obviously, we're going to keep fighting that protection regardless if it's like Cloudflare, obviously. Cloudflare filters. But Operation Russia was probably, I'd say, probably the biggest operation the anonymous movement has ever done. Either Operation Russia or Operation Iran. Operation Iran, like in 2022, was when Vendetta Mafia was really starting to get known out there. I was hitting down every government website. I was defacing and getting into databases of every government website of Iran, mocking them, mass spamming emails to their government agencies, making them know like we're in your system. Like I did the same thing with Operation Georgia, the country Georgia. They didn't believe that we were hacked into all their government ministry websites. I literally hacked all their government ministry websites in less than a week. And I sent
Yeah, you know what's funny?
yeah.
In Uruguay, yes, no, yesterday, the day before, one website of the government of Uruguay was hacked by this group that you call that is Vendetta Mafia or something like that. Yeah, and yeah, they basically leak, they leaked the site. And it's therefore downloaded with a link, and all the most important media portals of Europe were tagged in the tweet where this group mentioned this hack. And so far, mm, no comments about this hack in the country, in the
No, but
media. It's something that's okay. And also, the organization that was targeted was contacted by somebody asking, okay, is this true? Can you confirm that this happened? And they didn't receive any answer. No answer. Silence, silence, silence. Is that's I mean, I download the RAR file with the information from the site. For me, wow, looks really something that, yeah, I mean, can perfectly be correct, legit, and valid, and information that is, yeah, uh, showing that they were really happy and is from the site. But okay, I cannot tell the authorities to confirm that. Yeah, but there's complete silence, not even any comments regarding they are investigating, or I don't know. Is that common, Spider? I mean,
what I think I should do is just email every single one of their government emails and just start bragging that their site's fucked. And like they don't even care
no, but
that all
Vendetta
their
Mafia was
information
very
is out
nice. They
there.
say, yeah, but it was very nice because they say,
Yeah.
fix this. I mean, you were telling them that they suck in security, please fix
Yeah.
it. So it was a very nice message. It was not destroying or no. It
I
was,
could
come
have
on, you have a
destroyed their
problem.
shit, right? I could have destroyed their whole website,
Yeah,
but I didn't. But
yeah,
if they're not gonna take that seriously, so obviously I'm gonna have to do something worse than what it is right now, just for them to care about their
yeah, because
security.
actually they were really, really not taking seriously
Yeah.
what this group mentioned they did. It was like, oh, what, they leaked that? Okay, so what? It was like, and not only that, they say, fix your security. Come on, we're giving you a chance. Your security sucks. Probably a system that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars was completely compromised. I don't know, maybe in 10 minutes or something like that. Yeah, all leaked. Yeah, so come on, fix it, guys. Okay, you give them a chance. If they didn't actually took it seriously, okay, maybe they should learn the hard way. I don't know.
No, what's really sad about like all these operations that I've done, like it's like their government websites, et cetera, is a lot easier to hack than actual news media or something bigger, like as in like a different business.
Yeah,
It's
I would
just
say
it's pretty
something that
sad.
I don't know if I should say, but it's out there leaked.
Yeah.
This site hacked by this group, Vendetta Media, sorry, Mafia. There was a part where there was a username and password for the database, and okay, it was there in plain text, and it was like, holy shit, fuck, this is really bad. I mean, come on, guys. It was like those hacking LinkedIn and having the passwords with plain text, or at least hash it without I mean, not with salty hash or something like that. Come on, guys, basic. Come on. Uh, there minimum expectation when it comes of in terms of cloud security and to be a best practices when it comes to security. Uh, don't put a password and username that are like that in plain text out there. That is that that is terrible. Yeah, but anyway.
It's no different than Operation Georgia. Like they didn't believe that we hacked into their government ministry websites until we leaked some of the databases, and then they started believing it, and then they posted in their news media, and now look, I mean, they're silent right now. But the only thing
Well,
that's wrong is they're still protesting. They're still fighting against its own people. So obviously we got to take things a little bit further than what it really is. And that's just
yeah,
the messed up part. But when it comes to like Operation Israel or Operation Iran, Operation Pakistan, it's like, okay, what are we attacking? It's like all this war crime that's going on. It's not even the people's fault. It's the government.
yeah. Yeah, that's right. But going back to this hacking in Uruguay, it was very interesting that Uruguay, after something very important that happened regarding the attacks from the USA to Iran, they target Uruguay. Was
Yeah.
that a coincidence or not? But in researching with AI, they were, think, considering that okay, was it a coincidence that happened in Uruguay after the day after that? I don't know, maybe not, maybe yes, I have no clue. But okay, they didn't take it seriously, at least here in Uruguay. The media, the government, maybe the CERT of Uruguay should be notified, and yeah, I don't know, or I don't know, but yeah, maybe they something more dramatic and
Yeah.
should be should be required in order for them to, hey guys, your security fucking suck. Now you have been warned. So now, yeah, and you didn't do anything. So now, okay, now now you will suffer this. Boom. Yeah, learn. Yeah. Anyway, okay. How about in India? What are the things that have been done in India
The same
recently?
thing in any other operation. It's their government going against their own people. And what the hacktivists, the anon activists, obviously we're gonna hack whatever we can just to keep pushing out the message of what the protesters the actual activism is saying, and we're just gonna keep pushing that message. And in order to do that, and to make it real well known, obviously we got to take it a bit further and get the government involved. We got to get the main source involved. It's sad that we got to do it that way, but it's the truth. Like otherwise, they're not going to even listen to the protesters. You know, because no matter how many
Yeah,
fucking protesters are out there trying to stop a cause, it's not really stopping a cause. It's just letting other people be heard. But the government doesn't even care about what other people have to say. So we got to make sure that they're gonna care, if that makes sense. So attack where it hurts, literally.
yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Yeah. Okay. Samper, any
Eh,
questions regarding? Yeah.
no. I'm right now.
Bob,
Oh,
welcome. By the way, I didn't see you here.
Hey, Albert.
hey,
Okay.
Bob.
How are you?
Thumper, how's it going? What
How's
was
it going?
that, Spider? I didn't quite catch all that. What
Yeah,
kind of
it's
Okay.
space and was it?
yeah, it was
Basically, so
Spider.
Spider, I mean, if you don't mind me, I will try to practice my English to improve my communication skill in English. Okay, a Spider basically is part of a group of, not a group, it's not a group, it's a movement. Sorry, Spider,
It's
I
okay.
don't mean to piss off you off. A movement, okay, that is called Anonymous. Basically, he was telling, okay, they are targeting governments that are being oppressive, corrupt, and not listening to the people. And yeah, they are compromising the systems. And yeah, so far in certain countries, Georgia in particular, they took all of their basically all of the ministries and governmental systems, and they just don't care, or first of all they didn't actually care or believe it. Then they, yeah, they say that they did, but now they're not talking. It's like it's not creating any kind of um, out, yeah, result in terms of getting the government to, yeah, to change, and what they're doing, repressing the people, and not listening to what they want. In particular, not entering into what the scenario it is in Georgia in terms of what's going on, in terms of links to with Russia and the European Union and other things. But yeah, they're not the people, clearly doesn't want something to happen, and the government is ignoring the people. The people are expressing themselves on the street, uh, and they are just repressing them with. Physically, the way authoritarian governments such as Russia do the same way, and okay, and that's not okay. If you are in charge of a country, and you have been selected by the people to, yeah, to be governing your country, okay, you should listen to what the people want. Okay, that government, first of all, was a not legit country. Elections were not not valid. They were, yeah, it was uh, not, it's not a legit government that is in the country right now, among other things. So, the, yeah, that's basically what he was talking about. Well, I don't know
We should
if you.
talk about the anonymous movement. I need to get other people's opinions, and I want to answer other people's questions about the movement, because there's a lot of people that's saying a lot of things about the movement that's not even true.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I went ahead and watched some podcasts, some episodes on Darknet Diaries, and some of the people that were talking about the anonymous movement and what they thought, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to hear other people's opinions. Maybe I can help fill in that blank for the people, and
Yes.
why do I stand for the movement, and why am I so passionate about the movement. So
Okay.
if
Okay.
anybody,
First of all, I have to tell you, when I said the group, I apologize. It's a movement. And then second, yesterday I told you good news. The good news was a service either, okay, reply to message via certain platform, and okay, I will talk to him, and yeah, and yeah, you will probably have the opportunity to express, and in an episode of the Diaries, all the things that you have to say about the movement can be part of that, and millions of people will be actually hearing what you have to say regarding the movement. And everybody here, by the way, who wants to talk about that in particular, comment that, you are more than welcome. Again, all these spaces are being recorded and then posted in podcast format, so not edited. So everybody's welcome to speak, share their opinions. If you don't agree with anything, for example, that Spider said, okay, you're more than free to express why you're not agreeing, and with respect. So you have the opportunity here to speak. It's not one person's opinion. If you disagree, you come and say it. It's okay. So yeah, Rob, do you disagree? Agree? What do you think about Anonymous? And Bob?
Yeah, what's your opinion on people protesting in the streets and blocking all the traffic?
I mean, it's some sort of protesting. It's putting in the announcement out there. It's letting people be known. I mean, yeah, people are gonna rage and do certain kind of things just to try to get past the protest. But at the end of the day, it's a protest. There's a lot of people, and if you actually read or watch the news about all the things that's going on and where it's at, I mean, yeah, it's I don't know how else to put it. It's just a protest. Everybody has a voice, and if that's the only way to make a voice and make it be known for everybody to know that it's wrong to do what the government's doing, I mean, that's on the people itself. I'm not against the people. I'm always for the people.
Right. And we do that by voting out the bad.
Right? Sometimes it don't intend to work.
I agree with
Still doesn't
that.
end corruption.
We need to tear down
Corruption goes
and
on both sides.
begin over.
Right, and corruption is on both sides, not on one side.
Oh, I
So
know
that's
that.
the whole problem. Yeah, so that's the big problem. And what I'm starting to see like on Twitter of some anonymous pages that I agree and don't agree with, like they're pushing one side of the protests, or like one's for the right side and the other one's for the left side. It's like I'm not on a side. I'm for the people itself. So if I see corruption, I'm gonna expose it regardless if it's on the right or it's on the left. If it's red or blue, it does not matter.
Right.
It's whatever is right for the people.
That's what
And
I agree with that.
some of these people ruin it for other people that's in the movement that's just pushing one side. Um, and I could see where a lot of minds of people that I guess so-called were in the movement and supported the movement, um, on why they say that they left the movement. But the only reason or problem that I have of people saying why they left the movement is not a really a valid reason of leaving, to be honest, because all you would really have to do is just start your own operation or move on to the next operation to feel on what's right for you to feel on what's right for the people, if that makes sense. You're not doing it for yourself. You're not doing it for the government. You're not doing it for anything else but the people and what's right for the people. And that's where people are getting things mixed up. Um, with all the drama, like people talking a lot of shit about other people that's in the movement, like that shouldn't even be a thing, you know. Um, it's not a place to be judged. You're wearing the anon mask for a fucking reason, right? So it's like we're all focused on one thing, and we should stay focused on that one thing, not go against each other because we don't believe what they believe, and it's just back and forth. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's just for the world, for America, for all of mankind, for what?
Are you asking or is that a
No,
statement?
I'm asking.
Yeah, we're for everybody. It don't matter where you are. We are for everybody.
Or what ethnicity or
I don't care about color. That's the whole another reason the movement is the movement. Anonymous is anonymous. We wear the mask. No judgment. Don't care about skin color. Don't care about how you look. Don't care about how you sound. Don't care about anything. All we care about is send things right for justice, literally corruption, exposing the corruption, exposing what needs to be exposed to the public, catching predators, catching traffickers, stopping that, helping these children. There's so many things that the movement can be working on that other people are just putting a bad name on ourselves.
so it's not
And
working on that right now.
What?
what?
Trafficking and
I'm working on that every day. I don't care what anybody says.
no, I
I'm
was
catching
talking
predators.
about the
I'm
group.
going. We're not a group. We're an idea. It's certain individuals that is a part of that idea, that operation. Not everybody can fit in that operation. If that makes sense. If they want to work on something else, they can go work on something else. Don't go ahead and just start talking shit to other members because you think something is wrong. I mean, yeah, it's an idea, but don't ruin it for other people. Like they have their own beliefs and we have our own, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But don't you see, with Anon being so anonymous and not having any central leading, can't there be threat actors put into place to affect and hurt you guys?
Of course, you also got the undercover, that so-called undercover that's trying to stop the movement. But we're so fucking huge, and not even just the United States, like in any other fucking country, they say that we're not even a thing anymore. But go ahead and post that on whatever, see if it goes viral, and see how many anons respond back to you. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a hacktivist to be in the movement. You don't have to be an activist to be in the movement. You could put on the mask whenever you want to and claim that, oh, I am anonymous, I support the movement. Like that's literally all you would have to do. You don't have to ask for permission, you don't have to talk to certain people, you don't have to do anything like that. And that's what people are getting things mixed up.
I have a mask of Anonymous. Yeah, I have evidence of that. The police has evidence of that. Um, I am not anonymous. I don't say, I don't know if I support the movement or not, but I gave them visibility. I try to show what they're doing, no judging. Uh, is that making me be wanting or not part of the movement? Or can I opt out and say I'm not anonymous despite of having the mask and doing what I'm doing?
No different than we're supporting the protesters, and the protesters are really fucking with the movement. They don't have to join the movement, they don't got to wear the mask, they don't got to do anything. And if they really fuck with the movement, then they can fuck with the movement. There's nothing bad about enjoying something, or what do you call that, what's that word I'm looking for, um being knowledgeable of something
Mhm.
that others don't really know about, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like Second
Yeah,
Amendment and First
Right,
Amendment and all
right,
those.
right.
yeah, and in particular, that makes sense. And that makes sense because of something that happened a couple of days ago. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, absolutely.
See, are you
Any
more
other?
about fighting for the Constitution or just a.
I don't think it's about constitutions or anything like that. It's about okay, corruption. It's about doing things that are not okay. It's about abuse of power. It's about yeah, being doing dirty things that are affecting innocent people, and yeah, uh, basically protecting the people, the regular human being that is living in this planet, not being in any position of power, but being yeah, controlled by a structure of power that yeah, is imposing you to do certain things, to uh, I don't know, not respecting certain rights that should be respecting, making laws that are completely abusive, and in order just to control you more and get to know more about you than you should. I mean, yeah, abusing of of that power. What?
Mhm. Hi, Ghost Rider.
Website? Oh, hi, Australia.
Earn money.
What?
Sorry.
Please tell me something that help me to earn money in cyberspace.
Okay, something. Okay,
I'll tell
okay.
you
You,
one
you
thing. It'll be
you
like
can
this.
commit romance scams. Yeah, that can make you make money. It's also a
Mhm.
crime, but anyway.
Uh,
No, I was giving ideas. I'm not. I mean, he didn't mention whether it were legal or not, the way of making money. So I was just trying to help. But anyway, when he left for some reason or was removed, I don't know. I guess okay.
but I got a
Sorry about
question.
that.
Why
Yeah.
Spider, why have you only been fucking around with foreign entities and not American?
Who said that
Um,
he didn't do it?
Um, well, I haven't just because I haven't posted about anything American. My other Twitter
Understood.
page was suspended because because all I did was attack American, like every single police department. Let's say Minneapolis Police Department when that BLM shit was going on. I shut down Minneapolis the police department for a couple weeks. Chicago PD, I shut down for a couple weeks. LAPD, I shut down for a couple weeks. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I've done and haven't posted about because Twitter and social media like to silence my page or suspend and all that. And I'm not trying to go through all that again.
Yeah.
Like Moms for Liberty, right? Moms for Liberty was known as a hate group. They like all politicians, Republicans were going towards Moms for Liberty, and then I shut down Moms for Liberty for about 3-4 weeks and just let it be known like they're a hate group. They don't care about nobody else type shit. And next thing you know, they completely shut down and got noted for being a hate group. And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, a question because I'm ignorant, I don't know. Okay, Vendetta Mafia. Okay, what is Vendetta Mafia? What is that look in terms of as part of the movement?
So Vendetta Mafia, I mean, Vendetta has been around since what, 2008, and just vengeance, like people that deserve on hacks that's coming to them, like if that makes sense, like exposing on what needs to be exposed to the public, no different than the movement, but it's just a hacking team that supports the movement and is for the anonymous movement, like how other hacking teams was for the movement, and then they want to do some black hat stuff that wasn't for the movement, so they'll step away from the movement so they can continue on doing their black hat whatever, to whatever governments, etc., etc. But Vendetta Mafia is just a branch off the anonymous movement that supports the movement, and we do what we do towards on expose on what needs to be exposed to the public.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. And okay, uh, how was Vendetta Mafia created? If you want to ask him, and why? I mean,
Vendetta was
you don't have to answer.
created. Vendetta Mafia. I mean, we've been around for a long time, but Vendetta Mafia really got known once I put it known in 2022, and that was on Operation Iran. We hacked literally every single government website of Iran, shut down a lot of their websites for hours and days, and it just kept making my Twitter page blow up. And then it got more Anons more interested in what we were doing, and so other Anons were asking for our help on other operations. And then we started from Operation Iran to Operation GOP, which is like the Republican side of the government in the United States. And so we attacked Tucker Carlson, Trump, Moms for Liberty, Alex Jones. Alex Jones was probably one of my biggest attacks that we've done in that year.
Hold on. How do you say the biggest attack when it was, as far as I researched, a $25 box technology involved in that device
So
with that?
he was saying that we spent millions and millions of dollars for a botnet when we just literally
No, no,
spent a $25 VPS server and built a botnet off the VPS server and used it towards his servers. Like,
yeah,
and so
that's
he
what
was
I'm
lying
saying.
to the people, making it sound good that we spent multi-million dollars on a fucking botnet and attacked
Yeah,
his
but that
show.
is known. That is
And
known. I mean,
yeah,
that claim that it was a state-sponsored
yeah.
actor behind that, uh, only being able to do that. Well, is it known that basically something that costed, I don't know, $100 to do? or I don't know. Is it known actually?
If
That fact
you
that
if
actually,
you if you know how to infect computers at a certain speed for the botnet to gather devices for it to have power behind the botnet, that would
yeah,
be, I
yeah,
can't
no,
really
but
say much. I can't really say much because then I'm just giving out
no,
details
no,
on
no.
how
My
to.
question is it known actually electrons or it was okay, proven, and they have to admit that okay,
Right.
it was not a national state group behind that or a group that had. I mean, involved a sophisticated and implied, yeah, very complicated and an attack that was implying a lot of resources and it was extremely complicated to do what was done with $100 and just in being smart enough to have the knowledge to do it. It was something that was really simple to do it and very cheap. And yeah, didn't require to have a government sponsoring that to do something that, like they were claiming. Is it that the people know out there, the media know? I mean, that attack was not what they were claiming that sophisticated.
And
It was
right. He was saying that it was a brute force attack when it had nothing to do with brute forcing. It was a straight DDoS attack that went onto his website, Span.video and Infowars. And Span.video had no protection on it, but it was a different subdomain for Infowars. And so I got the original IP off of Band.video. So I slapped Band.video. And when I slapped Band.video, it took out Max TV and Infowars at the same time. So they were running on the same fucking on the same server. And so when I hit down that same fucking server, it stayed down for I'd say almost 2 days, 3 days, and he just kept crying and crying and crying and saying that it was some false attack. I don't know.
So,
I'm
He
crying.
like
I'm
hey,
crying
literally
laughing.
lied about it.
hey,
David, welcome. David, welcome. Do
oh,
you have any song to about the spider? Sorry, go ahead, David. Welcome.
yeah, no, that's curious. I'm just wondering what's the deal. What's the deal with Alex Jones? Because he did expose the vaccine pretty early. It saved an awful lot of people, I thought. But I'm just wondering what's the deal there.
He's also a liar. I can tell you
Yeah,
that, David.
Everyone's a liar.
he lies
No, no,
about some
I can
things,
tell you that.
but at the end of the day, I am a hacktivist. I'm not really an activist. I mean, I'm gonna do it for the movement if somebody asks me and they give me a reason, like a valid reason. And that valid reason was because he's for the Republicans. And in order to get like attention out there that we're going after Republicans because of some corruption that's going on and we don't like on what they're doing to the people. Um, Obviously we're gonna attack any Republican big podcaster now because it's 2025 now, so everybody's podcasting, everybody's making interviews and all that kind of stuff. So if he's talking real highly on the Republican side and allowing Tucker Carlson and et cetera onto his podcast, what do you think we're gonna do? We're just gonna stay quiet? No, we're gonna attack where it hurts the most, and it's his website and it's his server. I mean, it's not against his people that are watching. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, yeah, they don't get to watch for like a couple days, but it's not hurting the people. It's hurting the person that owns the business. Like, and Alex Jones owns the business. His cybersecurity company, lazy as hell, and could have prevented all that, but nope, they did not.
Okay. No, that's good. That's good. No, hey man, I respect that for sure. Yeah.
Everybody has a voice and is willing to speak in their own way. Mine is not speaking, mine is actually doing. And if they don't listen to that, well, I'm going to do something way stronger to make it known. Hey, I got a voice and this is what you should be listening to, you know? And so, literally, if you go on my Twitter, you could see on what he had to say about my attack. And everything that he was saying was false. Like, it wasn't a brute force attack, it was a DDoS attack. And then he says his cybersecurity company said it was the most largest attack that they've ever read about. And it's like, okay, well then they don't really know nothing about a DDoS attack or anything that happened that day. So So yeah, it was just pretty
It's cool.
funny when
Yeah.
I did that.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool. I'll check your page. I'm gonna follow you anyway.
I appreciate it.
By the way,
But look,
David, for
hold on one
example,
second, Alberto.
present.
One second, one second,
Yeah.
one second. So like if you look on Alex Jones, right? He doesn't host it on any websites anymore. He doesn't. He hosts it on Twitter or you'll host it on Shopify. And if you know about Shopify, it's pretty damn hard to hit a Shopify website and keep it down for hours. So he literally changed his hosting. He literally changed his just view in general. And yeah, so obviously it did something for him to change his security and all that, right? So that was
It up quite
yeah,
a bit. Yeah. It's
yeah,
funny that he got back on Twitter right around the same time too,
yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
One second, guys. Hank, I can't get you up for some reason, so maybe you have to drop down and come back up and request. Okay, Hank? Like really, I've been trying to get you up here.
Sorry, who are you talking about, Samper? I don't hear
Oh,
you.
Hank is requesting. I've tried to get him up here. Apparently, I got Dexter up here, but I can't get Hank.
Okay, I see Hanker as a listener and not request. So a feature of Twitter, I mean a bug fucking feature. Okay, I don't see any requests. Or go ahead, Spider, continue. Or David, I don't know who was speaking.
Who else would
Oh,
like to
I'm
speak?
yeah, Spider. I was listening. Yeah.
I'm waiting on somebody else to ask me a question and I can answer. I know Dexter, I know you said a few things that I wouldn't say made me mad. It just made me not understand because of the movement. Like you were bothered by other people that was inside the movement, but that'll defeat the purpose of judgment. Like there shouldn't be no judgment wearing that mask. There shouldn't be no judgment on you helping out an operation or you starting up your own operation because that is the movement. You're helping the cause, you're helping the people. You're not there to argue with other people that's inside that movement. And yeah, you're gonna have those type of people that's probably doing an operation that shouldn't even be an operation. But at the end of the day, nobody's in charge to for us to say no, you cannot do that. I mean, yeah, you might not like it, but they're gonna do it anyways. But that's just the anonymous movement. That's them wearing the mask. That's them keeping themselves anonymous, if that makes sense. Um,
Right.
and like when it comes to like back then, like I'll go far back when I Anon Ops IRC. There's people such as MLT. If you guys know who MLT is, right? He was for the anonymous movement, but then started to see that others weren't doing anonymous things like for other operations. So he wanted to split his own way and do his own thing with Team Poison. And that's how that all started, is because he didn't like what other people were doing in the anonymous movement. But that's just some people. That's not all of us. There's thousands and thousands of us that's actually doing stuff and putting our lives on the line for these people. And for somebody to talk down on the movement is like, okay, now it's like a punch in the face. Like, well, why do you feel that way? It makes no sense to me.
All right. So, given that I already had a sensation that when you were telling those things, because I was in the room, I'll answer anything, questioning, please. And for the record, I wasn't trying to piss you off. I think I didn't explain myself well. So, when I was anonymous, I've mentioned this before. I mentioned it here on Twitter. I mentioned it on the YouTube interview that I had 6 months ago. Um, I split my own way. I wouldn't say necessarily left because I don't think you could ever leave something that was a part of you. I stepped down, and the reason why it was multitude of things that I saw that I just felt like it was not there. I don't want to get too elaborate because that's a whole conversation altogether, and it's seemingly that there's many people in the room.
That's what this
Um,
space is for.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm also writing about it, so it's kind of like I'm trying to keep everything like time wise. So I was seeing things like infighting between people. I saw things that I just was it turned me off. And I decided that from November of that year when I left to split my own way. And I, like many others that were former, I'm not going to name names because that's their own thing. Um, they have like their own way of seeing it. And for many years, I thought, what was the point of being an anon, given what I was seeing? So I had that question for many years. And looking back at it now from back then, I realized that, at the time I was an avid, I still am. I'm a defender of Anon and what it stands for. A lot of people that I've spoken to, let's say from the former Anon world, because I've met some of them. Some of them were from pre-Chinology days, so that was before activism took shape in Anon capacity. One or two people have told me, well, that Anon went down to shit ever since it became like an activist thing. They said a slur on top of it, but I'm not going to say it because, again, I don't think it's the right place to do it. So, and this was at the time when I kind of I went away and did other things. And it got me thinking of, okay, so it wasn't necessarily me who left seeing things. Other people older than me left because they didn't agree with some of the things that whatever they thought Anonymous stand for. And I didn't critique them. I didn't say anything. I just observed at that time. And then I'm like, okay, when I came back a couple years later, up to like last year, and I was seeing Anons doing their thing, including Spider. I ended up seeing that, I ended up changing my thinking in a way that people still did their own thing and still did for the cause, for the movement, and for the operations and stuff like that. And I was very happy about it. And then in some instances, I saw infighting, which it doesn't make any sense to me as to why, but, and for some reason, I think on one end, when I was seeing that, I'm thinking to myself, now this is me reflecting, you know, has anything changed from the time I went away or not? And then I was being conflicted, and I was conflicted in the last couple of months just to make sense of what was my past and what I think Anonymous is. And just recently, I sort of made peace with it because I understood Anonymous is and always will be a movement for the cause, for the people that are being oppressed. It always will be that, despite of how it started, because it started as a troll and then it evolved into being for what it is today. And I will always support that. Um, Me being on the outskirts of it now, I think I am no judge nor any of that to say, it's not what it used to be. I admit that fault. That's on me because I shouldn't. Because then I followed the steps of other people that haven't come to terms with why they left and everything.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Where were you when you had that idea of, okay, Anonymous isn't what you thought because of what you were seeing and what you were experiencing? Like, it could have been in a whole different channel, it could be a whole different chat, it could be, you know what I mean? So, like, where were you that you started getting that idea, oh, Anonymous shouldn't be like this?
I started I started seeing it not every platform I started seeing more of the infighting on Twitter than infighting in other chats that were non-affiliated at the time. Now you got to understand this was a couple of years back, so a lot of the names. Can anybody hear me by any chance?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Hi,
Okay.
everyone.
So I was in different places at different times. What I know that I was primarily at the time in Twitter because I started seeing a lot of the infighting in chat in the threads, and I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on? You know? And then for so many different things, like one side of, political, like left bitching about the right, that didn't sit well with me because for what I have understood, Anonymous had no side, had no value. We only went about the cause and cause only. whether you hacked a server or you did protesting on the street. You protested for the idea of what was being done that was wrong. That was the idea that I understood. At that time, I was seeing something completely different, something being okay. This is a little bit weird to me, but all right. And then once I started to notice it a lot more bigger was when the Minisaki Yen case happened, and pretty much everybody ignoring it, even though me and some others we thought that this could be a bigger thing, and it was. Me and the sect that I was in, we did what we could for that case to get the media to cover it because that's a. And I'm gonna touch upon that in the future in the writings that I do monthly. Um, we send the letters to media, and from either side, we didn't give a shit what it was because we felt that her case was being mishandled, as well as other soldiers' cases that they were buried in suicide. And and it did gain a little bit of recognition with because we didn't feel like the hacking was going to help because it was going to get us also. You're risking too much, and knowing from the first gen, the older folks that got arrested. We kind of felt like we were like in a tippy toe area. So long story short, we did our thing covertly. We never wanted credit for it or anything. This is actually the first time I'm discussing it, and we did that. And then later on, I still kept helping in ops and stuff like that. I was mostly in Op Safe Winter and also any humanitarian capacity op I wasn't in the hacking side of it because I was kind of trying to leave my past behind, which is I kind of touched on it before publicly a few times, but then I kind of was trying to do other things. Um, and then there was one case that just I pretty much saw everything it turned very ugly the more I was seeing with other people that I just decided, you know what, I need to step down being an anon because I don't think that in the mindset that I was in that November that I could have helped the movement at that time because I was very conflicted or very alienated and I just had to step down. And I even told the members of the sec at the time, if I have to leave you guys and if I have to leave all of it, then so be it. But I just need to, focus on this case that got in my desk that I just cannot ignore. And yeah, that night was decided that me and the sec we left. Or not left, but stepped down. I think that's the appropriate word because you can't necessarily leave Anon, at least in my opinion, because once you take on that mantle, you take on that thing, it doesn't necessarily you can't take it out of yourself, even if you step down from it. But it's hard for you to I don't know if I'm making any sense, but it's just my
No,
opinion on this matter.
you're making sense. No, my thing is like I don't know how anybody can get that side like that mental state of the anonymous movement not caring or anything that what you were just saying.
Right.
Like let me list off a whole bunch of operations that I was a part of, right? So
Sure.
Operation Tunisia, Operation Egypt, Operation India, Operation Malaysia, Operation Orlando, Operation Syria, Operation Darknet, Operation India, Operation Quebec, Operation Syria again, Operation Japan, Operation USA, Operation NSA, Operation Egypt, 2.0, Operation Ferguson, Operation Hong Kong, Operation KKK, Operation ISIS, Operation Flint, Michigan, Operation Anonymous Sedan, Operation George Floyd, Operation Blue Leaks, Operation Myanmar, Belarus, Operation Russia, Operation Iran again, Operation GOP, Operation Iran again, Operation GOP again, Operation Moms for Liberty, Operation Alex Jones, Operation Israel and Palestine, Operation Russia, the second wave, Operation Georgia, Operation Venezuela. Like I can keep going on and on and on with these
Right.
operations, and it all means something for
Right.
the people itself. So what
Right.
what what put you in that mindset that we did not care or anything like that. That's what I want to know, because I know I heard some darknet diary stories and wanted to see like where people like what their heads were at when they said they were a part of the anonymous movement and supported it, and then they said something along the lines about we were doing a targets that shouldn't even be targets, et cetera, et cetera. But
Right.
but that I guess I could see why people would want to move away from the movement, but it doesn't give them an actual reason on why they moved from the movement. Does that make sense? Like,
No, I get what you're saying. You're seeing it from from a completely perspective of you being in it, and I can respect that. You know, I think my only answer to that question is it would only happen in an operation that you feel so strongly about that maybe other people may not would want to jump in. Like I could name a perfect one right now, Steubenville. That one, even though many people say it was an operation, it was successful and it gained international attention. But if you read from, I believe, one of the books that talks about it, that was written by one of the members who were in it
yeah,
at the time, they literally said flat out that it was an operation that nobody wanted to do. The few people that did it, obviously my respects, because they stood up about sexual violence and corruption within Steubenville and what they did, because there was a lot more
can
involved than
I
just a rape of
can I
a
mention
high
something?
schooler.
Can I
Sure,
mention something? So,
sure,
okay, I'm gonna give out a few operations, right? Operation Moms
right,
for Liberty, Operation GOP, Operation Iran, and Operation Venezuela, and there's another one. I'm trying to think. Well, I'll just stick with those for right now. So Operation Moms for
sure,
Liberty. Nobody was doing that operation but Vendetta Mafia. Operation GOP.
right.
Only a couple people were doing Operation GOP, but that wasn't stopping us from doing these operations for making it right for the people. So
Right.
I still don't understand on where you're coming from when you said there's not a lot of people that wants to do that operation. But if you know
A
that
lot of
it's
people.
right for the people, you should be the one to show the people that it's right for you to be a protester and protesting for that reason, whatever that reason may be.
It's not me saying it. I'm quoting off of the book just at the top of my head. I would have to find the book because it literally spells it out right there.
Okay.
I will tell you right now. I didn't heard about the operation when I was around at that time because I was doing Amanda Todd. Amanda Todd basically, when I was doing it, and I would like to clarify for people, I was not an anonymous member at that time. I was with my own group doing that whole shit for like about, I would say, good 2 to 3 years, and it didn't stop when Amanda's blackmailer was arrested and whatever. I had to literally help out other people or in other kids that are being victimized. But I don't want to make it about that completely. But if I would have found out at that time from anonymous that if about the student bill, I would have jumped in 100%. Why? Because it's something that I think is the human aspect that I was all right with. Now I needed to also preface from the fact that before then I was out going out protesting for a good solid 3 years for the immigration stuff because and the only reason that happened is because I was in the police lineup when I was 13 for a case that happened in May Day 2007 when they confused me for one of the protesters that was throwing the cops some shit and they put me in and all that. But that's a different story altogether. And so I wanted like a breakaway and just focus on human cases like that. And Amanda Tots hit my desk and I was so focused on that. I heard Steubenville, I believe around New Year's Day on 2013, I believe. And I did not know that it was not a popular operation that people didn't want to do. And the few people that did it, my respects. That I ended up finding out through Commander X and other people who were involved in it. And they told me, and also in the book, I believe it was Commander X who wrote it. He mentions that, and he also spoke to me personally when I met him. So, that's why I say it's not a popular op, because it was quoted in the book, and also I spoke with the people who were involved in it, and the founder of the sect being one of them that I was part of. So that's why I say that. Now, in terms
Can I
of
say one more
my
thing?
own, sure.
Like when it comes to being a popular operation, it doesn't become a popular operation until you make it popular. That's where the hacktivist comes. That's where we actually put out the message and make it really well known that whatever they're
Right,
doing is not okay, and we're gonna make it a popular operation and want more of the movement or whoever to be a part in this operation to stop on whatever that cause is, if that makes sense.
right. No, I get you. Any cause that I take on personally, or that I took on back in the day, I didn't check if it was popular or not. I checked if the target was the right thing to do for the people and for the victim, then I'm 100% in. No questions asked. Even today, even though technically I'm retired, but in behind the scenes, if somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, there's something I need help in. I'm wondering if you can help me because of this and this and this." If I find that it's something that I feel like I can give an input, then by all means I'm in. And this is why I say that I kind of never left anonymous in that sense, because I'm still fighting for the people, except I'm doing it a bit differently than what most anons would do. And that's where I say in some aspect I was wrong, and I will admit to that. But in terms of why I stepped down because it was a case that involved a very close friend of mine who was being utterly harassed and all that. And there was a group of people that were being targeted as well. Nobody pretty much gave a shit about it. So I'm like, okay, I need to step away, focus on this, and then, whatever happens, happens. And I'm not gonna lie, I was angry because I was confused. Mostly that's what happened. But hey, me personally, right? I can only speak for me. In some ways, that had to happen in order for me to understand the clarity that I have now, which is anonymous is an idea, anonymous is what you make of it, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. It's that simple.
I can agree.
So in the part of what I said to you, I was wrong. I should not have said that personally. Um, that being said, I've had, when I was an anon and I met older anons that left from like Chinology days, they would literally tell me, "Oh, anonymous went to shit when they went all, moral fagging." That's what the slur was. So I'm like, "Yeah, go fuck yourself." That was usually my response. But I get it now. I get it why they said it. I understand why, and for the people that are still anons, do your thing. I'm not gonna sit here and say and dictate whatever you guys can and cannot do. Um, that's for me though. I don't know about others. Others have their own strong opinions about it. Um, you know, that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Anybody else have
Any more
anything to say?
questions?
No, I have no questions. I just wanted to get my statements out and get your opinions on what you thought, and then if you really changed your mind about the anonymous movement and now what you really see of it than what you have seen of it, which is good. I just wanted to see
Right.
where your head was at.
Yeah. No. It took me a while to get to this point. I will admit, because the people that leave, they leave for their own reasons. It's not like flipping the switch one day you were and one day you're not. And I will write this in an article in about an art in August. I will write about it. It will be in my GitHub. I'm not in any official news or whatever or publication. I write with my free time, whenever I have time from work. Um, I will write about what in the mind space of somebody who wasn't anon or who stepped down or left or whatever, what their headspace is at when they are in that situation. And again, I can only speak for myself. I cannot speak for other people. Other people may resonate with it, some of them may not, and that's okay. You know, everybody has a voice, and you know, whatever if you feel that you want to express yourself, by all means. I could only speak from my own experience, and maybe if similarly, if an anon is in that position, I usually, and I did have in DMs one, not going to say who they are, but I will say that I told them, I said, look, leaving is not easy. If you do have that option, if you want to step down and focus on other stuff, you can. It's not going to be easy because this is all you know. But if you do, make sure you take care of yourself first before you do anything. And that's what I told that person. But you know, there's not a lot of things that, you know, every person who was an anon and who left, they had their own reasons. I had mine, and I come around to it because I finally understood certain things. And like I said, for those who are still anon and they still hold it down and do what it is they need to do to get the message out, you know, power to them. You know, I'm just I'm just an orbiter again. I don't know how this goes. I don't know how this goes at all, but you know,
I just
I'm just
what I want to
observer.
know. What I want to know. It's not even just from you. Like when you said that
Right,
the movement went to shit. Like the only way of the movement going to shit is whatever team, whatever sect that they were a part of that was following the movement and all that kind of stuff. It
right,
had to been the team itself. It can't be the whole movement because the whole movement is different. Like
right.
meeting people like myself or meeting other old head anons, um and like they'll say different too on, okay, was it worth it? Like people will actually go to prison, people will actually die just to be a part of this movement. And that's what
Right.
gets me frustrated and agitated, because people are saying, oh, the movement's just gone to shit. Okay, how did it go to shit? It makes no sense to me.
Okay, so this, I know what you're telling me is about the old head that I spoke to. I spoke to him in around 2021 because that's when I met him. And we talked about, you know, the operation he was in, which was I believe, preach analogy. So I'm talking about, you know, he was involved in Hasbro Hotel incident, I believe. I don't know if that the official name of the operation. He was in the whole raiding of a radio host. He was involved in that when it was all about trolling. Okay. So once Pro- Project Analogy stopped, and then he saw some other stuff that was happening that were, to him, it was more fagging. That's when he decided to leave because he wasn't about the whole preaching of the hacktivism and all that. He was more about the trolling aspect and that sort of thing. So that's why he left. And
Which could have been
he,
still a thing.
yeah, no, but let me finish. And I told him, I'm like, look, bro, like you left because you left because you couldn't understand that Anonymous itself had to evolve from that. You know, because in a sense, the movement has to evolve at some point. It can't just stay static forever, at least in my opinion. Um, and they understood it, but they weren't that. They just weren't. So I'm like, okay, that's your personal preference then, you know, because we did have like a good 3 to 4 hour conversation about that. And then, you know, and then he and I became friends. He still did his trolling thing. I still gave him whatever advice he needed on certain things. Not because he needed help in trolling. It's more to do it better. And unfortunately, I do have a tenacity to like give ideas to make shit better. I don't know. That's what people tell me. Don't quote me. But and then after a while, I kind of, you know, for some coincidence of life, he ended up meeting somebody that he ended up marrying. So now he lives currently in Australia, from what I know of, and it was actually a friend of mine he got married to. So, you know, kudos to him. He had a good happy ending. But you know, for him, it was more the fact that he couldn't stand the whole moral fagging of Anonymous, using his words. And me personally, when I was circling around Anonymous at that time, before even stepping into being involved in it, I was already doing humanitarian stuff before I got involved in it. And then right afterwards, it was more just, keeping up with that aspect of it. I never stopped being humanitarian. Like I've given things out to people. I helped out in homeless shelters. I literally, I guess, I've seen more people OD in my lifetime and I've never even touched a drug myself. So, I personally, for me, I was doing all these things before even turning to being an anon, and then leaving it. It was just a question of just seeing things that I just didn't feel right to me, and I just decided to like step out. And I told the sec quite literally, I said, look, I can't stand being of a movement in that regard when I'm not seeing anything represented. So if I need to step out, I gotta step out, and I have to leave you guys for it, and so be it. But I need to do this for myself. And they had their own reasons why they stepped away. Um, from infighting to chasing clout, which, I mean, that's subjective for people, but they had their own reasons. I had mine, and we made the decision that November night to step away. I think the tweet is still up on to this day. I would have to go find it, but yeah, that's essentially my own history of leaving, not leaving, step down. I have to remember, I stepped down from it, and then I spent a good solid years just trying to find meaning into that part of my life until I ended up understanding it. I would say 3 weeks ago. So it took a while. But yeah, all this I'm gonna write it down so people can understand. Because right now I'm trying to like keep it all together when it's completely complicated. So any more observations or questions people have for me?
Go ahead, Ron.
Hello, guys. Dexter, I have a question. I know I might be a
Sure.
little bit late and I might, missed certain parts and I will check it out later. But I want to ask you, when
Sure.
did you join Anonymous and what was your main reasoning?
So I joined Anonymous, I believed, around before the George Floyd riots happened. So I joined around 2020 before George Floyd protest happened, and I'll explain this all in the article that I'll write about. Because I'm not gonna hold anything back in that article. Actually, I have that finished. I'm just revising it. I joined it because there was a couple factors that were happening. Um, I was invited to the sec actually that I joined at that particular time. So when I joined the sec, I joined the movement in a sense, even though technically speaking, if I were to calculate my own understanding, I think I probably at heart I joined before, but to make it officially, I joined around 2020 at that time before the George Floyd riots happened. Um, and even then, before even being a part of the movement, I was already connected with some of the old. I'm talking about people who were involved in Chinalanji, Arab Spring. So I was already talking to a lot of these people, and I have far a bit of a more insight than most. I talked to those who were in MOSEC, but not like the famous ones that were arrested, the associated people that were in MOSEC at that particular time. So I already had an understanding of the movement before I became involved in it, if that makes any sense. Um, and why I joined it? Very simple. I was already doing humanitarian and protesting before I even became an anon. It just seemed like it was a natural fit to do.
So your
That's
reasoning basically was that you wanted to be part of something more powerful than the government itself, or was it because you just accidentally got into the anonymous circle and then you were like, okay, I want to be part of it?
no, I mean, So the government aspect of it, of understanding corruption, I understood it since I was little. Just to paint the picture. Corruption existed already before I understood what it meant to drive a car. Okay. That being said, I think I joined Anonymous again because it felt natural to do. I was already involved in it heavily without me being officially in. So me being officially in, it was kind of like a ring on your finger, basically. The corruption aspect that was even before I became an anon, you know, because I was already fighting that in terms of really sick people that hunted down kids and stuff like that, and I still do go after them, but not in the way that you know like DDoSing sites and all that. No, I just I find them, I report them, and then I move on. Because that in itself is a pain in the ass. You know, and then because of my job now in legal, which I'm involved with the whole legal aspect of it, so I'm kind of like in a very weird area myself professionally. So there's that. But I hope that can answer your question. If I'm a pain in the ass to answering questions, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just, what I wanted to know was that, as far as I know, mostly anonymous members usually join the movement because they want to do something very important and, powerful, and they want to support or protect other people. So when I was listening to you, I felt like I could not see the, strong reasoning. And that's why I asked the questions. And then you later mentioned that, you kind of left it because you didn't like, but, it's a movement that basically stands to support innocence. So it's not like, from my point of view, I don't feel like you can leave a movement. You just maybe take a break or something, and you just, take care of yourself. But it's not like, leaving the movement is exactly possible, because you either want to be part of it or you are getting tired of it and you need to take a break or something like this. But you can't really say the movement gets shittier or anything like that, because that movement is basically one of the most powerful movements that exists in this world, and it has bigger voice than any other media platforms. So
Right.
the reasoning, it is so powerful because it stands for certain principles that basically overpowers any government in the world. So to say that movement went shitty or I left it, it just sounded weird, it just sounded confusing for me. But no judgment. It's it's your choice. It's your life. You either want to be part of it or you don't. But I was just, little bit confused with the reasonings. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So I understand what you're saying. I completely get it. I think the only way you can understand from any of us that have went through that, you have to be put in our shoes, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me in particular, I was the same as you guys. I'm not gonna bullshit y'all. I was the same as you guys. I wouldn't understand why people would leave until it happened to me. So it's a question of, you know, you being put into a position where you gotta like re-examine things. And that came to me. And I did not handle that well. And to be fair to myself, there's not anybody that tells you, hey, this is what's gonna happen when you are in that crossroads. There's nobody there that can tell you, hey, this is what's gonna happen, this and this and this and this. It's trial and error. So you might not understand my positioning, and I'm okay with that. Just like you, just like me, I try to understand your reasoning of how you feel a certain way. I get it too. And I completely understand and I respect it. It's you guys' life, it's your choices, it is what it is. The wrong of me of what I admitted before was saying it without actually explaining fully of why I felt that way. That was the wrong of me because I ended up being no different than other people who do the same fucking thing, but they do it more harsher than I did. So and it took me quite a while for me to get to this point to pretty much find the peace to understand why I moved a certain way and why things and events happened for me to get to this point. So to simplify the answer, I get it. The only way you could understand what any of us went through, the people that stepped down, is when you are in the footsteps of ours. And for the most part, I hope it does not happen to any of you because it's not a very good feeling once you step into those shoes and then try to figure out what to do. I hope it don't. But if it does, just know it's no different than any of us before you guys been through. I'm just open enough to admit what took me to get to this point. That's all I can say. Jesus.
I respect that, Dox.
Rebel One, anything else, Rebel?
No, I think I got my answers. I just, I was just curious because, from my point of view, Anonymous is about values. It's not obligation. You don't have to be part of it. No, it's not meant for everybody. I usually think that it's meant for the people who are able to do heroic stuff in a virtual way. So it's not something that is meant for everybody. It's just something that is all about values and what makes you drive to do all sorts of crazy stuff that makes you risk your life. Because, hacktivism is one of the hardest thing to do. Even though I'm not a hacktivist, I'm an activist who actually organizes rallies and stuff. And I know from my own experience that Anonymous does huge job during this, political crisis or protesting or stuff like that. So I have
Right.
different type of view towards them, and I actually know what they are all about. And I'm one of those people, who gets triggered by, seeing criticizing things about Anonymous, because unlike others who are not activists, I actually know what they do and what they do it. So I just want the reasoning for someone who says that, he left the movement and it's done, it's shitty or stuff like that, because I just could not get it. But I understood your reasoning, and thank you for your response.
Yeah,
Yeah, no worries.
yeah. Thank you, Rebel, and for those questions and your answers, Dexter. And then leads me to another thing. Okay, you said, Rebel, that yeah, it's not for everybody being part of Anonymous or being a activist. I mean, yes, absolutely. I mean, if you are going to do that, you are going to be doing things that can end up in for you being arrested, spending 10 or more years in prison, or have, I don't know, and having been in prison, I know that being in prison involves, okay, having your life being affected in time or destroyed, and not only you, it's about the people around you. If you are risking you about, it's about you, the people you love, the people of the environment. If you are a mother with children, are you a person who is going to risk actually being arrested and sent to prison and leaving their kids out there without a mother for 10 years? Are you going to risk that? Is that a risk that you are going to take? And Alex Dexter, okay, you mentioned that right now with your current work, you it's not compatible, or is something that is something that would not be uh, compatible, or you couldn't go to,
No, so
yeah.
let me explain. So in terms of risking your life, well, I can only speak for me, right? So I've been risking my life doing things for people ever since I was 13 years old. And some things were like really dark things. And I'm not going to elaborate on that. So the risking of getting arrested and getting and all that, that doesn't bug me as most people would be bugged about that certain thing. I mean, my father was arrested for drug trafficking. So danger in a sense already came with that, you know. Um, and his name appears on the paper. It did appear on the papers, and even recently, when they celebrated the 10th anniversary of his arrest, which to me was shocking because I'm like, why in the fuck would you celebrate somebody who's still in prison for 10 years? But that's not the point. So let's take away from that. So currently, right now, I will always be anonymous inside of me because I will always believe the mantra. That's how I look at it. But for me to step in and be active under the mask, I kind of feel that would be like akin to the nostalgia aspect of what could have been for me had I still continued. And I don't think that's fair for those who the people that want to step in and want to make their own mark, especially when I already was made with um, my other names that I had in the past. I just feel like anonymous can only grow via the new people that come in. The only thing I can do is give back. And if by giving back means giving advice to those that want to like trust me enough to tell me what's bugging them, then by all means, that's my little token to give back. But especially with my job now that I work in legal and I have bills to pay and stuff like that, yeah, that's kind of hard for me to like go back under the mask. So now the only thing I can do, humbly, is give advice to those that, feel like I can help them in some way. That's how I look at it.
So technically, you are still involved in the movement, right?
I'm more of an orbiter now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So for me, I made amends with the fact of why I left, why it happened, and I'm okay with it. Some people can tell you very differently. They can say, oh, it's full of shit, or it went to shit with this and this and this. I wouldn't discount them, but at the same time, you know, make sure that what they're telling you isn't necessarily something that might happen to you in the future. Because I didn't do that. And that's the only reason why I'm saying that, because I was told the same thing by 3 different people within the movement when I was in it fully, and I didn't listen until it happened to me.
So can you tell us the specific reason why you left, and what made you so, exhausted that you wanted to take a break?
So I left because, again, it was a case that it came to my desk that involved somebody that I know. They were being
Oh,
utterly harassed with group patrols were harassing this woman who was a single mother, barely doing anything extraordinary that would recall that. Now, usually in those circumstances, I would say, go to the police and do something. But what made this different is that, the one of them happened to be MAP affiliated, um, and then she was not the only victim. There was others as well. And the reason why my friend was harassed is because she kind of rejected the dude that, they were trying to start something. I don't know, like start something. And the harassment happened because of that. And this dude recruited that map. And I just couldn't sit back and watch anymore. And and it wasn't just her, it was also friends of hers that were victims as well of the harassment, getting doxxed and swatted and all that. I'm like, I can't, you know, I can't stand back and see this happen. And I let it go with Vanessa when I didn't, when, you know, because I felt that with Vanessa, more could have been done. But I was not going to let that happen to my friend. So I said, look, if nobody from the movement wants to help me, I might as well spin out on my own. And I'm saying it in nice words because at the time I pretty much cussed out people in the sec for it. I'm like, you know, if I need to step out and if I have to leave you guys, so be it. If I have to leave the movement behind, fuck it. I did not care. And we debated 2 hours of it actually. And then that night we pretty much the founder of that set posted that announcement of us stepping down, and we did. And we branched out to helplocalleaks.org and their investigations and stuff like that. But I did not come into that until like a year later afterwards. So I helped out my friend's case, and that took me a good solid 3 years until that was done with. And then I finally came back around after that was over. By that, I mean orbiting as I am now. And then I
Okay.
met Spider in the chats. So that's how we met.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any more questions, guys?
Any,
I mean,
yeah,
I'll answer anything you guys want to ask of me. Might as well, since I'm here.
thank you. Samper, any question?
Oh, I just got a question for Spider, actually. Spider, what color hat do you wear then? I always ask anonymous people this.
Spider, are you
Did we lose?
Spider?
Mm-hmm.
Ask the question.
Oh, Texas. What color hat did you wear when you were anonymous?
Oh, you're asking me or you're asking Spider?
I'm asking you now, since Spider disappeared apparently.
So, you, Dexter?
I wear a fedora and I wear a baseball cap.
I said what color, motherfucker, not what type.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm
Motherfucker,
talking
I
about.
answered the goddamn question. You said what type of hat I wear. I told you the type I had. It's just like,
Wait,
the
was
fuck,
it
bro?
black or white?
Thank you. Or gray.
Most black, always black, because
Oh,
and the reason why is because I've always been in the dark.
I like the
okay.
So
honesty.
I love black. I love black. I mean, I love the dressing white, black, and yeah, yeah. It's a good one.
I like gray.
I always say
But
I'm colorblind, and so I'm very bad when it comes to actually identifying which color I'm wearing. But anyway, uh, yeah, I have that problem. That is something that is regarding to that problem.
so yeah, now we got that out of the way of me having to explain myself why I thought the ways that I did. But obviously, it's something that needed to be said, and I wanted to come up and say it, but because I was just too tired from work or my audio was not working, so I couldn't really say it. So I'm glad that I was able to say it today.
Well, I'm glad that you came and you were able to speak and share that with us and answer the questions and yeah, and tell us so many things that are interesting regarding your experience
Yeah.
in the movement and yeah, and tell me more about okay. So now you are going to be writing and publishing. What exactly?
Yeah. So I write every month on GitHub. I put all the writings there. And the reason why GitHub, why not? Like, it's a place where, you know, obviously it's known for putting code, right? But I also figured why not put articles in there for archive purposes, even if I'm not published or anything. So I write whatever. I wrote about the one time I almost got back to doing op child safety. I've written about my time appearing in that YouTube channel, Software Underbelly. I write about my time during phishing because the free domain era of that time. I've written about surveillance. I could write you literally about anything that I know of and that I've been through out of my personal experience. Like next month, I'm gonna put the article about me helping cheaters because that was fun. Um, so I did help cheaters with their own stuff for a good year during. This was before the Ashley Madison hack, and then afterwards. So that's gonna be fun to explain. Then, of course, the anonymous article will come out where I do explain where the mind space of a person who is in that position of reading or feeling a certain thing, because I don't think anybody's really wanting to talk about that because it's a taboo subject for people, and I understand it completely. Then, obviously, right now I'm working on one of the articles of comparing Discord and Telegram bots, and then IRC, and I think this one might like Spider might like a little more because I've actually been in RSC um, from 2012 to 2014. I was in IRC, not just in and on IRC, but also in other places from all over the world. That especially in Osaka, where it's just when I got one of my names that I wear it in Japanese. Well, hopefully it's in correct correct spelling and all that. But so and then explaining, the going over the 2014 nude hack and my time in, almost getting approached by an OnlyFans model to pretty much do work for her in terms of IT stuff. So that's going to be fun to talk about. Certain things that I've been through in my life and other or topics of, international attention or whatever, just my take on it. And I do that on my spare time whenever I have spare time because legal work is very exhausting. So oftentimes I'm super tired and I just I go work, come home, rest, sleep, do it all over again the next day. So I really don't have time to dedicate myself as I would like on certain things. This is what I do now.
Dexter, hold on. You're spending a lot of hours on a space host, hours and hours and hours. So yeah, you have some time that apart from working, and that's just kidding. No, but really, no, you're spending a lot of time here on spaces, mostly viewing, and posting things. I mean, sharing, for example, when I started being interested in what was going on in Mexico, yeah, you really gave me some very interesting information. So
Right.
yeah, so you have time to be in my spaces that are long, and we talk about all kind of things, and still you stay here.
So So here's the thing with you, Alberto. I come to your spaces and I don't say anything because either I'm working or I'm doing something. The times that I'm able to actually talk are the few little times that I have to literally spend time and talk. So that's one. Number two, we've met before under my one of my other names. So I've known of you for quite a while. Um, that being said, usually if I am in spaces, I'm usually just listening because I don't do not much of the talking crap. Like I really don't. This is like the longest time I spend on a space me talking. Um, but I'm glad of doing it because I got to clear our air on some things and hopefully people understand me a little bit. If not, it's okay too. I mean, that's what my Twitter is there for. If anybody has questions, I'll answer you.
Okay, thank you.
It's that simple with me.
Yeah, okay, thank you for answering that, and thank you for being in the space as a host. And yeah, that's very curious. One question: why would an OnlyFans uh, person ask you for IT services? I mean, that sounds so curious. I mean, yeah,
It was a job interview, Alberto. It was a literal job interview, and I believe in one of the talks, she kind of asked me for technical, what would I do in a technical scenario? And I explained it to her, and she's like, "Oh, you used to work in computers." I'm like, "You have no idea." And that's what that happened. But again, I will explain that in one of the articles that I will write about. I don't know when that will come out, but when it does, I hope people can learn something from, or they can laugh. I mean, my articles are not that serious, but also if it can educate you, cool. If it can make you laugh, cool too. I'm just humble you read.
Yeah. So you have that on a repository in GitHub, and you are going to publish that keep it there, and people will have access to that to there, because I think that it would be not a way of actually reaching or making it available to most of the people are not. I don't see most of the people actually going to GitHub to read those articles. So how, I mean, you're having that there, and are you keeping that there published, or are you going to, I don't know, use a WordPress site to publish, or I don't know, use Medium?
I have no idea what I'll take that, honestly. I really don't know if I really want to like take it to publishing because or like WordPress because I've done it before in WordPress. I mean, I tried to get the feeling for it and I just didn't feel it.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
yeah,
nope, this is not doing it for me.
yeah,
So for me, I was just like, GitHub's easy because I can just upload the sheet. If people want to read it, cool. If not, cool too. I'm not, that's not my core job. My core job is working in the legal, in the firm that I am now. That's my bread and butter. So the articles, I just do them out of my, whenever I have a chance to really write something. And that doesn't come too often. I sometimes would write 2 to 3 articles in one day and just edit in the little times if I feel like I need to edit something, spelling, or a memory comes to me, then I put it there and then I revise and all that stuff.
yeah. For me, for example, it's simple. Okay, for when I write something that I cannot put in Twitter, or I okay, I have my website, but it's a mess. Uh, I can post things there, but I use Medium. I go to Medium and post it there. Okay, it has its limitations and other issues, but okay, it's a simple way of actually putting out it in a much more friendly format and easy way for people to access to it. And yeah, but it's just an idea. And then also I use LinkedIn. I have a newsletter there. Okay, I can post it. I can post it just as an article, or or in the newsletter. And yeah, it's another way of another alternative that I use to publish things that I write. And then also, what was the other way? Wow, there are so many ways. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Twitter actually, Twitter has this feature actually, but I don't really like using the tools of Twitter because they are here today and tomorrow they're gone. The Twitter articles, yeah, that's another way that when I had access to a feature, now you have to pay for the premium to have access to us. Was very interesting. I love it, but then okay, with the basic premium was removed that feature, uh, which is completely not fair. I mean, you're paying for that feature, and you have access to it, and then now you have to pay more in order to keep it. But it is something that for me was wow, this is amazing. I really like it. Yeah, so those were alternatives apart from having a blog or doing that on WordPress or another.
That's what That's why I don't buy Twitter. I don't buy the Twitter badge. Like, fuck that. I'm not, no. Like, yeah, I'm never gonna spend, I don't know how much premium is now. Like, I'm not gonna spend that much. Like, no. I'm still, I guess you can say, old fashioned that way. Like, if I'm gonna do something, it's gonna be, you know, the way I feel, and I know it's best, even if it does not make sense to other people, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not meant for everybody. So
Well,
people want to read my.
yeah.
Go
No,
ahead.
actually, what you are posting in particular, the content that you mentioned you are going to publish, yeah, now second thoughts, yeah, it's going to be for people that actually, yeah, they are going to feel like doing in GitHub could be wow a way of actually reaching those people because yeah, I don't know, and I don't know, yeah, Tamper,
I mean,
yeah, sorry,
go ahead.
no, Dexter continue and then Tamper.
No, I'll let Dumper have his question because I think he's raising his question.
Yeah, I just want to know what happened on YouTube, the soft white underbelly.
Ah, I got shit on. That's what happened.
Did you? Yeah, that's
So
fucking
I
weird.
went. So I'll explain you guys the story. Spider already somewhat
Can
knows
I
about it
can
because he
I
was with
can I
me.
can I tell you something before you explain that story?
Sure.
You ruined it for a lot of other anons to talk their
Hmm.
story because of that.
Well, there you go.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying because I was gonna try clearing up what you were talking about on soft white underbelly, as in for the anonymous movement, because that's what I'm doing this year, right? I'm coming out of the
Sure.
so-called shadows and really pushing forward the anonymous movement, talking more about the anonymous movement because a lot of people are portraying it as a whole different thing of what it really is, if that makes
Right.
sense. So
Right.
me going out of my way to send them an email and video, because I guess that's what you have to do for to be on that podcast. They denied it because I was gonna wear a mask. I was gonna wear the anonymous mask, and I was really gonna talk about the movement. But after the whole situation that happened with you, it literally and just shut me out. Like, I wasn't able to speak on what I needed to speak on, to fix on whatever you
Right.
were talking about, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what made me upset. Um, when it comes to like that, and that's why I wanted to talk to you in a space or somewhere to let it be known, like, the movement is not what you're thinking the movement is, or what other people are telling you it is, because nobody can judge an idea. You
Right.
understand? Like, nobody should have an opinion on anybody else's idea. If you got your own idea, then come up with your own idea and work on that idea, on that operation, et cetera, et cetera. That's
Right.
how it always should be. That whole judgment is far beyond being an anon, because being an anon, you're not supposed to know who that person is. You're supposed to keep on with going with the people and helping the people, going after the corruption, letting
Right.
it known on what's right and what's wrong. You know?
Right. So I understand in that aspect of it. And then I'm gonna leeway to that. I think I still have a reach to more, so I might talk to him about that and seeing if I could, if because I could. I think others have recommended people to be on, so we'll see if I'm able to do that for you. But other than that, my reasoning to going on that YouTube was because I was trying to heal from a past that I was trying to yet cope with it. Obviously, when I did the interview, I was not well in the right state of mind because I was going through so much at that particular time that it was hard for me to really make things. Explaining a 10-year life under 45 minutes is not an easy thing to do. And then having the trauma to having to relive some of the moments that I lived throughout when I was working on the Amanda Todd case, especially. So it was a question of, trying to put it out there to heal. And for the most part, I did heal because I've been through therapy after that, and it helped me also understand certain things in my life and why I did what I did and how to make peace with it. I'm still actively going to therapy to this day. So I've been in it since February. Right now, we're almost approaching to July. So I've been in it for like about a good whole 5, 6 months, plus or minus. I appeared on that because it was something I felt I needed to do. It's been something that I've been wanting to do for some time. And I believe in being an anon, wearing the mask. And to answer to your point, Spider, even if you did come up and you said what you said and you said your piece, there will be many, because I'm not going to lie to you when I say there will be many that will always remember the first. And I'm not saying that to put you down or anything, because I
The
understand why you
first
want to
what
do that.
exactly? The first what
The first,
exactly?
the first gen, as I called it. Now, for you, it might be different because you were part of it as well. You were just in the shadows, which again, I can respect that. But a lot of people, and I'm talking about the normies, that's what I'm going to call them, they will only remember those who were arrested. Unfortunately, that's just the reality that I saw. Now, for others, may be different. I don't know. That's just what I saw, right? And I'm going to put the word out for you to see if they let you in, because I feel that Anonymous as a whole needs to be explained deeper for people by somebody who's still active in it. Because
I
a
agree.
lot of us, a lot of us that have already like either orbited or stepped down or whatever, we can only say our version, but it will always be a halfway. And I feel for people to understand the whole aspect of what Anonymous is, it needs to have both sides. It needs to have that side of people who were, and then the person who's been there still. So that's my whole outlook towards that. And I know that because in the comment section you'll see this backlash I got. So you know, so that's why I feel like within, because people in that channel would want to know about more about you, and then you could always go back to the operations and stuff like that and what impacted you as a person. I think that's what's most important. Um, because there has to be a human element to why you want to go up there, other than just talk about what you've done. You also have to talk about more about yourself and how that's impacted you. So um, I am due to doing a part two. I'm not sure if it's finalized yet for me to actually do the taping of all that. We'll see what happens in the rest of the summer to see if that does happen, and then when that eventually that comes out. Because I have a whole lot of stuff to say, stuff that I've held down for the last 7 months since that aired. And I really want to get across before I pretty much jump down from the podcasting thing and not do it no more, or if another chance of opportunity where I can show a lot more than I have so far, then I'm open to that. But it depends of the timing and everything. So
So I have one question, if
sure,
you don't mind me. So
sure.
what I understood is that when you criticize the movement, it was basically coming from the anger and rage that you had because of your experiences, right? Because the way you got hurt, or way you felt about certain issues. So you kind of uh, were going through outbursts, and that was the main reason that you criticized the movement, right?
I criticized the movement at that time much. I was so I was angry in the initial stages when I left. Very more angry then than I was now.
Okay.
But more anything now, I was more conflicted, and Spider
Yeah.
can attest to that because he and we haven't agreed on certain things in the past, and you know I have no issue with Spider. I actually respect Spider more than anything else, to be completely honest. And I'm saying that if he's still in here, I'm saying it right here.
Yeah, I'm still
Like
here.
I have nothing to hide. I mean, I will say what I feel, and that's it. And at that time when I was like I was more conflicted because I didn't understand, like there was a part of me that was conflicted because I still believed in it, but then the ghost of my past and what I saw So I was very torn about it, more than I was angry. The anger part left in me by the time I believe it was in 2023. That's when it left. Because I just say, you know what, it's been a while, it's been a minute, and I saw what I needed to see, and I need to make peace with it because it's not healthy,
Yeah.
you know. And again, I can only speak for myself. I cannot speak for the people who might feel the same way that I do, or might feel exhausted and burned out, because you can't really discount people who've left as well who may still have a little bit of feeling and resentment because they've had their own stuff, and discounting them is like discounting their story. And in my opinion, if you are non, you would respect has to be, you know, more or less given to those who were in the past. But that also depends as well if the criticism is just insults. If it's insults, don't take it under consideration. But if it's a criticism that can be somewhat valid and understandable and human, then consider it, because they're not saying that for no reason. There's a reason why stuff that happened with them happened, and it should be respected as such, just like it happened with me. I'm just being open and talking about it. But I needed to wait years to get to this point. So,
Yeah, I understood.
mhm. So yeah, I mean, to answer the previous question, I mean, I went to someone on the belly to heal, and I did the video under my bandana and mask, and Mark knew what I was gonna wear. He absolutely knew, but I made it more about the human side of the hacking, not necessarily the hack itself. So that's the only way. That's the only reason why I got on. Because otherwise, I didn't think I was gonna get on until they told me, "Hey, come in. We want to hear your story." I just didn't think that would happen to me until it did, and what came out is what came out.
Okay.
Sampa?
Well, yeah. I don't know what happened, but I kind of understand, but I don't. But I don't think I should.
So,
Get what you're saying, Sampa.
okay, so I did that interview around to December 6th, 2024.
Mhm.
And waited a good month for it to be published, and it came out on the anniversary of the storming of the Capitol, January the 6th. And that was very, very overwhelming for me, because at the first hour, I was just overwhelmed with all the trolling and stuff like that. And there was people threatening to dox me and whatever. I'm like, oh, please do. You know, like, I'm not, you know,
Yeah, I guess.
that's the least of my problems, to be completely honest with you. But no, after that, I just kept doing my own business, and the video is still up. And I'm kind of glad I did it, because I did it for myself, but I also did it for my friend who's going through a really fucked up time. But I also did it for others who might feel the same way I might have done. And, you know, I mean, I didn't think other people would get anything from my interview, to be completely honest, until Spider just told me that he wanted to jump on board, which I'm like, okay, I didn't think that was going to happen either. But again, I do feel like Spider should be up there just to explain from the side of it of somebody who's still in it. I think that would benefit people to know more, but I also could see the response from a mile away too. So it would depend. Like, I will bring it up, but I just don't know how they're gonna go across it. But I will bring it up with Mark.
Okay, Spider, anything to say or questions or comments about what he said?
Man, this feels like an interrogation for me.
Well, well, I mean, it's interesting because before we came, I was watching so many videos about interrogations of police and how the police sometimes, uh, are trying to interrogate and get people to, to confess things in a room following certain methodologies that they normally use, that are created in order to people to push them to confess something sometimes that they didn't even commit. And and I was playing with, I don't know with whom, with Spider, I think, telling him, "Oh, Spider, come on, this is the police office, and we have some question to ask you. We know everything about you. We have a file, so all we want is you to tell us what you did." Started something like that. I mean, to play about being interrogated,
I
and
mean,
Spider, yeah,
to be fair,
tell
this
me.
is not like my first time I've been like questioned at all in front of a room of people. It gets
Totally,
intimidating.
I mean, I mean, in my case, I am not anonymous. I'm not judging what, I mean, um, this, I mean, judging what you do, I mean, in terms of being a crime or not a crime. That's not what I'm interested. Or I'm not here to judge that. I'm here to, for curiosity, to get to know about this movement, the group, about everything involved with cybersecurity hacking. It doesn't matter whether you are using a baseball hat or a black hat or whatever, or a mask, or you are naked in OnlyFans. No, it doesn't matter. Just want to and understand all sides of hear all kinds of story because of course, I mean, you can be a ethical hacker that will never cross certain lines, and that will make you probably a terrible hacker because if you don't see the things from the both sides of the scenario, you cannot understand the part that you are going to be protecting or otherwise. So uh, but no, I mean, I want to see it from all perspective, understand um, what the motivations about people doing certain things. I mean, what the rebels mentioned again. I mean, some things are not for everybody. I mean, there are risks that you are going to take. There are things that you are going to do that are going to put you in a position where, okay, you might eventually, maybe yes, maybe not, but there's a risk that you have to be aware and accept that your actions might have consequences on you and your life and the life of people in your life that have nothing to do with what you're doing, that are going to be marking the rest of your life for forever. So
Right.
and yeah.
I mean, I could explain a whole hell of a lot, but I also don't want to like hijack your space either. So, I mean,
No, 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 no.
any,
Actually, here because you are
any,
my. I really would love hearing
I'm
you
I'm
and your.
hijacking it. I'm hijacking it. There was a question before, and my
sure.
question was, what were you going to say last night on MySpace? I was curious, and then the mic wasn't working. But I know
No,
I'm completely hijacking it. But that's,
yeah, there's no.
whatever. We're hijacking,
So,
right? Hacking, hijacking,
yeah,
same.
yeah, it's okay. I don't mind. But okay, so I was saying that because you were saying something in Japanese, and I was saying, my the name on the side is Data Predator because, and the reason why it's because that's the name that the people from the RSC of Osaka that I was in, they named me that because I did some stuff for them, and it just stuck, and I carry that in
Yeah.
tribute to what I did back then. So
Um,
that's why.
yeah,
I
when
didn't
I hear
say
your
much
voice
because
now, I think I feel like I hear another culture, which is interesting with Japanese because I don't
right.
know too many American Japanese.
So I'm
But
not
I've got a
Japanese
lot of
per
friends in
se.
Australia who are Asian and and obviously from directly and lots of friends from there. So it's different hearing that certain accent and then that association for me in my brain.
Right. No, I mean, data predators sort of stuck because of what I helped them in some ways. Some of the users were Japanese and some of them were expats. So I was able to learn a little bit of Japanese, but also understand certain ways and how they operate in there. And I did post some. I still keep up with Japanese news and stuff like that, and what they do for their cybersecurity. I don't. I would like to preface I'm not hacking no more because that's all. I know there's some people. There's some three initials that watch. No, I don't hack no more, FBI. So don't worry about me doing that. But yeah, I do
Yeah,
keep up with.
inverted quotas. I mean, of course you're going to say you're not going to anyway, but
Yeah, no, but
that's like a
disclaimer.
mute point.
Yeah, that's beside the point. But I do keep up with, security news and stuff like that and what they're doing. And, so I have ties to certain countries that I still keep up with, Japan and Mexico and Guatemala. Those are the three top. There's others, but I'm not going to name them right now because there's still some stuff that I guess others they're still working on that I'm not able to disclose what exactly I'm keeping up with in there. So again, even though I'm not active anymore in any capacity, but if people ask me, hey, if there's something you can do or you feel like you're good for, if I feel like I'm okay in doing it, if I have the time, I'll say yes and I'll see what I can do. But other than that, I'm more static. But yeah, that hopefully that
No
answers your
one's ever
question.
static. Everyone's always moving, but I also get philosophical.
Yeah.
Back to you, Alberto. My bad. I just, that it was just
No, it's
because he
fine.
couldn't
Don't
get
worry.
his mic on yesterday, so
Yeah, I have
I
Bluetooth.
was
That's the problem.
curious.
So it was
Yeah.
Bluetooth. So that's why I was having issues with it. I was in my lunch break, so I was having issues with it. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, and thank you for letting me stop by your space at that time.
No, everyone's always welcome. That's one of my things.
Yeah. So back to you, Alberto. I don't want to hijack your space and tell you too much about myself, but if the interview does
No,
happen,
I don't
then
want
what it
you to
is.
tell too much about yourself. In order, I mean, always, I don't want people to actually expose themselves to
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
much and say things that, yeah, that might put them in danger or something like that. Or, yeah, but no, thank you for being here. And yeah, let's keep the interrogation on because yeah, now you are the
Well, I'm a
now.
willing
Okay.
subject, so let's hear it. If anybody has questions for me, I will answer.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And let's use this time because yeah, it's very rare, as you said, that you come as a speaker and you're saying that this is the time, this space is the one that you have spoken the most. So come on, let's abuse of this generosity. And, and yes, let's ask him all the questions that we might have. And yeah, and now, okay, uh, I don't know. w- what do you think about, okay, when you were doing certain operations or yeah, executing things for anonymous, if you have been arrested for those things, what do you think your life would have been in that case?
So in Anonymous, when I was in it, I did do with the Floyd protest. I was a shadowing for a street medic, so I was out in the protest. I wasn't protesting. I was leading the first protesters because I felt that it needed like protesting is cool and everything, right? You get to shout out and make your voice heard and all that. It's all fantastic. I mean, I did that way before I was an anon, but I always felt that aid, medical, and all that is also important because it keeps the protesters safe and you sort of are the shield for them. So I worked and I was wearing always the anon, I guess you can say the anon image. Like I literally had like a little one of those badges that you can put on your on one of those safety vests. So I was wearing the safety vest with the anon stitch on attached to it, and it was my sex because the sect that I was in adopted the logo and they made the colors so it could be that. So, and I was the only American within that sect, so that's a little bit of distinguished honor there. But um, so when I was doing that, I do remember at one point getting arrested by the cops, but they let me go because once I explained to them, look, I'm not throwing shit at you. I'm actually trying to help these people. They sort of let me go. And you sort of have to know how to talk to the cops before, there's certain things that you sort of, because cops also, even though I don't like them, I never have liked cops, but you sort of have to be political with them in order for them to not take it overboard. Because I was at that point, I believe I was still in, I was still working. I was working in some job, but I just didn't feel like I wanted to like have anything on my thing that might risk my job. So I did what I had to do. I was, got off pretty, all right. But I still went out the next day being a medic, and they didn't bug me, but they just said, just watch yourself. The cops that did that were very chill with me about it, which that was weird. But other than that, I have, apart from myself, I have helped other anons who have been picked up for, either send them letters or whatever, try to keep their morale because in prison you seriously don't have much of anything there. So, if I knew the anon, and I send them a letter. Um, that and then other operations I was in, it was mostly Op Safe Winter. That was one that I was heavily invested in at that time. So I would help the homeless people a lot, giving them supplies, giving them food, tents if they wanted it. Um, I saw so many ODs myself, even more than I should have. Um, I usually, if I saw an OD, I would get them medical help. And if there was somebody that needed housing or whatever, I would get them to the local place where they could apply for housing and stuff like that. Um, you know, and like I said, I was in anonymous. I was in a, I guess you can say, an activist capacity more than the hacking capacity because at that point I already retired from hacking, and I was trying to, move away from that a little bit because I hated myself. At least that aspect of myself, I hated myself for it. But so I was trying to do a lot of human stuff in order to make me feel something positive about myself. Um, and that's when I had the most joy of it, I guess, if you want to call it that. You know, helping people because it kind of, you felt like you were doing something good and it meant something, you know.
Yeah, but my question was more like, okay, if anything you have hypothetical done that was hacking something, basically committing something that was a crime
Hmm.
and being arrested, okay, how do you think your life would have changed? And
If I was arrested for the
what
hacking stuff that I did,
I mean, yeah, for things that were crimes because of yeah, uh,
okay.
doing.
I mean, if I was arrested for the hacking stuff like that, I probably would have had a job in cybersecurity. Because I never like, and the reason I say that, even though that sounds kind of far fetched, but
No, no. I mean, there are many cases of, for example, groups or law sects that I think most of the guys that were arrested there are right now working in cybersecurity in one way or another.
yeah,
So it's not.
it's probably the only crime in the world where you can do your time and then come out and you literally have offers for IT jobs. So
It's up. Let me interrupt you there because it's. I mean, my case is an example of that.
right,
Having been in prison, okay, I was surprised because I was in prison, and for me it was something that okay, after this, how society is going to see me, how it's going to be my life, because when you're sent to prison, uh, all the stories I know is okay, you are serve your time, and then it's not that you pay forever because you will never actually be pretty. It's pretty likely that you will get a job in a position or in a place where you are going to be paid more than the minimum wage. I mean, the doors are going to be open in a lot of. I mean, your life opportunities will be reduced big time in your life.
Right.
Uh, Society will see you from in another way. But when it comes to this, wow, I was released from prison, and then out of the blue, somebody from a company, I mean, in Uruguay, that works in Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, contact me, uh, proposing me a position in their teams for pen testing. And I was like, wow. I mean, and then I realized this is the only kind of crime that if you are sent to prison, actually, instead of destroying you, it's giving you more value in terms of, yeah, you are more valuable for in the market than before. And this meme word, it says how to become a cybersecurity professional or expert or whatever, and there to pass one, go to college, do blah blah, 10 years of experience, get this certification, blah blah, 10 years. The other, blah blah blah, blah blah, commit a crime, serve 2 years in prison, and then you you reach the same level than going through all the other paths. It's like you jump directly to certain place that if it wasn't because of prison, it would take you like a lot of years works and studies and that. So it's funny and it's really really interesting that it is, as far as I could identify, the only profession or field that say being sent to prison does not destroy your life, but it's a plus, unless you after prison you are having no permission not to touch any computer anymore or something
Right.
like that.
So yeah, it's one of the things that I joked about with a lot of the sec members that I was in all the time. We said, like none of us were ever arrested for any of our shit. And we were like, oh shit, so it looks like we're not gonna work in IT because of that. And we used to crack ourselves up because of it. But no, I mean, I do know that one or two members are already working in IT. It took them, I believe, a couple years after their initial job because they were living literally two lives like I was. And they now, because of disability and stuff like that, they were like, oh, you know computers? And they were like, yeah, we know. And now they work in IT respectively. So they now broken that pattern of you have to be arrested before you work in IT, which is a good thing. I mean, shout out to them. I mean, because they invited me to join their sec. I don't know why. To this day, they have the answer to that. I could only say that I'm just humbled at the fact that they invited me, and and they're living their dream. And me, I'm just trying to work to see where I can live in mine. So,
I have a question with Spider.
sure.
Spider, I want to ask you which operation is the one that you are most proud of, and also I want to ask you how do you deal with the emotional stuff when it comes to operations because as I saw Dexter had to go through certain things, so I'm interested if you ever had to go through operations that were too much to handle, and how do you handle them? Thank you.
I heard your question, but didn't at the same time. Can you repeat that, please?
So I have actually it's a two question. First one
Okay.
is which operation is the one that you are most proud of? And second question is when it comes to emotional stuff towards the operations, how do you handle them without have to go through, all hardships?
I don't. Okay, I'll answer that second question first. That second question, I don't really. I wouldn't say I don't care about people, but I don't care what people think of what I'm doing because if I know that it's right, doing these operations and going for the government, exposing out what needs to be exposed to the public, people shouldn't really have a say on if I'm in the wrong or I'm in the right. Obviously, if I'm attacking, like, let's say the blue people, which is the Democrats, and then the red people, the Republicans. Obviously, if I'm attacking the blue, the fucking red is gonna be on my side, and the blue is gonna be against me. But if I'm attacking the red, obviously the red's gonna be for me and or against me, and then the blue's for me. So it's like I don't really care on what people think on those operations, but the one that I think that I succeeded most in is all the operations. Like, if people really knew and seen like how many other ANOM members were doing it with you, um, making things a lot easier, getting information like domains, emails, IP addresses, etc., just making things a lot easier for other anon hacktivists to get done on what they need to get done. Like, for example, Operation Georgia, the most recent operation that we did, right? Like, I didn't know nothing about Operation Georgia until people in Georgia like yourself was giving me details on, oh, these people are doing something so corrupt, we need to stop it, we need to put an end to it now. And so I knew what to go for. I made an announcement, I did what I did, and look where we are today. Like, it did something, but it didn't stop it yet, if that makes sense. um but if we keep going and going and going and letting these people know that, hey, they're not alone, it gives more people that motivation on keep fighting for what you think is right, and something is going to change. Like, the government shouldn't um be able to control its own people, and the government should be more scared of its own people than the people being scared of its own government. And that right there, I think, is a huge problem in like all these countries.
Spider, okay, my question to you, with all the things that you have done, all the operations, all the systems that you have hacked, okay, how many years in prison time would you be facing if you eventually would be arrested, to understand the risk that you are being taking because of believing of doing what is the right thing to do, but despite of that, you are risking a lot of things. How many years in prison would be for all the things that you have done? Or any idea?
Owning a botnet will get you so many years. Hacking a government website will give you so many years. And if you've been doing this for years and years and years, and knock on wood, still haven't been caught, I mean, I'm talking in my real voice. So it's like, if I get caught, there's no way of me coming out. There's no way of me getting out. There's there's just no way. But the only
Okay,
reason
well,
why I'm coming out is to let everybody know, like, they're not alone as an anon member, and it is okay to be for the movement and expose on what you think is right. Like, that's just my opinion and my state of mind. Like, I don't care if people call me a skid. I don't care if people say that he's a fake or anything like that, because at the end of the day, we're on the internet, and internet likes to troll people, and that's how the internet is. So, and I've been in the anonymous movement since what, 2009, when trolling was really a big thing. So trolling anon member or somebody that's been in that community for a long time is not going to do anything but push harder and harder and harder, just just um forget about all that negative energy and just keep it all positive. And me actually staying quiet, like I've been staying quiet for years and years and years. um I don't know. I don't know.
no, basically, in your case, it's not like Dexter. The thing that you have done actually would not give you the chance to get a position in security or a second chance. It would be just the rest of your life uh, behind bars, and yeah,
Well,
you won't have.
can I add something? Like
Yep, yeah, of course.
like with Spider, right? He might be looking at years and years to be in the joint, but I think he would also be highly publicized. The way the media works and the way how I know it to be, because That's part of my past that I don't want to get into right away. But I will know that in his case, he would be highly publicized, no questions asked. He would be given some time, but he would also have a lot of people trying to represent him in his case. And that's just ballpark of what I know. Now, to add to what he said about people and the NL movement and all that, at the end of the day, and I'm gonna put me in it as well because I stepped down orbiter now. Um, Anonymous before it had media presence and it had people know about it. There was no public with it, so the opinions of other people shouldn't matter overall in the grand scheme of things. Um, so just to highlight that point is that before the media came in, Anon had no public. The media made Anonymous for what it is, and the people who are still in it understand that, and they do what they have to do regardless of if there's attention of it or not. So now giving the floor back.
Any other questions anybody has about the anonymous movement?
I have another question. Which operation are you working on currently, if it's not a secret?
I'm working on a few. Still Operation Georgia because Georgia is not done. Operation Russia, Operation Israel. Alex Jones, I've been debating on if I want to finish trolling him or not. Because I think that's where a lot of hate is. Like every time I attack Alex Jones, I get more hate than fucking than people
That's
supporting
horrible.
me.
Yeah,
But that's just me being a troll and me being a hacktivist that has nothing to do with the movement. I like trolling other people. It's just in our nature. We troll people. We are obviously gonna troll the government. We're obviously gonna troll other hacktivists, other people. That's it's like yeah, it's just in our nature to do so.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to mention that the Alex Jones topic is that the other day we had a space with Alberto, and one of the guy had a temper tantrum over Alex Jones that you messed with. So there was a whole hysterical space the other day because of it. So you are doing pretty good job, and I want to thank you over Operation Georgia and Russia. You are one of my favorite co-fighters in this war, so thank you.
Yeah, I would like to say that Dex and Spider. I asked Gemini, okay, what was the longest a member of Anonymous arrested, a hacker was sentenced to? I posted on the next the answer. The specific case of Anonymous member arrested and sentenced in Uruguay that fits the description of being significant case involves Alberto Gil, a 41 Uruguayan arrested and sentenced to prison for hacking into a medical facility and conducting extortion. It's notable because he was reportedly the first hacker. Okay. Okay. It's important to note that Anonymous is decentralized, loose collective, and members are arrested and sentenced in various countries and for different cybercrimes. However, in the context of a notable conviction in Uruguay related to hacking, Alberto Gil case is the most prominent. First of all, I am not anonymous. Fuck. What the hell? Why is Gemini referring to my case when the question was what was the longest, what was the long and anonymous arrested member was sentenced? I don't understand it.
Ask it what other hacker has been arrested in Uruguay.
But
Mm.
why? I mean,
Wait,
I don't
wait,
want to
wait,
know
wait,
about
wait,
hackers
wait,
arrested in
wait.
Uruguay. I want
Is
to
this
know
what you're
about
asking? Is
anonymous.
what hacker, like what do we think is the most time served as being a hacker if they got caught?
No.
No, I no. What you know in the story of members of Anonymous arrested, what was the one that served the longest? So far, it means the guy Hammond that was 10 years, but that's just I guess I have no idea about all the members of Anonymous have been arrested and serve prison time or alternative things of uh, paying back to society for the crimes. Yeah, I was just asking what was the longest a member of Anonymous arrested was sentenced to, and it refers to my case in Uruguay when I am not a member of Anonymous. So I, I don't know what's valid with the eye there. Nowhere I am claiming or saying that I am a member of Anonymous. I am not a member of Anonymous. So that is surprising for me.
So
So
I
go ahead,
you
go
can go
ahead,
ahead.
go ahead.
So basically, the longest that I know about is Jeremy Hammond because he was arrested and convicted for the Stratford leak from the emails, and they gave him a 10-year bid. So that to me, now Spider can
Yeah,
correct me if I'm wrong, that was the longest sentence from any anon that has served in time in prison. And I think at one point I kind of did kind of try to help that committee when it was still active in my spare time, but other than that, that's the longest that I know, but Spider can highlight and maybe tell much more than I know.
No, you're right, but I don't ever focus on who's been arrested the longest, who's been caught, because it's just gonna give me that other mentality of, okay, when's the next time that another Anon's gonna get caught? When am I gonna get caught? I'm always gonna have that mindset, and I don't want to have that mindset. What I want to
Right.
have the mindset of is how many people can I save before I get caught? You know what I mean? Like that's my
Yeah.
mindset. I don't care on what happens to me. I can get assassinated. I don't care. As long as I'm helping all of these people and doing on what I know is right. That's all that matters to me. It's no different than
Right.
somebody serving the military and helping out the country. We're no different. We just don't got guns. We got computers and code, and we're going to these protests and actually helping the people itself. People are going out there in wars and causing war crimes because of the government wanting to cause these war crimes. You understand? So
Yeah, I
it's
got you.
like it's like we're helping more people by doing on what we're doing than what anybody else is doing.
Yeah. And
yeah, I'm sorry. I have to clarify something. When I asked this question to Gemini in order to have an idea, was just regarding what you mentioned, Spider, that I asked you an estimation of what you will get, and then they're saying that in your case you will get a lot of visibility, and they would actually you will be I don't know getting some kind of uh, I don't know um, uh, help, or you will be treated with mercy because of that. That was only my 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 question to Gemini. Why I wanted to know what was the longest in Anonymous. So again, me too. Also, Hammond is as far as I know, but I know little. The longest one I heard 10 years. He was released or still I don't know in 2023. I think he was going to be released. I think he's still in prison. I have no idea, but that was it. Not questioning if you care or not about that. And I really respect, and my respect for the way you see it is how many people I actually can help before being arrested. Not okay thinking on with the other perspective. So yeah, that, I wanted to clarify that. Just that. Yeah. So that's it. I don't know, Dexter.
no, I got
If
nothing to
you want
say
to say.
other than what I just explained because I was mostly explaining from the historical context. Jeremy is out, by the way. Just want to make that clear. Um, but yeah, I mean, anytime you either put the anon mask or is if you're just an activist outside of anon period, there is some sort of a risk life element. I mean, everybody takes that risks. Um, it's within yourself and the objective and the goal that's what's important. It should be important. The things that I saw when I was in anon, it kind of turned me off in a way at that time. Now I'm more at peace with it because I understood that had to happen in order for me to get to this point. And like I said, anons are still doing it. More power to them, and hopefully the next generation can carry on the mantle with the first people that put on the mask began. And
Yeah, well, in my case, I have to tell you, when I reported to the medical provider having a security problem, I was exposing 200,000 medical records. That my record was not there, by the way. It was not because I wanted any kind of compensation, any kind of any kind of reward or recognition. It was just because it was the right thing to do. Those people's medical records had to be protected, and and that was the only thing to do. I ended up serving prison time because of that, and and it was, and if I had to do it again, I will do it again because the price I had to pay was prison time for saving that information of those people, medical records. Okay, I didn't question then. Okay, I would be sent to prison again if I do that. Okay, if I have to do it again, I will do it again, despite of okay, I might end up again paying prison time for something like that because it's the right thing to do, and those people should be protected. It's about doing the right thing, no matter being aware that you might end up being punished in certain way that for doing that, but you are not questioning the punishment. You are just putting on the scale what weighs the most is doing the right thing, and it's not about yourself because I could perfectly have done nothing after finding that problem with the system of the medical provider. I could have said, do nothing, but having done nothing would mean somebody else after me would find that problem. It was a matter of time, and probably, or maybe that one would not be as nice as me, and instead of doing nothing, they could have done something bad. And no, so doing nothing was not an option. I had to report it. But and I was gaining nothing. I was not getting recognition, money, and nobody knew actually that I did those reports and ever. Uh, that was. There was no gain for me. Instead, knowing that I was protecting 200,000 medical records of people that were innocent and shouldn't be exposed because just of a medical provider that had no fucking intentions or wanting to protect them because they have absolutely no security in the system by design. And that pissed me off also because of okay, how can you be so responsible of having a system with a medical provider with a system that has this security that is basically no security as a feature when they sold the system to that provider. That's it. Basically, my mentality is like a spider. Is not thinking about what I have to pay, but doing the right thing. And it cost me everything. It cost me economically losing everything, my mental health being completely destroyed, physically destroyed, emotionally destroyed, losing the love of my life. Uh, yeah, still paying. I've been under treatment for the consequences of my mental health for years, many years, and still going that. It's been like 6 years of treatment for my post-traumatic stress disorder, the depression. I'm still dealing with the consequences, and I know I will take me much more time in order to be in a condition that is acceptable because I'm still dealing with all the demons in my brain, in my heart, in my body, in my soul because of that. But that's fine. That's cool. I accept that, and and I don't regret anything I have done. No, actually, I'm happy that I could do it because I think that those 200,000 medical records, those 200,000 people, are probably safe now. At least, yeah, I hope so. That's it. Any question for me? No, I'm not here to end the operation. Yeah.
I don't have a question. I just want to add something that Spider mentioned. The way he looks at his fight and his, experience and job, it's basically a heroic mentality. The way he's willing to risk his life over other people, it's incredible. And I have a huge respect for people like that, including you, Alberto, and we have a Serge also here, and maybe a couple of other people. But I just want to say that I'm truly proud of you, and thank you for being this heroic. Thanks.
Well, I will say no problem, but I don't want people to thank me even. I wasn't expecting thanks.
No,
So,
the last line was for Spider.
okay,
The
okay.
thank you part. I'm
Yeah,
sorry for
no. Okay,
confusion.
thank you for not thanking me because I don't want people to
No,
thank me
I
for
don't.
anything.
There's something about heroic people who are always willing to go too far and to risk everything for certain values. It's incredibly, amazing and inspiring because the world is a mess. Wherever you look at, it's a mess, and people like Spider are the reasons why the ones who are under oppression, they they can fight the war in a better ways because people like Serge, Spider, and you, Alberto. So yeah, it's really inspiring, and I'm proud of you guys.
Well, I have to tell you what you're doing, Rebel. It's also inspiring, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you. What I'm doing is it's a basically a risk in my life over my country. But what helps me is that knowing that, people like Surgeon Spider are next to me, that really helps. Even though they are not physically next to me, it's just knowing the fact that I'm not alone in this process. It just helps because, there's a lot of responsibility on activists. For example, in my case, I caused so many troubles in my country that I can't even go outside without being stalked or, terrorized or whatever. And even though I have other activists beside me, we are dealing with so many things that in these conditions, it really helps to know that there are also other people from, other side of the world that are there for me. So it's truly inspiring, and I appreciate very much. And thank you, guys.
Tamper, Dexter, Caroline, Blank Speaker, Spider, Rigger, Tamper, Town, and well, I know Search. And
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to jump off. I have to go take care of some stuff. But again, I thank you for allowing me
thank
to
you.
speak. So,
Thank you very much. And thank you for answering
Thank
all my
you.
questions. And for yeah, I really
and I hope
appreciate that.
that this puts to rest anything I might have said. And I'm saying that to Spider specifically. And check your DMs because I did send you something.
Okay, thank you, Dexter. Yeah, I
All right.
really appreciate it. Doing the
Have a nice night,
temperature.
everybody.
And
Have a
yeah,
nice
okay,
night.
take care. Bye bye. Carl.
I'm going to say this. Every generation has their own way of standing up for something. I, what my parents did in the 1950s to get married, that was a huge. They got married even before the Loving trial, which was illegal in most states. Interracial marriage was a big no-no.
Oh, wow.
That was huge. Of course, I grew up with interesting hatred, but but it
Well, you said, I mean, those 40,000 people you have blocked here are also related to that, yeah.
yeah.
So
But
still,
hey, that's what change. When you work for change, that's what has to happen, right?
I mean, Spider has not been arrested yet or has been uh, like paying like you for what your parents did, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my mother, when my parents got their first house in Philadelphia, my mother got an FBI record for desegregating the neighborhood.
Well, I mean, it comes with a cost, some of these kind of things. Uh, yeah, I mean, I tell you in my case, what it cost me in terms of money, of my mental health, of losing the love of my life. Yeah, it came with a price. Yeah, these things are not free. Yeah.
But I think it's interesting. That's what progress does, right?
Well, you should never be arrested for love, and that's the end of the story. I mean,
No, no, that's true. But
that's how I feel, and I think that, I mean, it's so hardcore. People getting arrested for that. I mean, at the end of the day, and then different colors and whatever. But at the end of the day, you're getting arrested for bullshit. Anywho, I know I'm jumping in, but that's how I feel. I think, thank God, like we've only got 1970s in Australia. Our Indigenous people have been able to vote. Women have been able to vote. Not classed as humans. It's not very long ago. This the legal change in regards to how people think about other people. It's pretty hardcore, man. And then with my Irish heritage, it's different, but not different. No Irish, no blacks. Like this happened when my parents were in London, for example. Like it's not far away in history. And if I go into certain parts when I was there in Derry, you don't know if you're going to get murdered depending on what religion you are, and I think that's a bunch of bullshit.
yeah, it is. And that's why I'm proud of and what I stand for. There's only one race, the human race.
Yep, I agree. High five, 100%.
So I don't know. But this is just how that's how, I mean, that's exposing the BS in life. That's exactly what a lot of the
Yeah, you
anonymous
say
is
it
doing.
politically correct and BS, whereas I kind of say the rude words, which might get me more in trouble. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta expose gotta it takes you gotta expose it.
the silly nonsense, you might say it in the
Yeah,
50s, right?
right.
I mean, as I always say the same. If you see a problem in a system, I mean, not a computer system, in a system like a search system or anything, and okay, and it's not okay, and okay, you want to solve that, you want to, point it out, improve it, correct it. Okay, if you see that and you don't do anything, you are part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Yeah, was that you? Yeah, so if you stand idly by watching something bad, you're as much the perpetrator as the perpetrator, right?
Yeah, yeah, but the point is that okay, uh, if you want to change it, then you see the problem, and okay, what do you do? For example, in a justice system that is doing, I don't know, investigations related to computer crimes that are completely not following any of the best practices out there, uh, where they have absolutely no clue when it comes to protecting the evidence in its original way. In the case of computer crimes, mostly digitally, change of custody, contamination of evidence, blah blah blah. You see that? Okay, that is not okay. But you are giving. I mean, when the evidence of the crime is not, there's no evidence that have been protected or collected because the system that was hacked in my case, there was no way of, there was not frozen and keeping a copy of his state.
Yeah, they did it
No, so
completely wrong. It's like, how do you fix the problem when the whole system's corrupt? And these
no, yeah, but okay. I mean, but nobody points. I mean, I saw that with my eyes. I live it firsthand. Okay, how do you start making a change? Okay, first of all, you have to talk about it.
yeah,
Otherwise,
exactly.
there is no problem to solve. If you don't talk about it, what are you going to solve if there is no problem? That yeah, you have to talk about the
You have to
problem
bring it
per
to the
se.
light as such. Bring
Yeah, that's the
people's
first step.
attention.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, and then one thing leads to another, and who knows? Maybe you start talking, and people start saying, "Oh, wow," and yeah, and maybe that creates a novel, and who knows? Mm, You might be lucky, and that thing that you post and not to say you talk about might be known worldwide, and then yeah, maybe. Uh, the country receives so much pressure about that problem that things change. For example, in Uruguay in 2024, the laws regarding computer crimes were changed. Uh, I don't want to say because of me, but I've been told that it was because of me, and
What
might
happened?
not
What did
because
you
of
say?
my case.
What did they change?
Sorry.
What did you say
The
happened?
the laws regarding computer crimes and they created a new unit that was a unit specialized in computer crimes that a prosecutor of computer crimes uh, cyber crimes is in
Okay.
charge of that unit.
Well,
Yeah, that before that it was people from Interpol that were completely not competent to do anything
yeah.
that they
Well,
were
when I read your book, and then they were saying they were collecting evidence, and then well, I can't remember the figure, like 7 hard drives left, but then they took some stickers and
yeah,
bullshit like this, and then things taken. What was documented or what wasn't. I mean, it's pretty interesting. Obviously, yeah, it's an interesting thing how to collect evidence, and then even like police say, for example, in America, maybe in Australia, I can't remember, they got body cams, so they're recording things as you go. So technically, if someone is going into your house and they're taking things, I mean, just because I thought of it now, it probably already exists. Document what's going on, but I mean, you can take photos and shit if you've got a video cam, and then put that into evidence as it goes, and everything is tracked, right? But yeah, it sounds like they put some things in a garbage bag and then left a bunch of other shit, and then other things you didn't get back.
Yeah, and the record, I mean, whenever you do that procedure, you have records of everything that you're doing there during the time you're there. You record absolutely everything. Okay, the records, first of all, have dates that are completely inaccurate, have information that is not correct, and the search warrant only. The name of my name is Alvaro Daniel Gil, not Alberto Daniel Gil. The date is not the date that the search warrant was executed in my house, was another date. The scope was electronic media. Okay, they said guillotine, a master of anonymous, printers. Well, printers. Okay, they said I don't know, mm, books. They said a T-shirt. They said I don't know what else. A Bitcoin that was a metallic Bitcoin's souvenir.
It's quite
Yeah,
hilarious. It's like
Yeah,
taking
basically, not only
propaganda. They had no
that,
idea of where information is stored when they're arresting you for that. That's what's funny.
yeah, 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 no, I mean, money more than I don't know, 10,000, the equivalent of $10,000, and then in the press release they post a picture of the two physical bitcoins, saying that they thought that those were actually real bitcoins, those physical
That's
bitcoins.
hilarious. But
That's so pathetic.
and the funny thing is, from memory, you basically called it, was it a medical thing, and you just said, "Oh, there's a problem here. You might want to fix it," and then you got in trouble. It's almost like, do you reckon that company was embarrassed, so then they just thought, we'll arrest you rather than just admitting we're wrong? You know what I mean?
No, it was much interesting than that. I didn't report that to the medical provider. I thought that it was so severe that, and the security was so terrible that no, the third of my country should take care of that because, okay, we were talking about the medical records that here are
Well,
classified
yeah,
as
that's what I
sensible.
mean. We should have secure medical records. Anyway, yeah, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So I reported that to the third, and the third replied on a Saturday within a couple of hours. We were surprising, saying, "Okay, we have confirmed that yeah, what you reported is correct." And they asked me if I had any contact in that medical provider, which was hilarious. Okay, and I got a ticket number for my report. And then a year after that, I found there's another problem that was even more severe, and I reported it again, another ticket number. Then, when I was arrested, the director of the CERT was gone to speak with the judge about the case, and the judge asked, "Okay, did Alberto Hill reported any security problem in the system?" And the director of the CERT said, "I've been searching some files and I didn't find anything. No, I do not recall him having reported anything. Period. Stop here. Criminal case. A judge asks you if somebody reported any kind of problem in a medical provider,
Yeah,
and
so I mean, if you
stop,
want to,
stop.
if you want to go,
Let me finish. Let
okay.
me finish. Okay, okay, okay. The answer is not is either yes or no. Not I don't recall. Okay. Uh, all you have to do is you go, you have a system that gives you a ticket for this report. I have the ticket number associated to the record. All you have to do is look up for Alberto Hill because it was under my name, the report. It was not anonymous. It was no Alberto Hill. Okay, and you start the system. Okay, oh yes, here we have to report. These are the ticket numbers. These are the dates. This is what we reported. So yeah, yes, there were two reports by Alberto Gil. That was the answer. Why would that person, the director of the answer? No, I don't recall. I looked up some files and I didn't find anything. Okay, I don't have an answer for that. Yeah, so yeah, it was much more interesting that the medical provider not trying to yeah to hide or to not to admit have a problem. It was much higher than that. I think the problem. Well, any questions, guys? Any other more thoughts? Hello, Chasey. Uh, hello, welcome back to you. Car, Spider, River, Tampa. Any final thoughts? Uh,
No, I think I'm done with questions because I've heard most of the things. So I'm just gonna listen to you guys.
No, I want to listen to you, Robert, because we have a speaking all the time now. I want to ask you questions. Yeah, yeah. Now the interrogatory will be with you. Is that okay? Do you want a lawyer? It's okay. You can have a lawyer. Yeah. Okay, you don't want a lawyer. You don't want to speak. You have the right to remain silent. Okay, that is a very, very bad sign. If you don't speak, it makes you look so guilty.
No, you're not alone. We are here.
I'm here.
No, I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone. Yeah, you are the one who's in trouble here because you will have to answer a lot of
No,
questions.
I just said, a few questions about certain topics and I got most of the answers. So now I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
no,
listen to you guys.
no. You have asked a lot of questions. Now it's my turn to ask you questions. You are
Okay,
now the
I'm
one who.
listening. Okay.
Okay, now I'm just fucking with you, everyone. I'm not going to ask you any questions.
Okay, thank you.
I will give you a break.
I have
Yeah,
one
and if I have,
question. In this chat, I see, a few people. I'm just interested, which one of them are activists and which one of them are actual activists? I know 2 or 3, but how about
oh,
everyone else?
okay, those who are listeners, I can tell you, Lulu, I don't think, I'm pretty sure she's not a no. And then Bob, hold on, hold on.
I'd like
That's
to ask the question back because you didn't answer his question. Are you an activist or an activist? You
I
know?
can't hear your voice. It's getting shut
yeah.
down.
Your microphone have some kind of issue. Can you please try to say it again, Carol?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, now much better. Yes.
Ah, I said you asked her a question, and then I was like asking her the question, saying, "Are you the activist or the activist?" And then you didn't answer the question. Like
Oh,
it's
I'm
pretty
sorry.
funny.
I'm sorry. I did not hear your question, so I didn't ignore you. Yes,
I
I'm an
know first
activist.
asking you a question, and then you asked another question. It was funny.
I'm sorry. I did not hear your voice. That's why I did not respond in time. Yes, I'm an activist.
You, Faroe?
What type of activist do you mean? Speaking the truth? Then yes, I'm an activist. In case you can't tell. I may be doing it in different ways, so you guys might be doing it on software. And maybe because, I might like Web3 and blockchain stuff, maybe, I want to change the world in that way. And that could be called an activist, changing the regime, in regards to medical health records and whatever. But I'm not, hacking things. I, for whatever reason, talk to people who do that kind of stuff. That's my Thermomix telling me my thing's ready. But yeah, I literally grew up in a hippie place where, it's like think global, act local. So, protest about blah, blah, blah. I don't know, what's an activist? If you see something wrong on the street or you talk to someone, you go, no, that's not okay. Is that not an activist? Just calling people's bullshit out? And that's what I mean in that sense. I'm definitely not. I've written code in the past, but I'm definitely not doing that now. But I think we all have an active part in how we want to shape our future. So I would say yes, I'm an activist for the good and for the betterment of people. That's about it, and the planet and in the environment. And I like looking at birds.
Okay, Theo Blank User. I know the answer, but I'm not going to answer for you. If you're there and listening, I know what you're going to answer. Are you there, T? Blank User? No, you're not. Casey, are you an activist? Activist? Or none of them?
Pirate, totally pirate.
Okay.
People voted me to captain the ship, and so I'm obviously doing something right. and hopefully that just spills over as ripples, as waves in the water, and never a tsunami that takes things out. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Can you be more
Wonderful.
specific, please?
Yeah, it's not as specific as you'd like. What I'm telling you is I'm as fair and operable to make sure that things are fair. Like, there are things that people should just have. And
It's
so,
creating ripples, not waves.
well, I mean, I don't want to make a wave, right? When you make a wave, it's like like it's big, right? It's a larger movement, just like when you dive into a pool. But like you can, move into things where it's just like a wave. It's just like the wave grew a couple of feet. But when it's a tsunami, that's not good neither. So I think there is a harmony in life. I love life. I mean, like I heard someone say something, I don't know, maybe in another space, but I recently came back from traveling from Germany. And, um, you know, I'm very appreciative of the people that provided me that experience, but I'm also very uh I think about, so a friend that was there threw away food.
Wait, I'm sorry for interrupted.
I'm sorry.
You are in Georgia, the country
No,
or the
no, no, no.
state?
I'm from South Florida. I'm from the most, play, like you can have an efficiency in a Lamborghini.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miami. It's very
Okay.
yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, Miami Vice. Are you a
Well,
drug
that's a
dealer too?
great song though. If you're driving at
I-
night and the lights are flashing, no, everybody loves that song. I can hear it. Never mind. Um,
Oh, Stacy, you're a drug
I'm
dealer.
just
You're not.
saying, dude, when I was in Germany, I experienced, and I was hungry. I was hungry. I just gotten from freaking my flight. I was hungry. I ate all my food, but I saw, and it was a joke. But then I saw it instinct, like through the people, like as I people watch. Everybody people watches. Don't say you don't people watch. And
Man,
if
I
you're
love
not,
people watching.
then you're not paying attention.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
he got shamed. He threw away food. And be conscious, like be in the moment, like understand what's happening. So yeah.
So
Well,
so to be specific, so you basically work on exposing the information, right?
No, no, no. I don't expose. I'm not. That's not what I do. No, I try to solve problems for small businesses. I want to
Oh,
make them
okay.
more profitable. But
Rebel,
hold
tell
on
me
Okay.
now.
something like
What
the
I
pop.
want to
Something like the
share.
pop.
Hold on. Stop a bit. Stop. I will share
Sorry, sorry.
like if I have a friend and they give me a like this happened, and man, like if it's in that quadrant, then yes, I will react.
Okay. Got it.
can I make a joke? Because I reckon you'll get it. When people saying, are you exposing yourself? Are you not thinking about, exposing yourself? Do you get the joke? It's a bad joke. Yeah, it's funny in my eyes. Do I need to explain
It's
it more?
very. I don't get it.
Ah,
Sorry.
so in Australia or in Western English words, when you expose yourself, it's like flashing, like being rude. Um. Anyway, I was thinking this when people were talking about exposing things earlier, but yeah. I thought I don't know. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh when you can. And then he works in software, but he also people watches. Like I people watch. Like you learn a lot of things by watching things. Being in the present, looking at people, looking at nature, and then of course you're looking at code. At the end of the day, you're still watching things and then seeing what's up, right?
Yeah, so Chasey, basically what you're doing is hacking other system or where you're working, finding problems in other systems and reporting that to the police, right? That's right, Chasey? Oh, now he's not talking. He replies to the wrong one. Okay, I see. Carl, are you an activist, or none of them?
Am I an activist? Yes, you are.
I don't know. I'm asking. Carl, I don't know. I'm asking you.
Am I an activist? I guess so.
I,
In my way, in some ways, yes, I would say I am an activist. I'm active in trying to show that racism is bad.
okay, good. Beautiful. Yeah.
Nice. How
Where the
how do you show that in a way that it would not cause more drama? Like, what's your best road towards that topic?
That how's well, that's a good
Yeah, I
question.
mean, I'm
I mean,
asking because
I
it's
know
kind of a
because well, okay. If you, I don't know if you're in here earlier, but my parents were interracial marriage.
yeah, yeah,
So
I heard that.
okay, you heard that. Well, if so I'm right now. I mean, when I was younger, I was known as the White Jungle Bunny because I was blonde hair, blue eyes, but with a black father.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, but my sister, she had an afro when she was younger. So we we just went on as a family and proved that.
Just to bring in where I live, it's a recessive gene over here. Like you know, you can be born white, blue eyed, and have black parents.
Right.
It's quite interesting, and the racism that you have to experience is not good. But people will still experience that hatred, and I believe obviously you're an activist because you know you're just saying that's not right, and as long as everyone just stands up and says that's not right, we can all work to the betterment of the good, right?
Yeah,
Um,
that's right.
that's how I feel.
And this is how I've been standing up for this since I was a kid. But what was even more interesting is when I was in elementary school. I mean, I'd hear people talk about how they hate the blacks, and I'm going, okay, they didn't even know I was black because of how I looked.
But the fact that someone judges someone based on melatonin is ridiculous in my eyes.
Ridiculous. Oh, it is ridiculous.
But
That that'd be that'd be
it's perplexing for me. It's perplexing.
yeah, that'd be judging somebody about the size of their liver. It's an organ. Your skin is an organ.
I mean, their sexual orientation, the place they live. I mean, yeah, what makes a person different because of that? I don't know. That, well, I learned that from this from you, Carl.
Yeah,
We are the human race. Yeah, that.
but what? Oh, well, oops. Hang on. I got to plug my phone in. What I was going to say is that if they were going to do any if AI was going to do anything, I think one step it would do to help the world would make a universal auxiliary language that'd be easy to speak, easy to spell, maybe even a different alphabet. But if we all could communicate, that would be great. That would be one goal I'd like to work on. Communication.
Yeah, well, yeah, communication. That's right.
Because
Well,
most of what
uh,
goes on in the world is they no one knows what they don't. You don't speak the language that the other person speaks. We don't understand the culture.
Well, I think as long as the communication is respectful and honest and open, you can solve a lot of issues through the right and proper communication, because there are certain topics people don't get along, but if you have ability to find a way to enlighten them and to make sure that their interests are also matching with yours, I think you can solve a lot of issues with the proper communication. As long as it's respectful, it can be solved.
Yep.
But if you go too far and you become kind of a bully or something like that, they go from 0 to 100 in split of a second. So I think the respectful and honest communication does wonders. So yeah.
And
Yeah, but it limits a lot because, for example, how many people are, for example, from my country or from Latin America in general, being here, speaking Spanish only, can actually get to know all, yeah, get to know all these things. Like, for example, Spider and you were explaining about the movement, and yeah, they, yeah, it's limiting the reach of the messages that want to be should be spread and known by so many people.
Actually, to be
And
honest, it's not that easy to wake up people, especially when you're dealing with a crisis. Especially in a time when propaganda is basically brainwashing people, it's really hard to fight against propaganda. But as long as you are spreading the right information and honest messages, and as long as you have proper communication with people, you can literally, help them to save themselves. Because sometimes, nations fall asleep for a real long time, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of fight to wake them up. And if you have ability to, expose certain things, to spread the information, you can basically wake up the nation and cause some serious changes. But it's really hard road. It's not easy. It sounds easy, but it's hard road. But as long as you have values and certain purpose, you can pull off anything. So, and that's the best thing about anonymous team too, because they are really good at exposing things and spreading word in a way that it has massive effects. It might seem like, no, it's not a big deal, but their name has this large scale around the world. So whenever they stand up for something, everyone else is kind of, oh, that must be an issue. That's important. I have to check that out. And then you get the chain reaction. So yeah, that's a good thing about hacktivism and activism in its case.
yeah, but I think Carl was pointing out about the a language, right, Carl, in order to make the communication uh,
yeah,
globally, not about what you're saying, rebellion. I think that was Carl's
Yeah.
pointing out that not about. I mean, if that what you mentioned can reach everybody in their languages and understood to avoid miscommunications or any kind of issue that is related to the language barrier, yeah, that would be wonderful. And that's why I was saying the problem of so I know so many people in that are in cybersecurity that do not speak English. Okay, that is a big problem. They're struggling with English big time. They come into spaces, they are afraid to do anything. They can barely understand, and it's frustrating. And yeah, so that is something that I encourage everybody to learn English, because um, all of the things that are going on, the information and everything out there, um, it's mostly in English. And somebody the other day was trying to enter into certain system in Guatemala, I think, and asked anybody here speak Guatemalan, and said, okay, now they speak Spanish in Guatemala. So it's also for both sides. Uh, for those who are uh, speaking in English and trying to do good things, hacking systems in other countries, that uh, having that knowing certain things regarding language, to those who want to learn, understand, and eventually be part of the movement. Uh, that's, I think it is a big element. In particular, I see people from my country and Latin America that only speak Spanish, and they're very, very limited in terms how much they can actually um, learn and understand, and they are limited when it comes to growing in and becoming. They can become. They have the potential probably to be much, 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 much more than they can. They are reaching because of that limitation. So
Yeah, and if there's a universal language that everyone could learn and speak easily, it wouldn't matter what culture or country you're from, you would understand what's going on.
Well, I heard what you were saying before, and
Okay.
I think this is the difference between being online or meeting people in real life. So when I moved to Italy, for example, I couldn't speak Italian, but I would just sit and you can understand people by just feeling and also looking at body language and things. But if you're in an online world, I can understand why you want to create a universal language as such. What's popped into my head is it just sounds more like a translator, because then everyone's going to say, "Oh, that is this your language or my language, or is that language the right language?" Right? You know what I mean? But if we're able just to listen to everybody's different languages or different ways of speaking or different countries, and we give space for that, that's important. I don't necessarily probably agree with the universal language. I get it in like a I forgot the word, like big world view, like
Yeah.
you want to like have a universal communication language, but I don't know if that's necessarily possible, but I reckon that you could do some live translate and stuff. For example, you got a Japanese person on here and a Spanish person and a Korean and someone from Germany or Russia or wherever they're from,
I know.
and they're all talking, and then there's a live
But okay, I'm going to say this:
translation.
if it wasn't for Roberto able to speak English, we would have never become friends. That's what, right?
absolutely, that's
Yeah.
a fact. And
Yeah. So
having meeting you, Carl, was something for me amazing, wonderful, and and learning from you is something that tries to. So
right.
absolutely.
So everyone can have their own, their own language that they're from. But if we had one universal language that everybody understood, we all could meet and talk and communicate.
Like a new dictionary, and then who instruments that?
Well, that's
You
the
want
question. That's the question. I think it should be. It'd be an interesting team to put together. I would love to do
to
that.
Well, that was already. Esperanto was actually what was going to do that. Esperanto. I mean, my ignorance.
who Lorenzo?
Uh, Esperanto.
Yes.
Esperanto.
Okay.
I mean, Esperanto. I think it was the idea was of that. that use that universal language, but okay, it was in, and they just in that it was for some reason we are not all speaking Esperanto right now. Yeah.
But
Mm.
but it would be it'd be a fascinating task anyway. I mean, we'd have a new alphabet, and it would be AAD and dyslexic friendly.
Ha 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 ha. Of course, obviously, everyone here is on the labels of ADD spectrum and whatever. I mean,
Yeah, right.
is anyone here neuronormal? I mean, I like to call, like obviously we
I
think
am,
outside the box, right? Um,
yeah,
and
I have HDD. Yeah.
yeah, but
No,
I mean,
really, really, no,
I didn't even ask you because
I,
it's no point. Um, generally, in my past, people got put down for it. Like my sister and my brother were diagnosed with it. Diagnosed as in inverted quotas. I was good at maths and science, so I got away with it. But at the end of the day, I had a friend going, "Oh, maybe you've got ADD and da 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 da," and then I'm like, "Oh, maybe I'm da da da." Like at the end of the day, you're a bit different. You fucking think outside the box. And if people can't keep up with your thought forms, well, just talk to other people,
I know.
But anyway,
Well,
yeah.
as a joke, I was talking to my friend he was a program writer. He wrote programming languages. I said, I have an idea. Let's make a dyslexic friendly language, and there'd be less syntax errors in the darn code, right?
I don't get that joke. So why would there be less syntax errors because it's ADD friendly? Because they just do it really good? I'm pretty sure.
oh my God.
Yeah.
Uh, no, I understood the show, Carson. But yeah,
That's
no.
good. Tell me. Explain it to me because I love jokes.
No, I mean the syntax errors. Okay, can you repeat what your comment to to your friend
Well, we're
was?
talking about writing a computer language that would be dyslexic and ADD friendly, because half the code that's wrong out there is, syntax errors, right? And that's how things get broken.
Yeah, yeah. So dyslexic, ADD, syntax
Yeah,
error.
if it was that friendly, that stuff wouldn't happen. And so, what would be the language? That's the question. How would you syntax it and all that? But it would be, because to me, object-oriented programming is a good example for dyslexics. It's horrid. It's horrid for everyone. I mean, and then if you really want to see a horrid language, look at Clarion. The database, it's not even around anymore. It's horrid. Just I mean, I went off subject, but
No, it's okay. I mean, I was thinking about another words, another programming languages that I don't know, and I was just thinking that, no, oh my God.
I have a question. Since we are talking about activism and, how to change things, I have a question with Spider. As you heard some people here mentioned language difficulties. I wonder during the, hacking, since you are, working on multiple operations regarding the different countries, have you ever had issue with the language stuff? Because, even though we have English as an international language that majority of population speaks of, have you ever had, like situation where you're trying to working on something important, but, other people could not keep up because of the language issue? And how did you solve it?
AI. Most definitely
AI.
AI.
I was
Oh,
gonna.
Like literally
Here's a
copy
good
paste and
example.
show.
yeah.
Here's a good example. O&E, right? Bone. O&E, one. D-O-N-E, done. G-O-N-E, gone. Now, just think about that. Go through all the O&E and the phonetics of it is supposed to be bone, but it's all these other words. Now, right there is a good example of something that's wrong. When done, gone, and bone. I give that example all the time. What's wrong with the English language?
Yeah, well, but English is, as Rebel says, is the universal language to put it away. But the spider, before AI, yeah, before AI, how did you deal with any issues with the issues with languages that you needed somebody who could help you with that, or
Yeah, most definitely back then, like when AI wasn't around, obviously. It was most definitely difficult, but when it came to like the hacktivist side, like even hacking like a English website is no different than hacking like a Spanish or a different language type website. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a little different, but you also got Google that can translate for you. You got certain amount of people, depending on the people, that can translate for you. But yeah, that language barrier did suck for a while back then because that
I
language
am going to
barrier.
disagree, Spider. The language doesn't matter. The content is the language, right? The hacktivism is the movement. The move is universal. The technology that these providers all have, whatever that you pull up, whatever, right? They're all the same. They're all the same. So I disagree with you. I believe if you want to learn
You
what, say it, Spider.
you can't read a database that's
I
coming
can't read
from
what
a
database,
whole
sir.
different. And I don't know why you shouting or anything,
I
but like I
apologize.
said,
I
you
thought
can't.
my mic was. I'm sorry. What happened?
You can't read a database that's
Which
coming
one?
from a
Which one? Which
whole.
one? Which one? Which
Let's
one?
say Russia, for example. How are you
Okay,
gonna read
I
that
can't read the
database?
contents, like I said before.
Right,
Right.
right,
So
right,
so
right. That's
so
what the
was I
question
wrong
was.
or right? Like agreeing with what I said before, right?
Most definitely, most definitely, most
Okay,
definitely.
gotcha.
I have to chime in here. I think you just have to let him finish the end of his sentence, so then you can respond.
Well, I
That's
was
all I'm
speaking, and then yeah, you're right. I apologize. I was
saying. Like,
speaking, and
take it
he's
personal.
first. He was first. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, just finish sentences and then respond. That's my input.
Spider, go ahead and finish.
Thank you. Thank you. Like when it comes to like databases, yeah, like the hacking, yeah, you're gonna know how to hack a website that's from a different country because it's not gonna be any different than hacking a website that's from your own country, but when it comes to the time of like what you were just saying before, the content, like the stuff that's inside that database, like you don't even know what's inside that database unless if you could find somebody that could translate for you to know what's inside that database. Obviously there's going to be some words that are going to look familiar, like users, admins, etc., but like when it comes to like news articles or like plan documents, etc., we can't even read that until we either one upload it to the public or two have somebody that's in the movement or somebody that's close to you can read that for you, if that makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I'm sorry. You know what? I got really overexcited, and I allowed my emotions to get the best of me. My point is this: a hacktivist is going to make his move or her move to what they believe, the mission, regardless of content. If the content is unreadable, right, we now have tools to make that readable. Don't think that your mission doesn't mean anything or can't be plausible because you can't read the content. Because let's be honest with each other, we have a lot of tools that can read it. Now, will that raise the signal? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. You know?
May, may I say something? As my question initially, the question of Rival was, okay, is it a problem? How do they do that? And the answer further was AI was the solution now. And then I asked Spider, my question was, and how about before AI? So, yeah, I mean, that is, yeah, right now, we have, it's really not the same as
Yeah,
20 years ago.
I think Spider was saying before AI, and you're saying yeah, there's a bunch of tools, Chase or
Tools.
so.
These are my tools, the things that I do. If I
But
want to
I'm
be a hacktivist, I am going to make my means like I will hacktivize, right? I will do these things. Now, if I'm doing this with a foreign whatever, and let's say it's even at home and it's something that I just don't understand in language, like think about it. Aren't if you're the attacker, right? Let's play game theory here. Wouldn't you want to fucking ingest that data? Like, wouldn't you want to understand it? So the lack of
Indeed, I agree.
understanding and separate. Okay, well, spy. Now we found common ground. You know what I mean? That's what's up.
Like I'll go and talk to whoever I need to talk to because yes, I do want to read that information. That's like almost a must. But if I can't, obviously I'm gonna release it to the public where other people can read it for me, and
Well,
then
sir,
it's just that.
you know, whatever, right? That's what you do at the decision that you make at that means. Like that's, I
Right.
wouldn't even question that. Like whatever, bro. Like that's not the point. The point is, like, hey, language should not be a problem now. I'm sorry. I'm not actually I'm a fucking super senior. I never went to fucking college. I'm actually the worst and I have super when I drink, I'm very, fuck this, fuck that, whatever. And then when I don't, I'm very like, reserved because I don't want to make a fool of myself and it's weird. It's weird, right? But there is a tone in my personality that I can adhere to myself. So if you want to carry that to other countries because, well, they speak another language and they do this and that, like that doesn't make sense. So hacktivism is definitely a global thing, if not anything, a universal thing, right? Like it is the thing. Like all right, never mind.
Yeah, well,
Katie,
I think
Katie,
we were actually talking about how we overcome it, or what are your solutions. So I think that the
Overcome what
one
exactly? I'm sorry.
discussing Spider about it, and basically saying, okay, what have you done in the past? And also Alberto said, okay, before AI, da di da. So yes, it sounds like you've built some tools. Cool.
So, all
But
right. So before AI, but that before
anyway,
AI, I was still learning,
uh,
right?
yeah. So
And if
anyway,
you're before AI, I want to know that because I think you're cool
yeah.
and better than
So
I.
so
Like,
let's just listen for a minute and find out what happened, and then we can figure it out, and then build on that.
oh, so you're not before. Got it.
We are listening to you, Spider.
So what was the question? I was away for a little bit.
The question was, how do you deal? Well, you already answered with an AI, but in general, before the AI, how you used to deal with the language barrier with other people while you were working on operations.
See, that's why I like the movement as a community because there's somebody in that community that's in that same operation that is willing to read some of the stuff to you. Like for example, somebody today, I'm not gonna say any names or anything, when I
Yeah.
was working on a government operation, obviously I could have used AI for for how to read certain things, and I didn't use AI. I used somebody that was already in chat and was willing to read for me and to guide me. Okay, this is for the users, this is for the news, this is for the people that's already registered into the website, etc., etc. And I think using that as a community just shows like how strong the community really is on to help you get what you want, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a
Next
peer-to-peer
question.
translation, and then also you're not going to get errors because you're actually getting joke on before the syntax stuff sorted out, because you're dealing with someone from the country rather than you know, when you put in translate, and then you've got lingo between this and that. Anyway, yeah. Next question.
So I'll be honest. Like, next question is, I really want to support, hacktivists. I think it is true. Like, there should be a global movement where we are all one, but it's hard, right? Like, there's not one. We have countries, right? And the thing that's weird about that is that it scales up. Think about a community, right? And think about sports. Think about teams. Think about, like, it scales up, but at what point does it get corrupted? And that's what I'm trying to point at, man. Whatever, bro. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
before Spider responses, I want to mention that, movement already exists and it's called Anonymous. And, Spider will explain everything else. Thank you.
Like you're wondering, like, okay, yeah, there's always going to be corrupt inside of something, and the movement itself, like, it can be corrupt, such as aka QAnon or Anonymous Sedan and all these weird ass anonymous groups that are coming along, etc., etc. But it's not going to stop me as a person, as part of the movement, that that's just gonna keep pushing me forward, if that makes sense. Like, that just gives me the more motivation. Okay, well, these fake ass anons just making a name for themselves and not caring for the movement. Well, okay, well, I'm just gonna keep working on these operations with everybody else that wants to keep working on these operations. We got more people that's willing to expose on what needs to be exposed to the public than people that are just out there using the anonymous name just to gain that popularity, that fame, that clout for themselves. So I don't even look at it like the corruption that's inside the movement or anything like that, because that has nothing to do with me. I would rather look at the bigger picture, which is the government, instead of the fake people that is in the movement, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
I kind of zoned out for a bit doing my own thing, but when you talk about, I mean, just because talking with different people from different places and different people building different things, it is important to focus on the goal. And then if I can't even remember what the question was, my bad. But if the question is, like, is someone like bad in your organization, and then you're worrying about that, I don't know. That's just what I heard.
The question basically was the language barrier, about the language barrier and how do activists handle it. And then Chase mentioned that there is no movement, and we explained that there is. It's called
Oh,
Anonymous.
that's
So
the
it's about
No, I
that
said
yeah.
you can find
unified
common ground
idea.
with people regardless of how you speak. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
first of
speak
all,
every language. I don't.
yeah,
Of
I'm an
course,
idiot,
that's why we
and
have
I
English.
have the vocabulary of a freaking 8-year-old. But, like,
Oh,
yeah, what, it's true, but I can write fucking things that you can't. So what's up? Like, that's what's up. I don't want to even say that. My point is,
and
like, I can still communicate with people, and people resonate with what I say. with the words, and maybe the word isn't the best thing, but I've learned that now recently as I've grown older, like how you deliver information from one mind to another is crazy. It's like a prompt. It's like fucking dealing with an LLM. The fucking thing is hallucinating. Shut up, motherfucker. Come back. Right? Don't you kick it? Never mind.
Well, JC, I have to say, this is JC. Sorry, I'm not mean to offend you because we already said this is JC with I don't know how many stellar trust on him. That yeah, otherwise he would be very introvert and he wouldn't be saying all these things, expressing himself like that. Yeah, and maybe you communicate much better under stellar trust and your system than without that. With all the respect, Jesse, to you, I don't know. Uh, I, you know why the first time you spoke to me after being in spaces listening for months, you finally came as a speaker and talked to me. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you were there and you said, yeah, "My God," and yeah. Do you want to say how was it that you came to speak to me? How did you choose the
I kid you not. Like, you know what? It's crazy about this application X, Twitter. That's when I met him. And I'll tell you what.
No,
Hold on now.
basically
I
it
bet
was
let me share the story. So I was very nervous. You know, I was on spaces, but for more like, organized spaces where there's hands in, like like those ones that are like like real like information is being shared. And I went to Alberto's space and I knew of him before I met him, by the way. And yeah, he fucking accepted me. He was, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking put no, it's it's better. Uh, no,
He's
he and
basically calling you out now, dude.
what?
no. So let's finish the story.
No, look, it was during those times that everybody was looking for, if maybe you weren't doing that in COVID. I don't know what the fuck you guys were doing. I was making a lot of money in poker, but no. My point is, um, Alberto was an awesome dude. He accepted me, and he can tell you I'm not very vocal. I'm not, but in his spaces I am because I feel so at home. It's like he's my uncle.
Well,
Yeah,
but this is the thing about feeling safe to speak, and so you feel safe to speak, and that's awesome.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Next question.
Well, and I have to
And then
say,
what happened? My bad.
no, and I feel very
Oh
honored. I
shit! And
mean,
then I
no, look,
hacked the planet.
no, hold on. And then Spider mentioned
Sorry, no,
something
but I did
about
hack the planet, by the way.
corruption and people claiming to be anonymous because of the grammar of it, fake people anonymous. And then I'm concerned because AI, AI is saying that I am anonymous. I am the case of anonymous that is, yeah, that is notorious. And not anonymous. Yeah, and I mean, I don't want
Okay.
to be
Oh my
linked
God.
to something.
New rap. I am AI, notorious and anonymous. Okay. Great new lyric. If anyone wants to,
No, okay.
use that, you owe me
Did you
20%.
listen before? Did you listen? Okay, look at the nest. Look at the nest, and that will answer you what you are wondering. Look at the nest, the link there, and yeah,
Listen, the
that's it.
thing is that the movement itself, anonymous, it's so big. I want to comment on the fake ones. It's so big that everyone kind of wants to be part of it, but not everyone can pull it off. So some people are trying, and some people are getting caught up with the drama. So then people like Spider comes along and it just exposes everything, and you can see the difference so clearly that it's just easy to make a proper decision about which one you should follow. Because if you check any other operations, a lot of lot of people are claiming they are working on it. But in the end of the day, if you dig deeper, you will realize that most people are just chasing the cloud. So regarding to that, topic, I want to ask Spider, what's the best way to deal with the fake ones?
No,
For regular
no,
people, not for just you, but for the regular people who don't know how
no,
to
no,
see the
before that, please,
difference.
I want to please, my point is, you said everybody wants to be anonymous. I don't want to be anonymous. I'm
No,
not
I was
anonymous.
not. No, I didn't mean you. I was just talking about the
No,
fake ones who are claiming to be part of it. So the question is to the Spider: how do regular people can see the difference? What's the best way for them to realize which one is fake and which one is not?
Can I do a double?
Do you want
Can
my
I
honest answer?
right now? Alberta asked the one before a question and then she didn't answer and then asked more questions. I'm still going back to that because, I mean, did anyone not hear that?
Hear what?
Well, someone asking a question and then not responding to a question when Alberta was asking a question and then another question's answered,
Okay,
like
what was the
a
question?
deflect. Well,
What
Alberta
was the question?
said, I don't know, I just heard this kind of like back and fro and I'm like, sorry, not you, Spider. It was just between Alberto and the one, and then he asked a question, and then there was no response, and then another question, and I'm kind of like, I mean, sometimes you just have to answer a question. You just have to expose yourself a bit. You have to say who you are. And I
Yeah.
understand you want to get information, but I also believe you whether it's a lie or a truth, we'll know when you talk. I mean, that's how I am. Anyway, I just heard a lot of deflects, so I'm just calling it out.
Okay, everything that I talk about is a lie, so don't listen to me. But
No,
anyways,
no, it's not you. Dude.
no, Alberto, what was your question?
actually, I forgot now. Basically, no, never mind. Don't. I don't remember now. My question was sorry. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry.
Okay, the one. What was your question?
My question was, how do you deal with not you. My question was, how do regular people should, see the difference between fake anonymous members and the real ones?
Would you like a real answer or a fake ass answer?
Can I get a real and
Of
fake, please?
course, the real one.
Just so I
Okay,
know, is it fake or a real response? That's a joke, by the way.
okay, I'm gonna give a not care response. I would literally stop, think, look at them, give them a fucking cookie, and call it a day. I don't really care on who's fake and who's real. Like that don't stop me. That's not what who I am. Like I'm not that person that goes out and judges other people. I'll accept the person on who they are, but I don't really be bothered by them fake anons or people in general. I know there's so much hate of different anons hating on different anons, like just talking shit to each other. Like I don't see the point in that. That makes no sense to me because at the end of the day, it's not helping the people. It's just showing other people that other anons are fucking arguing with each other because they don't like
Sounds
a
like
certain
a British
idea.
man.
And that's the issue that we're having today.
Yeah, from what I've heard from the last bit you've been speaking, you actually go out in real life. You like people. You like talking to people. You people watch, same as me, and you kind of like observe people, and then you do your programming shit, and you're working for the greater good. And then when people go, is this person real or fake? Yeah, when you deal with them, but the other chitter chatter, bullshit. It's like, well, it's not important. Of course, you want to work towards the common good, but It's not important because I may be maybe assuming, but it feels like you feel the love for the person and like good people, you know? Or is that just me?
No, that's just you. No, no, I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
Ha, ha, ha,
I'm,
ha,
I'm just
ha,
kidding. No,
ha.
I
I
don't know.
hate you.
I don't
No,
really.
kidding.
I don't really like what I was saying before. I don't really care about who's fake and who's real. If you're fake and you're doing it for the wrong reasons, that's on you. At the end of the day, if you get caught, you get caught, and that's just it. I mean, you did it for what exactly? Just to get caught and get that fame for what? Like you're about to lose your account, it's about to get suspended, and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's like it's no different than all these other groups that I'm starting to see now. Because Vendetta Mafia, like we did a lot of DDoS attacks, like a lot of DDoS attacks in 2022 to 2024, and I'm starting to see more people DDoSing, but when others are DDoSing, it's like they're only DDoSing for like shit 5 seconds, 30 seconds, maybe a minute, maybe 5 minutes, but that's not long enough to send a message to the government, to whoever you're trying to send the message to. But they're over here posting it on Twitter, with their check host link and saying, oh, we down this here, go check this out. It's like a power, it's like a, what do you call that, like a power grab, right? Does that sound right? Like somebody that's just, okay, I hit down this website, my botnet is stronger, let me keep posting. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
That's the
100%.
history.
I'm doing it to my friend right now because he's not responding, and I'm like sending multiple messages like a DDoS attack. It's just like, do you give up after one thing or you just keep going? I know I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what I was thinking about when I'm trying to message someone to join the call because he knows a little bit about it.
Would you like a cookie?
I'm DDoSing him right now. I mean, it's like it's like a pharaoh attack. It's like join now, but what's a cookie? This is I'm totally out of my league. Is a cookie like like
It's just
cookies?
the saying that I no, it's just a saying that I say, like, okay, does he want a cookie or something, like a treat, like, like it's supposed
Yeah,
to be a
what do
joke.
you got? What do you got to give? And I'll like propose it in the message, or
Shit. Yeah, no, it's more like a
I
trolling
don't want
message
any
that I always
pictures,
tell people.
dude. I do not want any pictures. What does this cookie entail?
A regular chocolate chip, Oreo, whatever type of
Oh
cookie.
God, Oreo, that'll kill you with all that fucking, what do you call it? Seed oils.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh my.
I hopefully he'll join and he'll like, you probably met him and he's hilarious.
Mm.
But okay, well, Spider, I have to tell you, when you make the comment about the cookie that you do it all the time, I don't know, but I always think you're offering me a cookie. How can I not have a
You know
cookie
what the
when
goddamn
you get
cookie is?
cookie, you got the session, you got the yeah. So I see that I understand that way. So you're offering me a cookie. Yeah, give me your session. I see that way. Sorry, but
Are
Am I
you
getting
talking
a cookie? Is
about
it a thing? Does that mean he likes
hold
me?
on. No. So wait, Alberto, are you talking about the situation of this? Here we go with this fake anon stuff, right? So this guy obviously is just doing it for the likes and the views and trying to get some internet pussy. Um, I forgot his fucking name. I think Rootkick is his name. His ass literally made a post saying that he's going to jail for the shit that he's done. And if you look on his fucking Twitter account, all he's done was DDoS a couple websites from different countries, and they're literally like 20-second attacks. And man says, oh, I'm getting arrested, and et cetera. And then I made a whole gif like under his post. I said, what, do you want a fucking cookie or something? Like like what did he expect the people to react to that? Like, okay, maybe that's another anon that's getting arrested for something that has
okay.
No, that doesn't make
Okay,
sense to me.
okay, now now, okay, now that you explained that to me,
I thought
okay, I don't see.
I thought this was hardcore programming language. I was like, oh, a cookie means, like, do you want a cookie? Like, because everyone talks in different, alphabets. So it's like, oh, what's this cookie thing? Must be something really important.
It is something really important. It is your session, but anyway, now that you point about this guy and that, okay, now it's funny. I mean, yeah, that was a nice way of replying to that guy. I'm not going to send to jail because of this idiot of 1 second to that. That is that. Yeah, now let's get it. Thank you, Spider.
Of course. I mean, dude wants a fucking cookie. He's getting arrested for something that he's barely done, which makes no sense whatsoever. But I guess it is what it is. He was trying to get some internet pussy and it didn't work out for him.
My internet pussy. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hilarious. And if we go back to the common goal or the common good, like, what are you working for? And if all you want is media attention, then you go to jail for it, like for some bullshit. Like, come on, put yourself together. That's hilarious. Internet. Oh god.
Okay, hold on. No, hold on. Okay, I need to host because we are under attack here. Hold on. Who can I pick up? Casey, you are now Tamper. I need you. I need support here.
I never fuck Wayne, I never fuck Drake. All my life, man, fuck steak. If I did, I would not with
Okay.
him and let him eat my ass
So,
like
Wait, what's going on? What's the
nobody.
noise?
no, we are under attack. That's what I meant. Hold on. It's taking me time
Sounds
because
like
I'm
you should
great.
always attacking the
Okay,
entity.
No,
hold
wait,
on.
there's too much noise.
Caribbean girls running.
Okay, well, now hold on. I need
I
support
can't
now.
hear what are you talking about. There are too much noise.
Because I've said that we are under attack and I needed support that co-host that could deal with this, but I'm doing this on my
Give
own
me
and it's taking
co-host.
me time.
Okay, I can. Oh my
Yeah,
Hold on,
give
it's
me
taking me time.
co-host.
It's taking me time. Give me
Okay,
hold on.
calm down. Take a cookie.
That's exactly what I was talking about with some internet pussy.
Oh,
Okay,
uh,
hold on. Okay, it's over. It's over. It's done. Okay, remove. Okay, that's it. Now I realized the pattern. I didn't realize the pattern, and yeah, we were under attack, and now it's
You
over.
always have to
Situation.
oh
understand.
wow.
Like, that's all
Yeah.
good. We're getting some pussy internet called
Oh,
Twitter.
It's the best thing that I've ever had. Trust me.
Oh man,
So,
you're my hero, man.
never got.
Man, I really wish. I mean, I hate you for that. I mean, man. Oh my God, I wish. I mean, that's not fair, Spider. I mean, everybody should have their portion of, cooking of pussy. Yeah, I don't get
Oh,
mine.
was that cookie?
Yeah, that
What did you say?
no, that you. I won't repeat that. Sorry, but I want my cut of that you. Yeah. Man.
But anytime you need help, Alberta, just let me know. Even though I might seem like a loose cunt, I will support you if you need to, like, rein in the crew. It sounds
Oh my God.
you were a little bit overwhelmed before. There was a pussy attack. It was called a DDoS,
Yeah, but
and there was
yeah.
he's thrown around. That's what I was hearing.
what?
No, it's no.
Wait. How did we get from the fake profiles to pussy
I mean, really quickly, you got to
Okay, let's clear the topic, okay? Because I'm
Okay,
lost right now.
okay.
I'm lost
Basically,
who's asking what and what's going on here.
okay, everyone. We were attacked by okay. Uh, yeah, certain accounts came up and started, but I see it coming and I couldn't stop it early enough. Okay, the noises that we were hearing were accounts that were covering to destroy the space and probably posting on a nest and yeah, okay, but it's over. No more problem. I just couldn't stop it early enough. Yeah, yeah, it's 1-800 left. Haha. Yeah.
It was a
Do
deep.
you want a cookie?
Let's pretend.
Do you want a cookie 1-800? Do you want a cookie 1-800? Do you want a cookie Coco?
One eight
Yeah.
hundred cookie. What's 1-800 cookie? Does anyone need help?
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. Now I can start using. Do you want a cookie? Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure I still understand it, but I'm still laughing about it because it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like a troll. It's supposed to make people mad, but not make people mad if they don't understand it.
Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah. So you could never make me mad if you have told me you want a cookie. I would say, yes, of course, I want a cookie.
Well,
But
it's South America. Everyone eats a goddamn cookie down there. I'd like, can you give me like a chicken wing or something? I like protein. Maybe, I mean, if I was like doing a DDoS attack, it'd be more like chicken wing or something like that, like crispy. But anyway, we each to their own. Sugar and cookies, it's all good. But it was hilarious. Alberta got fried just before. he got he, he got a DDoS attack, and
yeah, no, it was not the DOS. It was actually just a DOS attack, but it's okay. It happened from time to time. You just have to see the patterns, and yeah, I saw it coming. I just thought that Samper was hosting, and yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, it's
it's
okay.
okay. I mean, I've got your back, even though it doesn't seem like it. But you're like, I need help because someone's being a fuckwit. I don't know who was playing that song, and people interrupting. But at the end of the day, even though I sound like a random ass motherfucker, like we're still talking, and let's go back to that.
No, you don't sound like one.
Yes, she does. I mean, yes, she does. Of course, she does. Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, trust me.
No, I
I've
follow.
I've heard once. She's not one of them.
Yeah. So
Next
I'm
question.
making a joke about myself, but also next question on you. What was the question Alberta asked you the first time, and then respond?
What was the first time question?
Exactly. What?
That is what she's asking you. You're asking. Your answer is the question that she's asking you. So
What
this is
is it?
going nowhere.
No, I listen. I did not hear her voice because her voice gets cut time to time.
But
So
it,
that's
but
why I
it,
repeat the question because her voice gets cut.
Alberta
But you
asked you the
listen
question,
to the
and he
question
was
because
going
you
to ask
respond
you
with the
the
question.
question.
How could you not hear?
Sorry.
How can you say that you didn't hear when you respond with the question that she asked you?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. I have not heard her question because her voice gets cut. So I'm repeating what's
But
the question.
no, but you. How can you say that when you answer the
Alberto,
question
stop
with the
confusing.
no, it's a not
Let her
confusing.
ask
It's
the
a,
question.
Albert.
how can you say that when you repeated the question when you answer?
Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go back to the question, which was half an hour ago, because sometimes I don't work in non-linear time. But there was a question going around, and you did ask her a question. Do you remember what that was, or shall we make a new question up? Because I wouldn't mind asking a question, or you ask a question, because you initially initiated the question, and then get a response. That's what I would like.
I'm only able to ask or answer a couple questions before I have to go. So if
Do you have
anybody
a
has
question?
any questions,
Do you have a question for her?
for who?
Personally, I don't have a question. So
Anybody has a question for the spider before he leaves?
Spider, I don't have a question because apparently it sounds like you're famous, but I have no idea who you are. My question to you is, when you look outside right now, like right now I'm looking outside and I'm looking at a mountain. When you look outside, what makes you happy? Do you look at nature? Do you look at birds? Or are you seeing like concrete?
No, I just look at my wallpaper like I pretend I'm looking outside, but in reality, I don't touch grass. Like
No,
grass is
no.
like allergic to me. Yeah.
Oh, you're allergic to grass.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that's
sunlight and just looking
oh,
at
you've got
you know.
sonomorphia thing, whatever it's called. There's actually one fellow in my town who is all covered up and goes around with an umbrella and things. One of the beautiful things where I live is everyone's accepted. I don't know if you're taking the piss, but like a lot of people live inside and they're scared to go outside, especially programmers in my like just a few that I know. But
Yeah.
well, that was a genuine question. I think I got a bullshit response, but okay. Uh,
No, I don't touch grass. I mean, I do touch grass, obviously, but I can't disclose information. But it does feel good when I go outside. I guess if that answers your
go
question. But
outside and look at a mountain. For fuck's sake, dude, are you that paranoid to say, yeah, I like looking outside and watching birds? For God's sake.
for the person of who I am, yes, I am that type of paranoid.
Yeah. So you can't say that you go outside and sit on the grass and look at a mountain. Oh,
Well,
actually,
I
it would
train
be
dogs and shit. So if that's what you're asking.
to say the mountain is okay. Do you go outside and look at a leaf? Let's just change the thing because the mountain obviously is too important.
No, hold on a second before we continue. Santa, thank you for being here. I haven't seen you for ages. I sent you a an invitation because, yeah, just happened an attack here and I needed backup. And yeah, nobody actually. No, no,
What's
yeah,
up? I
no.
didn't see it. What's up? We might start a space in a second. A friend had like, so if we don't, I would love to. But I already like promised that like I'd start like probably co-hosting for someone else like in
Oh,
like
okay,
half
okay,
an
no,
hour. If
no
not
problem.
though, dude, nice to see you though. Hell
I
yeah.
love you, Santa. Yeah, I miss you, and I haven't seen you for a while, and I wanted to talk to you, asking you about some people how they're doing. Yeah, but no, by the way, here you are with people from Anonymous, in particular Spider, who's about to leave. He has talked about a lot about the movement. Do you have any question about Anonymous? Anything? What do you know about Anonymous? What do you think about that? Any questions?
I've got a friend who's associated with them, but I talked to him a couple years ago, so I don't know if he still is. Aside from that, I have no idea. I just jumped in, so I didn't hear because like when you try to add yourself to speak, it like backs you up and you can't hear for a second. And I just got in, so I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Listening, I like grass though.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, okay. Spider is about to leave. If there are no more questions for Spider, thank you very much for being here. You know what? This space is being recorded. It will be available soon. Spotify,
He,
Apple Podcast,
he,
right?
he, he did have
So,
a second point to say. I think he was on the
okay,
first thing and then he had a second thing. That's just my memory.
okay. So yeah.
I did what now?
Did he have a second point? I'm from memory. You were like, I don't know. I
I
think
said,
there's like a second. There was a second point.
you asked if I touch grass or go outside,
Yeah.
etc. And I just said, no, I just go outside and train my dogs. It's literally it.
Oh, maybe I had the second question. Well, I'm just making it up as I go. Okay. I'm just trying to think outside the box because that's what I do. What is a question that you would like to ask me, which is asking you the same question, which would give some information that would be helpful for other people?
Are you asking me to ask you a question?
No, I'm asking you to ask me a question to ask you a question.
I don't even
I'm
have an
so
answer.
confused.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Cookie? Okay. No, I just thought you. Yeah. Okay, that didn't make sense. I just thought you'd get it. So what's a question that you would ask yourself if you were asking somebody else?
Okay, I think we're getting over here. Spider needs much more concrete and the right question. I think. Tell me, yeah, I mean, he doesn't
We
like
are getting
actually.
somewhere, man.
No, I think he is not like a kind of person that you can be like ambiguous and yeah, and I mean the question that he would ask you that you would ask him would be like he has no question. Yeah, that would be
Well,
the answer.
that's fine. But don't you think that's a good question? I thought that was a great question. I've never asked that
Yeah,
question before.
but I think it gives no value to to
At least you
to
got it.
what.
You got me, Alberto. That's why I was confused why Spider didn't. I didn't get it why he didn't get my question. But,
This
all
year is
good.
literally this month alone is literally the only month that I actually came out as a Anon member, speaking as a Anon member for the Anon movement. But like I normally don't ask anybody questions. I don't do anything like that. It's more on people that have questions about the anonymous movement or anything about the hacktivists and et cetera, et cetera. And that's how I normally,
Yeah, interact. And the one was just kept asking you questions, and I thought it was interesting, but it just felt like question and answer. Whereas I'm more like, I mean, there's more to a person than the thing, and then you can delve into more shit. Anyway, okay, question, blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah. I have a question, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was just like, but maybe that a lot of people do that. It just was weird for me. But I mean, it's just normal as well. But anyway, I hope you have a great day, great night. And if you feel to respond to, do you have a question you'd like to, you can ask me a question. Do you have a question you want to ask me? Or I want to ask
I
you a
do
question?
actually. I
Yeah.
do.
Uh-huh.
Do you lick the bus windows, wear the helmet, and ride the short bus?
I thought you were going to ask if I shaved. Um,
No.
no, I don't leak bus windows. And what was the other thing? Wear helmets and wear
Yeah, wear the
tinfoil.
helmet. Mm. And do you
Yeah,
ride the short bus?
yeah. I've been around a bunch of people who wear tinfoil hats.
Nice.
But nah, I don't do that. I'm certainly very tactorial, but I'm not licking buses if I can help it because it's not very hygienic. Do you have a legitimate question other than making fun of me?
It's a trolling question.
Yeah. I've been through the ringer, mate. So next question.
Oh.
Okay, I can. Yeah.
What do you know about? Hold on.
I'm not going to cry. I cried last night because a friend upset me, but it's all good. You're just making fun of me. But anyway, next question. Have
Of
you got an
course,
offer?
we're Anon. I'm always gonna make fun of somebody. It's trolling.
All I think with anon is anus, and it's like we're anon, and it just keeps me back to that, and I just go,
Wait, what?
well, that's just how my mind works, and it's just funny for me.
Okay. All right, Alberto. I'm gonna hop out of here.
No,
I'll
but
send
I have a
you.
question for you, Spider. That
I'll
seriously,
send you a
no,
message and shit. We'll,
no,
we're gonna have to
a
do more
question, Spider,
spaces for sure.
before you go. Spider, a question before you go. Okay, why actually do you were agreeing on having me? I mean, for example, in the spaces Georgia and in other spaces, hosting when you speaking here. I mean, you don't know me, and okay, I mean, I could be an asshole. I could be an FBI undercover agent. I
Did you
mean,
say my name? Are you asking me?
and you like. No, not you.
Oh, okay.
I'm not his father. Okay, I mean, requires certain amount of, okay, it's a risk when you let somebody you know into, I mean, to a group that, yeah, I mean, for me it's a privilege, but okay, why, why are you okay with me? I mean, I appreciate that hosting these spaces, you being here, actually talking here, yeah, I would like to know that how. I mean, you did your background research on me, and I don't know what gave you that, give open the door to me to enter in partially into, not into your life, but into your world, to some way. I mean, yeah,
Well,
that's it.
I think over time, like when we really started talking, like it was like a iffy subject, especially me talking about who I am and what I've done. But then hearing your story and listening to your story on either Darknet Diaries or some of the podcasts, it's intriguing, and it's more of what you do for me as a person, as a so-called anonymous member. um, you're allowing me to be on a platform to speak on something that I truly believe in, and I am this is literally all I do every day. So you giving me that time and effort and willing to make more articles, push out the narrative, and yeah, and that's technically it. Like you're the one that's actually giving me somewhere to speak on, and I really support that. I really fuck with you because of that reason. And you're just a cool guy to be around. You're a cool guy to talk to, and your community that you bring in, type thing. They like you for who you are. They don't like you because of what you've done or anything like that. They like you as a person, and I think that's where I connect in, where I'm not gonna be there to get judged. I'm gonna be there to be a part of the community and talk about what's common and what's not, if that makes sense.
I can I
Yeah,
then
thank
just say I hear heart from both of you, and I see him sharing his heart and you sharing your heart, and there's beautiful hearts. Honestly, it's a beautiful like heart connection. And then because wasn't speaking earlier, nuance. So NUANCE, the thing that I shared to you about it before with the book. You can chuck articles on there. It's free. It's decentralized. So you can publish articles. So Medium is still run on centralized servers. Medium isn't. So check out Nuance. This was like maybe 1 or 2 hours ago. I forgot the time now. But yeah, check out Nuance because you can publish articles and you can also create communities on there, but just publish articles. Same
you.
if you want to like publish it. It's run on ICP, so it's not run on AWS or Google Cloud or whatever. So yeah, you can chuck shit up on there. And anyway, but anyway, I think that you got a lot of love to share, and it's beautiful. And yeah,
Okay, so, Spider, thank you very much. I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, it's not what I do for you. It's you. I mean, allowing me to interact with you guys, and yeah, it really means a lot to me. So thank you. Have a nice night, and keep acting, keep doing what you're doing, and yeah, keep saving those girls from being raped. Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you.
everybody. Appreciate you, Alberto. Chase, it was good talking to you. I'm glad we squashed some shit that wasn't even there, but I'm just talking shit. But yeah, it was nice talking. I hope y'all have a good night or a good morning or a good day. One of
Good
the two,
night.
one of the three.
Take care. Take
All
care.
right, y'all.
Bye bye. Okay. Now, Froe, this is your space. You can talk about anything you want, and yeah, you can talk about anything. Yeah.
I mean, uh, I try to listen and I do have respect, even though I have to give. I mean, honestly, when you asked the question, I did feel, but I just say how I feel, and that's for me, that's okay because you're like, why do you accept me into this? And it's like, well, I don't know. I feel that there's when someone has good intentions or love in their heart, and it comes down to this question, I have to say it not in swear words. Hang on, let me reiterate so it doesn't offend people. Are you a good person or are you a bad person? It sounds better with the swear words in Australian, but I'm not going to do it because I don't want to offend people. But are you a shit XYZ or are you a good XYZ? So what's the intentions in your heart? What do you want to do? And at the end of the day, doesn't matter what color, what race, what religion, blah blah blah. If you still have that kind of good intention inside yourself, I think that's good, and we should work towards that. And it's kind of like a common goal. There was this Anon thing, which whatever. I've seen Mars, but I'm new to it. I could pretend to know what it is, but I'm not a liar. But whatever. I mean, the only way I'll learn is by learning. So
The only way of learning is by learning. I agree with you on that.
yeah. And if you think that you know everything, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, there are things that I can tell. There's nothing actually that I can say I know everything about. Yeah.
You know the term, the more I know, the more I don't know? Honestly.
Yeah, no, I mean, and those who call themselves or proclaim themselves experts, for me, are full of bullshit.
Yep.
And what's my favorite expression, Alberto?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Yeah.
That's so good, man. I can't wait to go to America and give you a high five. Like, meet you, give a high five. I'm like, oh, what do you know? I don't know nothing. Yeah, but also it reminds me of the comedy with, Schultz. I know nothing. I know nothing. It was just like, anyway, it was an old show, and then the army was in this thing, and they were in a camp. Hogan's Heroes. Do you know that show?
Yep, that's old. I know nothing.
Yeah, I am old as well. Yeah. So Schultz would be like, I know nothing. I see nothing.
I see nothing. Yes, and that
Yeah.
and I was trying to register a domain, but 3-letter domains were hard. I was going to get idk.com.
Ha 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 ha. And you didn't get it?
Didn't get it. No, idk.com.
You could, if you want, I could do idk.com.au
I
if it's
did.
still
I did idk-net.net. It's not active, but it's
yeah,
part.
so old school. And back in the 90s.
Yeah,
.net.
yeah. IDK.
Yeah.
IDK. I don't know.
What about LM? Hang on, laugh my ass off. LMAO.
Yeah. LOL.
Oh,
Laugh out loud too, right? LOL.
but I've actually had it where I talk to someone and they go LOL, and I'm like, they don't actually laugh; they just go LOL, and I'm like, I'm a big laugher in case you can't tell, and it's like, what? They say LOL, like, oh my god,
Laugh
that's
out loud.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Laugh out.
Have you ever had that in real life where someone says LOL to you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, I think, thank God. I mean, no offense, but we just laugh out loud. We don't actually say LOL in real life. I just only had it once, thank God. Oh my God, it was so weird. And then I laughed. I laughed while she was saying LMFAO, and I was like, "Oh, what? This is weird ass shit."
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. I know. I don't know. That's my favorite expression. My other one is
I
that people ask me how you. My other favorite
yeah,
expression is when people ask me how you doing. I'm alive, and I'm. In other words,
and
I'm.
I also like this thing, when you're having a bad day, and I like to say, well, I have my arms and legs. They haven't been blown off. Um, you know, it's a good reminder. Honestly, I go, look, I got my arms and legs. They haven't been blown off because there's bombs going off all around the place.
Yeah, I know. It's sad.
Yeah, it's horrible. And so sometimes I go through some sadness. Right now I'm feeling okay, which is cool. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow?
Well,
But at the end of the
that's
day,
why I have one of my best friends. She's from Iran, and her
mm,
father was hung for his religious beliefs there during the revolution. And what was
yeah.
sad is what they did to they made his friend kick the chair to hang him.
Oh, that's hectic, dude.
I mean, and then what's even more interesting is the guy who was the hanger came to America and begged forgiveness from the family for what he did, and she forgave him. And I think that I've been trying to get her to come on Twitter and tell the story on one of these spaces. I think it's
He did that authentically rather than just doing an immigration thing, and he did beg for forgiveness. All good.
yeah, he begged
Uh,
for forgiveness. Yeah,
well,
I
it's a
think, but
complicated.
yeah, it is but the family forgave him, and that's
Well, that's it, and
that's huge.
they're good people. So
Yeah,
anyone can always live and let live and forgive. My family has had tragedy in regards, British Army and Bloody Sunday and da di da, but I don't say I'm like racist against English people. I say I don't really like the British Army.
you don't like
But if some,
no, you don't like the system. It isn't that you hate the people; you don't like the system.
I mean, so e.g., me and my sister, when we were visiting my grandparents in Derry, we went to get some potato chips. They're really delicious cheese and onion chips. I was 11 at the time. So we go down the road, had a rifle in our face, and someone saying, "Where are you going? What are you doing?" And we're like, "Oh, we're Australian," like putting our hands up, fucking rifle in our face. We're like, we're just going to get some potato chips. Like, this is a complete misappropriation of power. And it doesn't mean that I'm racist against English people. I think that there are certain people that have been, whatever culture, religion, country it is, when they get power and they have a gun, if they misappropriate or misuse it, that's not good. So, my grandparents' house was on the corner at a checkpoint. I don't know if you know what checkpoints are in Derry, in the Northern Ireland, and in the Troubles. It's funny. It's an Irish word. The Troubles. It's literally Troubles means war. So they called it air conditioning, or the bullet holes through the walls. My granddad was a dentist, and he used to identify people through their dental records because of bombs. Like, it's hectic, dude. He was a
Yeah,
Jasmine
I know. It's sad, and
dentist.
that's something else I want to. I'm standing up. I've always stood up against war. I mean,
Mm.
I'm from the Vietnam era. I still,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got
yeah.
I got one of the POW bracelets. I still wear it today. He's still missing in action, Captain Marvin Lindsay.
Oh, but did you like serve in the war or whatever you want to call
No, I
it?
didn't serve in the war. I got lucky and got a high number, didn't get drafted. I
Yeah.
got,
So POW is what? Missing
and
person?
then my the POW bracelet I wear is for the guy who's missing in action. I think he's
Mm.
missing in action, but or a
Have you
POW,
have you
but
been
I
to
still
Vietnam?
wear it. I didn't go to the wall. No, I didn't get to go to the wall.
Like, did you go to Have you been to Vietnam yet? I've got
No, I have
friends,
not. I've not.
but the thing is, like, I've had some of my best friends from Vietnam, and at the end of the day, there's wars and there's bullshit, and then e.g., certain politicians right now, you know, dumping bombs on different people and then creating da da, creating alliances with da da, who has been bombing. I mean, God, without going into too much politics, creating an alliance with someone who's been dumping bombs on innocent people for however long, and then also smirking, like he's literally smirking. I don't know if you know it, that like literally grinning, talking about shit. Um, and someone makes an alliance with this person while they're bombing families, and then there's millions of people, like there's thousands of people moving out of this place, and uh like Mr. T goes, yeah, we're gonna build a new really nice place there, and everyone can go there. It was probably a month ago. All the Americans have probably forgotten. Um, we're going to build a really new, beautiful place there. It's going to be good for everyone. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you tripping? Like, what the fuck are you tripping on? Like, there's people who had homes here. It's all been bombed. They don't have houses. And you want to make a nice strip? And then, of course, he's coercing with Mr. Da di da. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? There's people with with families who have no place to live now, who've been bombed. They have no food. Are you fucking tripping? I don't understand why people can't see this shit. Anyway, that's just my 5 seconds of politics, but it just frustrates me, the um lack of sensibility. Lack of sensibility to just go, how does anyone do you remember that thing where um literally Trump said, oh, we're going to build this really great place for everyone to go and we can go there. I was like, are you like what? Like what the fuck? Do you know there's homeless people, they don't have food and water, and you're going to make a great place and make it your own fucking country, and then you're allying with fucking, I'm not going to name countries because it's not important, but when you have someone smirking on a video call when talking about devastation, that's not a good sign, man. And then when you do other stuff with someone who's smirking in a video, it's like, nah, this is not good. Is anyone else seeing that, or am I just like so obvious for me? Is it a mic? I mean, sorry. I mean, I just have. That's just how I think.
No, no, I understand. Anyway, I think when I speak, people leave. Everyone's
Oh
left
no, it's
again,
not you.
Alberto.
No, it's not you. It's me.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm going to go to sleep. I haven't.
What, are
I
you feeling paranoid?
no. I got up at 3 this morning.
Ah,
So
liver
I'm so I'm
liver time in Chinese medicine.
yeah. So I'm tired. I'm falling asleep. Anyway, good night, Alberto, my friend. See ya, Thumper.
It's good to chat.
Yeah, it was great meeting you online.
One day when I go to America, we're going to get a high five.
Oh, thank you. Great.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
I always love blank spaces profile. Blank space. Speak.
He won't answer. I can tell you in advance. I can tell you right now. It's only me and you here together.
I'm
Yeah.
someone who makes people think that they can't talk. Now I've let the secret out. But people when they don't think they can talk, then they can talk. But anyway, blank space, dot, dot, dot. Just let a whisper out. We're here for you, which means hello.
Hey, talk to her. Answer her. Otherwise, leave the space. Yeah. Why are you here if you're not listening? And why are you a speaker even if you're not listening? Come on, speaker. Come on. That's ticket. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. I'm giving you an internet high five because 100%. But I'm sure I've heard him speak, or is it just that I always think no, I have heard him speak, but it was like on a quiet space, like some programming something. I'm working on something or other. I have heard his voice one day.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's
Are you
okay.
holding a microphone to get followers, or would you like to respond to the question? Now, Alberto, if you have any question to ask, blank space. You could be on the toilet right now, but we can ask it again. What would be the question you would ask him?
Okay. Any question that I might ask him, I know the answer. So yeah, yeah. I mean that's terrible because
Oh my!
I know that any question
Like,
how. I mean, it's not that he will answer actually the answer to my. I mean, what's your favorite color, for example?
no,
I know what he will
no,
answer, and
no,
it will not.
no,
It's not
no.
like he will be like orange. Yeah, I know.
If
I
you
know
guys having
what he
sex
will answer.
together, even if you're having sex, you're not going to know what certain things are. So in a business relationship, in regards to programming, I'm guessing he's a programmer from memory. So just think outside the box. So what's a question? Because you just think you know everything about him. That's assuming things. And no one knows anything about anyone until you ask a question, right? So
Exactly.
yes.
But you know what? How I am? I am a person who normally, when it comes to asking questions, I don't like asking questions to other people. I mean, I like to interact with people, and uh,
Yeah, me too.
it's like,
Me too.
yeah. I mean, no,
But
yeah.
the thing is, because I used to be really shy and maybe am. Um,
No, it's not about being shy. It's about I don't want people to feel like okay.
but they
For example,
do.
if they ask, yeah, and it's about okay, where are you from?
I
Okay,
don't do that.
people would.
I don't do that, dude. No. I mean, sometimes it's like my last question because it's just so obvious and it's just like, oh my God. Like I was at this conference last week and the first question, oh, who do you work for? And I'm like, I represent myself. I was just
No,
tired.
it was not. Yeah, it was not that the point that I was making. It's like most of the people here, for example, do you think if you ask a spider where are you from, he will answer you? He
Like,
would not answer you.
he did.
I mean,
Did you not hear it?
no, okay, what was the answer? Because
Oh,
he will never.
I did get the answer, but maybe other people missed it because I asked questions and the answers came out. Oh,
Oh, but
yeah,
the thing that I heard about if you were birds and all that, but I didn't hear he telling where he was from.
Yeah,
I mean that.
good. I mean, that's fine. He felt comfortable at that time to answer that and say that. It was very
Where is he from?
interesting because
Where is
it
he?
was like this
Where is he from?
anonymous community and da di da, and then at the end of the day, he's like blah 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 blah, and I was like, okay, cool.
But where is he from? Because I cannot believe that he said that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like let it out. You're gonna have to like ask him again and
No, I have the space recorder, so I will go that
yeah,
this.
just go back and
You know.
hear it. So the thing is, I'm not CIA, but the thing is I like talking to people and I do like understanding people. And it's not that I'm trying to get information out of them, but I'm trying to understand them and connect with people. And so it was funny because the other lady was just like, I have a question, blah blah blah. I have a question, blah blah. Also,
Yeah.
just mention at one point there was an American accent, and that made me feel very wary because she changed her tone very quickly. But then I also know that I change my tones very quickly. But I was like, mm. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
she went between American and Russian very quickly, or whatever wherever she's from. It changed very quickly when
Yeah.
she was putting on the track, and I was just like, it's not good for me because I like being 100% authentic, but I don't feel like that was I'm not feeling that was authentic. To be honest.
And I was feeling that she was only focused on asking questions to him, and
Yeah,
for
yeah,
example, as
yeah, yeah.
she completely ignored the question that I asked her.
That
And when
yeah,
you ask her about
and that's
that
what I said
question, the answer, was
multiple times.
the question that you answered that you asked her. So, and she said, I didn't hear you. So,
Mm.
come on, are you fucking?
Yeah, I didn't
What?
hear you, and I was like, he asked the question, and then I didn't hear you. Like this whole roundabout scenario. It's a bit like dumb blonde bimbo or fucking roundabout. Like, fuck's sake, mate. You heard me say
Yeah, the thing is that she was very interested and paying attention to everything the other guy was saying. But when it comes to something that my curiosity, yeah, she didn't give a fuck, or she didn't want, or just avoided for some reason.
times.
But
So you
I mean,
did the first time, and then I reiterated it, and I said again, oh, the mic was cut off. Oh, but did you hear what he said? Because he was the one asking the question. Oh, blah blah blah. And then later on, blah blah blah. It's just great. Ask questions. It's great learning, but if you kind of like keep decoying the thing, that for me this is an issue. I'm just a
yes,
very honest person. This is
I agree.
signal. This is a signal sign for me.
I
Um,
agree with
I'm
you, and I
not sure
completely totally
who
agree.
she is or how much you know her, but I would just be like, signal, signal, signal. Nah,
I agree with you.
honestly, fucking decoy. How many times you have
I
to
don't.
just say answer the question? Oh, hang on. Oh, let's point over there. The sky is blue. Yeah, cool. Great. And then da da da. Oh, I have a question for you. Yeah, cool. I ask questions. I love asking questions. It's great. You've got your information. I'm not sure who you're working for. You got your questions and you're pretending to like you've put all these posts with fucking videos, da 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 da. No, fuck off, mate. Um, false as I mean, I just know when I talk to someone if they're real or not. It's bullshit.
Mhm.
I mean, she could be real, but that's just what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah. I mean, all I know is that I don't know. I feel like in this space, she was not about to participate in this space. It was about what she wanted, and she talk about
Yeah,
the rest.
information gathering, intelligence.
Yeah, and it was interesting when Chasey was okay. She asked him. Sorry, she asked who here is an activist, and Chasey started explaining, and she said, "Oh, so basically you are releasing documents, blah blah blah." And I was like, "What?" I mean, she never said that. She was like a police cop that was
Mm,
telling a person an answer to something that he never said. It was like I felt so like, what? Where did
yeah,
you took that?
yeah,
You never said that. You're like a cop interrogating a
yeah,
person. It was like completely. I don't know why.
yeah,
It's,
yeah. For whatever reason, I hang out with programmers and people in cybersecurity and whatever. And one of my friends, shall I say, in inverted quotas, he's he's been worried I'm CIA or blah 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 because when you work with different things, medical or military, or you build a bunch of shit, and it's like, no, dude, I'm not doing blah blah blah. They're so paranoid, but also there's a certain mentality. There's paranoia, and then you've got like mathematicians and quantum physics people, and they just work on different brain levels. So I do believe that the shit that they work on is very important. And then they can be attacked, which is horrible. And although I do not want to, like, I just want to look at my mountain right now. Like, the leaves are changing, they're rustling, and I'm gonna write a poem. I'm gonna write a poem and post it. Like, it's so beautiful. But
yeah.
I have a friend who's caught up inside. You probably know him. AP, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I mean, I love his accent.
Yeah, so he's from Australia, blah blah blah.
Yeah, yeah, and he's. All my respect for him because really, he really. I mean, his his intelligence for me. I mean, he's not a fake. He's a fucking OC expert, and I'm
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
that he's an expert, not he saying he's an expert. It's me who say.
GG expert. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Expert. Sorry, carry on.
No. That was it. That for me, I mean, I really admire his knowledge, his intelligence, what he's doing. Yeah, for me, I have that perception about him.
Well, I invited him multiple times, but who knows? If he might just be.
Well, maybe because of your time difference. Sorry, just kidding.
What's that?
Maybe he couldn't go accept your invitation because of the time difference between
No,
both
no,
of you.
I am mate.
Just kidding.
I am
Just
mate.
kidding.
He's in Australia. I'm not inviting. Are you?
I know. I was
Are
just
you
kidding. It was
a
just
cigar
kidding. It was
or
a
a
bad joke.
cigarette right now?
Yeah.
Cigar, cigarette.
Cigar, cigarette. Okay.
What do you say?
Tomato,
I get a lighter. Well, it's okay to say you smoke tobacco because I'll have one. I'm just saying, what are you smoking?
I am right now. I am smoking a cigarette. Yeah,
Yeah,
right now I am smoking a cigarette in front of the screen, listening to
yeah,
you.
that's fine.
And show.
But don't be paranoid. What type of?
No, no, why paranoid? No, I mean I have no problem to say that I'm showing a cigarette,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
listening, talking to
That's
you.
cool. That's cool. And are you smoking rollies or tailmades?
No, rollies, no
Yeah.
rollies, sorry.
So,
I mean,
because you're in Uruguay, is that it?
yes, that's correct. I am in Uruguay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you smoking like native tobacco from there or from some?
No. I said not rollies. I mean, just not Marlboros, but yeah, just yeah,
Oh, tailor-mades. So they've already.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
rolling
exactly.
means
I mean,
you get the
even
tobacco and
though in
roll
prison,
it.
no, yeah, no, but for example, in prison, yeah, I never rolled
Very pretty, but
a cigarette, but in prison, yeah, nobody smoked cigarettes. I mean, that was a luxury. Everybody got his tobacco, his papers to, and they have to roll. And it was so funny because I didn't know how to roll. So,
oh,
and I was terrible when they
mm,
tried to spray me.
always
So,
terrible. And
no,
I prefer.
other, yeah,
So are
other,
you smoking
sorry.
a rolly or a tailor-made? Okay, do you understand the word tailor-made in your language?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
no,
you smoking now a rolly or a Taylor?
tell you, because I cannot roll. Yeah, I cannot do any of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Um. Right. I actually prefer the flavor of tobacco from rollies. And back in the day, I've never smoked much weed because weed doesn't really react with my neurology very good. But I did have
Mm-hmm.
a little rolling machine back in the day. This is like 20
Oh,
years ago.
oh,
Um,
oh.
and then I would put my tobacco in there and put my paper and then roll it out. So generally I roll it, and then if I'm at the pub, depends, how many wines I've had, and then I go, like, if someone's asking for a cigarette, I'm like, yeah, you can have one. You can roll me one. Like, just roll two.
Mhm.
It's a win-win situation. Roll me one.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then later on, I mean, I roll okay. People roll. I don't know tobacco. I'm smoking chop chop. So, but it's good tobacco. Like at the end of the day, during the cyclone and the flood, when I first moved in here, I didn't have any tobacco. Blah blah blah. And then I got some tobacco off my neighbor. This thing almost killed me, man. Like I just puffed it in. I was like, oh my God, I was like coughing my guts up. And she was like, oh, this is really good. It's from Ballin and the stuff from, Byron and Mullen is shit. And I was like, oh my God. And I thought, oh, maybe my body's trying to tell me to quit. And so I was thinking my body's trying to tell me to quit. And then I just got some normal tobacco again. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it was really shit tobacco. Like, I don't know what the fuck was in that, but made me cough my ass out. And that's why sometimes, yeah, if you want to know a story, let me know and I can tell you a tale.
Well, actually, okay. Now let me think of something to ask you. Okay, let me think. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oof,
I might
mm,
have to go to the toilet for like 1 minute and then I'll come back. So don't talk.
okay,
I mean, you can talk
okay,
for
yeah,
2 minutes, but I'm going to go to the toilet and I won't hear you for like 3 minutes. Okay?
okay, okay. Sure, of course, yeah, of course, it's okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. Hey, don't blank user. Come on, wake up, Sleeping Beauty. What are you doing? Samper, be a man, come as a speaker. I know you like to, I know you enjoy talking to Paroda.
Playing from PC Fate 46B6.
No, not speaking from there. Okay, let's see. Charlie, my friend Charlie, if he's awake. Okay. Oh no.
Hola, Alberto.
Okay. Hey, Charlie. Charlie, are you there? Charlie, are you there?
No.
Hey, Charlie, can you talk to me in English?
Sure thing, Alberto.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, can you tell me about Anonymous?
Anonymous is
Oh, fuck,
anonymous.
oh, fuck, you're sick. Oh, no. Charlie, please, come on. Come on, Charlie.
I'm here.
I know you're here, but come on. Talk to me.
Anonymous is
Anonymous says, come on, complete the phrase.
anonymous is
Oh, fuck. Come on. Oh, Charlie, you disappoint me. Anyway, what do I say? Okay, let's go to here. That I was, okay, here.
So I was talking to this fellow last night. I think you were on the space XAO or whatever. I asked a question because me and Weller were looking at this equation, and I was like, "Is this programming or is this like mathsing?" Because it's like combining both. And so I just sent him a message. What does this thing mean? Something like that. And then, because I was talking to Weller, was holding a space, and then I said, if you feel like speaking, jump up. I didn't realize he's like one of the lead professionals in the da-di-da. But anyway, I just haven't bought a Guinness for a while, but I bought a can of Guinness while I bought some wine because it was on special. And then, have you ever watched the like the stout rise up and that effect? And it reminded me
Yes.
it reminded me of what he was doing with his images and graphics, and he was calling it, what was it, 3D, or anyway, I was learning about it last night, but it was really cool because I just asked questions, and then he's like apparently one of the top industry people. I'm like, blah 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 blah. It just reminded me when I was watching the Guinness Rise, and I was looking and one of his visuals from last night, and I was like, recreate that.
Oh, that's
What
beautiful.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's beautiful. You came up sometimes with people that okay are full of bullshit, and you come up with people that are completely opposite. Yeah,
Sorry, what
and you
did you say?
can no, and you come with people
Oh,
that actually are completely know a lot and are completely arrogant,
yeah.
and then there's another person who's completely humble
Uh-huh.
and destroys that person who's the arrogant one, wants to disappear with that humble person that knows
Uh,
much more than.
yes. So at the end of the day, I have 2 points. One is people want to like toss off and talk shit and make themselves feel important because they know more, and then make people feel dumb for it, and then they're belittling people. The other thing is, well, that's just called an asshole, which I don't believe. If you're a teacher, you should do that. And whenever we're talking to people, we're helping to educate people. So if you ever belittle people, that's not cool in my eyes. And, you know, like in regards to the humbleness of people, oh, yeah, that was my point. The more you know, so when you know something, so you know something really good, you know something really good, you know when you know something really good and then you can explain it very simply, that means you know something. So when people like toss off like wank wank, oh, I know more than you, wank wank, like, dude, you can like there's always a way to explain things in a way not to belittle people or make people feel stupid, and or just the more you know. So in regards to kinesiology, it's complicated. You know, I studied neurology, da-di-da-di-da. You can always break things down. And I remember when I was talking to, you know, one of my teachers, and he was like, you know, you're really good because you've got this cross between logical and spiritual and blah, blah, blah. But because I could deal with clients like that. I mean, it's the same with my business right now. I can talk on a spiritual level, emotional level, scientific level, IT level, whatever. But the more you know something, the easier you can break it down and not over complicate it. But that's also coming from a user experience. So I did. I don't know if I'm overcomplicating the explanation. Hilarious.
Yeah. No, so sorry, going a little
I
bit.
think blank. I think blank speaker was trying to say something. I think I heard something. Blank,
Oh, wow, that
blank,
would be a miracle. I
blank.
don't think he
Did
will.
you say something? Blank.
Blank user, come on, don't be a coward.
Don't be a soft call
You,
or a soft fanny flap.
does he want a cookie? Just kidding.
That was funny. Yeah. Do you want a cookie? I want a cookie, and I was like, actually, can I get a chicken wing? But I literally thought this was like a hacking term, but yeah, that's funny. You never know until you ask the question, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. But no, blank user is refusing to speak, is completely ignoring us. I mean, this is so offensive for me. Yeah, but anyway, what can I say? No, going back at
What
the
did
end.
what did you say in the last 10 seconds? What did you say?
No, that he's completely offensive what he's doing. I find it completely offensive hearing here, me trying to, yeah, to ask him
You think he's
questions and,
if I not me. You mean him?
yeah, blank
Oh,
user,
oh,
yeah, yeah.
cool. I just wasn't sure if you were talking to me saying I was offensive.
No, not you, blank user. I mean, why, if you are talking to me, you are answering my question. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I guess you
not
could
you.
remove him from the speaker if he's not talking.
Yeah, but I have this curiosity. Okay, at some point, if you
He
come
will.
to
He
speak,
will talk. He will. He will talk. We can put a So you can put a gun to the brain or a love bullet. We can do a like cyber hug. Have a group cyber hug, and then maybe he'll feel okay, or she will feel okay, or they will feel okay to communicate. I'm pretty sure I've heard him talking though before, or is it, yeah, I'm
yes,
sure I have.
yeah, yeah. He speaks from time to time, but
Now, now,
sometimes,
now he's probably feeling really anxious because we're talking about it heaps. Like that fellow before Cheese or whatever his name was. He jumped in and he reminded me of what's his name? Yeah, he reminded me of an old friend I used to talk to on Next Spaces. And I was like, yeah, you definitely da-di-da, like, obviously, da-di-da, da-di-da, da-di-da. Just talking about brain chemistry and personality types because I don't want to define people. But it was just really funny. And yeah, and what's his name? Oh, Crow. That's it, Crow. He's a lot worse, and so it was cool because he jumped in, and it's not saying he's bad. I was just like, do you know this person was saying something before, and I hear that you're excited, but can we go back to that thing? And he's just really funny because when you like go off in your brainwave, it's like my brainwave, da da da, da, and it's just like really excited, and I get it. But I also understand that from an outside perspective, it's maybe other people don't get it, and so I was just trying to help him to say, oh, do you know that that question was asked before, blah 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 blah. But he did get it at the end of the day, and I wasn't trying to put him down at all. I was just like, I could hear, I understand everything that's happening, and then I was just trying to say, all right, blah blah, do you know blah 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 blah. Anyway, I hope he feels okay. Sounds like he gets a bit excited, as we all do, and yeah, it's cool though, and I think that you know, as I said before, like you hold a safe space so people can do it. Like same as me, like safe spaces so people can let their personalities out, but not when they're unintentionally that they don't realize. Same as me, I've got told I interrupt people a lot. So that's probably why I'm good at correcting other people. But yeah, like it's good to feel safe, talk, but there is this thing like with Crow before. He's like, but I already know what you're gonna say. And I was like, well, you don't know what I'm gonna say. So he already thinks it's okay to to interrupt and to finish my sentence, and I'm like, yeah. So I was thinking this, and I'm going to say that, and you thought that I was thinking that. So can you please not like cut me off? He's like, but I already thought. And I was like, no, you did think that. That's okay. Your brain works very fast, same as mine. Um, you know, there's a ticker. It's all good, man. You have a weird. God, I'm not even going to go into that weird shit. Actually, I will ask this question. Blank space. I have a question for you. What do you
Before you do that, I will tell you I need also now myself 3 minutes to go to the toilet. So
Okay.
yeah, you can you
All
can
right.
ask the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. You're going to do a 3-minute toilet break. Okay. So I'm going to talk to blank space right now. I'm guessing your name is Tom or Dan. And so, okay, no one's listening right now. Oh no, it's recorded. Damn it. I was going to say something really weird. Okay. Well, it's still going to be weird. Now, oh, that's a really good Guinness. I got some Guinness from the store. It's actually really good. Oh, I used to live off Guinness when I was in Ireland. Oh, that's good. Mm. I should get a selfie with it. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, not too malty, not too much sweetness, not too much hops. Pretty good actually. There was Beamish, Murphy's, and Guinness in Ireland. Beamish was in Cork because that was cool town. Of course, you could get everything. But it was funny when I went out. They were like, "Oh, why are you buying that?" Da da da. And I was like, "Well, it's £4 for a fucking pint, which has 2 drinks, versus what, £6 for a fucking shot and a fucking thing full of sugar." Like, I mean, I actually like this shit. Why would I spend more? I mean, it was generally like €4, £4, £4. It was a good budget decision. Maybe not for my belly, but I seemed to maintain my weight. Oh, the problem was afterwards, the taco, what do you call it? Taco nightstands. So anyway, blank speaker. I know you're waiting with bated breath. Interrupt me at